are perched across from the palace and almost ready to move. I take the map from Hippasus and show them all a mark I've made. I've drawn a circle here. It's a drainage hole at the base of the circuit walls, just big enough to crawl through. If you look closely at the actual walls, it's to the left of that tower by the main gates. You can see a couple of bushes that have grown up in front of it. "Thriving on shit, no doubt," grunts Theseus. "They'll give us some cover. Menelaus and I had to be pretty stealthy when the drain was new. There's a grill at the top end to catch flotsam and prevent the drain blocking up. Hopefully it's still loose. Lift it out of the way, and 6 yards further up the culvert, you can take cover behind some small buildings where the slope steepens. Then stick to the shadows, stay off the main paths, climb over a courtyard wall, and you're inside the palace." "But how do we get as far as the bushes?" Hippasus asks. "There's a good 10 yards of open ground from the last olive tree." "Each sentry has a set beat, back and forth," I explain. "There's a moment when they meet and face each other's torches, so they lose night sight for a dozen heartbeats. Tyndareus is a stickler for routine, so once we know the rhythm, it won't change. Time it right, and they'll not see us. Trust me, I've done this often." I return to the map and the floor plan of the palace. As I said before, the little girls are in a nursery here, but the older children have rooms on either side. Polydeuces will be sharing with Castor at the far end of the corridor, but Helen will be alone since Clytemnestra's forced marriage to Tantalus. I point carefully at the respective rooms. "These kings, eh?" Theseus chuckles. "They treat their children like puppets." He pats Bria's behind. "Personally, I prefer independent, low-born girls with dirty minds." "You just prefer available," Bria retorts. "Who says I was low-born anyway? I was a princess, stolen by my nurse and sold to pirates." "That's what they all say. Hush, you two. How many guards are stationed inside the palace at night?" Hippasus asks. "How quickly can they deploy? Are the children's rooms guarded?" I answer his questions as best I can, and eventually we decide we are ready. By now the sun is kissing the western crest of Mount Taygetus. We should avoid bloodshed if we can. I remind them, Spartans make bad enemies. They can hold a grudge for generations. "You could say that of anyone in Achaea," Bria comments. "But you know what Athena wants? No blood unless it's unavoidable." "I can't see that the twins will be willing to come with us," Hippasus comments. "How do we handle them?" "Iodama gave me 2 vials of pure spirits of wine to soak into cloth," Bria says. "As soon as we find the twins, we hold those soaked cloths over their faces until they fall unconscious. I've brought a cloth for Castor as well. Easy." She sounds excited by the mission, especially the morally questionable aspects of it. "It's an early moon tonight. We'll go in once it's fully dark." As we turn to go back to camp, Theseus lays a hand on my arm. "Sometimes bloodshed isn't avoidable, boy. Don't hesitate if someone tries to raise the alarm, even if you know them." "Yes, of course," I reply, though I've been trying not to think about that. I have too many friends in Sparta for this to go wrong. I study Theseus. These last few days are the first time I've seen him fully sober since he arrived at the camp in Phocis. But don't you go killing anyone unnecessarily. To my surprise, he doesn't brush me off. "I know you think I'm a drunken, barbarous relic," he says, "but I've been doing this for more than 30 years. Let's see if you can sleep without having to drown the memories when you're my age." He claps my shoulders and adds, "If you ever live so long." "What keeps you going?" I ask. "The kingship? The hope you'll get it back?" He pauses, his big, florid face contorting. Then our eyes meet, and I catch the glimpse of the boy inside the man. Crowns and gold are just trophies, boy. It's the glory of the moment that drives you on. The instant when your blade goes in and the other bastard falls, and you realize that you're going to survive. Or when you emerge from the struggle, and every man still standing raises their blooded Cephos and screams your name. Or when you drive your cock into the most beautiful creature in creation, and she looks up at you in utter adoration. Glory. You can't touch it, or hold it, or store it. It satisfies every need you have, and yet leaves you hungry for more. You'll crave glory more than food and water in time. It's the lust you'll never satisfy, the dream you'll never stop dreaming. For a moment, his soul is naked, and I can feel that hunger. You really are a relic, I think. Killing, adulation, and someone to sate your body's lust. But I know him now. You have to know your enemies, Father always said. And the more I know Theseus, the more I'm certain he'll never be a friend of mine. And he, I'm sure, feels exactly the same way. As soon as it's dark, we Theoi leave Eurybates with the great bow in his keeping and set off on our mission. Much as I would like to take the bow with me, it will only get in the way inside the drain. We reach the edge of the olive grove without incident. It goes against all my instincts to run across open ground lit by flickering torchlight, but my many excursions with Menelaus have proved it can work. You just have to get the timing right. Tyndareus's military routines prove as rigid as ever. I bend double and dart from the shelter of an olive trunk, just as the sentries' helmeted heads turn away, and I reach shelter without uproar. The drain angles steeply up, as smelly as ever, my fingers and toes finding the old familiar holds to help me climb. Thankfully, the grill at the top end of the drain is still loose. In the old days I needed Menelaus to help me shift it, but now, with my new Theos strength, I can manage it alone. Inside the wall, a large, fan-shaped culvert feeding the drain is lit briefly by the passing sentry. Pressing myself into the narrow band of dark shadow hard against the base of the wall, I wait silently until the guard passes on. One by one, my fellow conspirators emerge through the tunnel, their breath hardly audible despite their exertions. Since I've been awakened as a Theos, my night sight has improved immensely. As we traversed our clandestine path across from the tomb, none of us needed more than starlight to see every contour of the land, every blade of grass in sharp detail. All that's missing is colour. Avert your eyes from any torches, Bria had warned when she first showed me this ability. Light will dazzle you, twice as badly as previously, if your night sight is fully opened. At the moment, all is going to plan, but we've yet to penetrate the palace. Once again, we wait for the sentries to face and turn, to traverse the culvert to the steep hillside leading up to the main buildings, which is scattered with small dwellings and crisscrossed with narrow alleys. All depends on the occupants not stirring, or a dog barking, or a sentry glancing our way. But sleep seems to be holding the Spartan citizenry and their dogs in its grasp, as we creep along silent as ghosts. Now the palace is rising sheer above us. Its plastered walls are ghostly white. Hidden from the sentries by a row of sheds, I lead the others along to a lower wall that borders a garden courtyard. Thankfully, no one has cut down the cypress tree on the other side. As the sentries meet and turn once again, Hippasus gives me a leg up and I slither over into a colonnaded courtyard. I'm about to signal the all-clear when I hear a familiar voice. "They expect us to bow down," man says, sounding stressed and tired. "To feel blessed, but I don't feel blessed." It's Tyndareus, the king of Sparta himself. I know his voice from my years here, and I like him greatly. He has no huge fame as a warrior, yet he's the acknowledged kingmaker of Achaea, his ability to amass wealth and influence making him key to Agamemnon's return to the High King's throne of Mycenae. But rumour has it that Tyndareus is in poor health now, and this morning he looked and moved like an old man. "I came back from campaign to find my wife pregnant to another," he's saying. "To whom?" "I almost cast leader aside, but she claimed Zeus took her, and the priests backed her tale. Rejoice, they told me." Tyndareus sighs painfully. "Rejoice? I've worked hard to hide the truth, but Leda has lost interest in the world. Despite 2 further pregnancies, 2 new beautiful daughters. She drinks heavily all the time, to forget, she says, and grows hysterical when I try to forbid her. She has no interest in her children, except those 2 by Zeus." I wince in empathy. "Tyndareus, I never realized it was so hard for you." Then another voice replies, this one so well known to me it sends a shock through my body. "You've done so much for us. You know how grateful we are." "Menelaus, what are you doing here?" I realize it must have been Menelaus I glimpsed with Tyndareus and Leda this morning. He's grown taller than ever, lost his adolescent stoop, born mostly of embarrassment at his gangly height, and filled out. I'd not even guessed it was him, but his presence complicates matters even further. I always knew this was a bad idea. I force my mind back to the matter at hand. My fellow conspirators are waiting, undoubtedly growing impatient, but I'm too close to the 2 men to risk making a sound. I can only hope that my companions can hear voices and realize there's a problem. I think back to my conversation with Theseus this afternoon. These are the last 2 men I would ever wish to harm, let alone kill. And would Athena really want me to murder one of the most powerful kings in Achaea? "What you can do?" Tyndareus' laugh is a mix of affection and bitterness. "Nothing, my good friend, unless you know how to stop my wife drowning in wine and melancholy." He drops his voice, so I have to strain my newly enhanced senses to hear what the king says next. "A group of priests took Polydeuces and Helen away. They told me it was required, that Zeus himself demanded it. I was skeptical, as any rational man would be. Then one of them changed. He became the Skyfather." There is awe in the Spartan king's voice, but resentment too. "I met the king of the gods, man to man. I should have felt reverence, awe, adoration, but all I could think was, you took my wife, my proud, beautiful wife, and turned her into a drunken sot." I hear Menelaus suck in a sharp breath. "You didn't say that." "Oh, no, I'm not a fool, Menelaus." But he knew. Inside, he was laughing at me. Then he took them away. "Where?" Menelaus asks. "Why?" "I know not, nor are the 2 of them saying. You remember what they're like, those twins, and what power they have over their older siblings. Castor won't breathe without Polydeuces' permission, and Helen and Clytemnestra, the intensity of those 2. I've never known whether it's hate or love. How have Polly and Helen been since they returned?" Helen's been like a ghost, miserable and angry. She assaulted a slave, nearly killed the poor girl, and then—" His voice trails off. "But you don't need to know all the details. Let it suffice that we've had to keep her confined with Leda." I catch my breath. What luck I've heard this, or we'd have wasted time looking for Helen in the wrong room. "What about Polydeuces?" says Menelaus. "Polydeuces is—" Tyndareus groans. "On his return he threw his wrestling tutor, a man far greater in size, and almost broke his neck. He can hurl a javelin further than grown warriors and outrun anyone in Sparta." "He's been awakened?" Menelaus asks. "Awakened? When did you learn of such things, my friend?" I feel a flare of hope. Perhaps Menelaus has enough divinity in his blood to be a Theos too. But surely it's many generations since the gods touched the line of Atreus. "Aye, he's been awakened," Tyndareus mutters. "I knew it would come one day. I've seen many such men in my life. Few live long, despite their advantages. The world won't let them, and they're seldom unchanged after awakening. They turn arrogant. By Hades, if I were superhuman and divinely touched, and maybe I'd be that way too. It's hard enough staying humble when you're raised to rule." "You're among the most humble men I know," Menelaus says. "Bless you, my friend. My thoughts too." "I try," Tyndareus replies tiredly. "There are moments I can be just Tyndareus, but most other times I have to be king of Lacedaemon, wielding the power of life and death, untangling the criminal from the victim. I have to choose which allies will keep us safe, even when I know some allies are worse men than my enemies. Which brings us back to the reason for your visit, Menelaus. We don't have to speak of it now. Wait until you've rested." "Ha! You're no negotiator. The best time to nail down a negotiation is when your adversary's tired, in pain, and half gone in his cups, as I am now." "You're not my adversary, Tyndareus. In negotiation, all men are opponents," Tyndareus counters. "When I agreed to help Agamemnon reclaim his throne 4 years ago, he was in no position to reward me. Since then, he's had to fight hard to restore the wealth of Mycenae. Any demands I might have made before now could well have destabilized his reign, a reign I took considerable risks to set up." "My brother knows," Menelaus replies earnestly. "He is grateful. As I said, anything we can do—" "Anything?" Tyndareus laughs dryly. "I repeat, you're no negotiator, lad. You know what I need. My eldest daughter back from the hands of that dark-hearted scum, Tantalus. I send my Cherics there every few months, and Tantalus displays my Clytemnestra, my darling girl. First, big in the belly with that snake's spawn, then cradling their offspring, and she smiles and tells my Cherics she's happy. But I know the man. There's none crueler. I want her freed." So that's why Menelaus is here, summoned by Tyndareus to start a war. And what a war! Tantalus's kingdom is west of here, at Pisastis, and he's a powerful man. "I hear you," Menelaus responds. "Agamemnon hears you. But the citadel of Tantalus is strong and is allied to all of Arcadia and the western Peloponnese. Many there see him as the true High King, as they saw Thyestes himself. It would be suicidal to attack him, now that all the oracles say our true enemy is Troy. Agamemnon promised his aid in return for mine, Tyndareus reminds Menelaus. He promised to unite our families. He was betrothed to Clytemnestra, an arrangement Tantalus knowingly broke when he took her. My brother will keep his promise, Menelaus insists, but Clytemnestra is unobtainable. And, well, not all men want another man's widow, should it come to that. You have other daughters. Helen is of age. Timandra will be in a few years. You're our father, Tyndareus, in all but name. We love you, and we will never forget what we owe you. Offer Agamemnon Helen, or give him more time to unite his subjects against Tantalus. The two men fall silent. I lean back against the courtyard wall, my mind whirling. Agamemnon might become betrothed to Helen. Is that an outcome Athena would want? The urge to see my dearest friend and pay my respects to Tyndareus is almost overwhelming, and I'm ashamed of why I'm here. Thankfully, they decide they've had enough night air. I hear their footsteps retreat. A door opens and closes again, and they're gone. I wait a few more breaths, in case any guards came with them and still remain. But all is quiet. They must have come here for privacy. Tyndareus would never have spoken of Leda as he did with any other person present. I give the all-clear, the hoot of an owl, and the other three slither over the wall to join me. What in Tartarus caused the delay? Theseus demands. There were people here talking, I reply. Why didn't you just kill them? No unnecessary deaths, Hippasus interjects, reassuring me that he at least isn't a bloodthirsty murderer. We're from here, Odysseus. I point out the two wings where the royal family sleep. It was lucky I overheard what I did. Princess Helen is confined to her mother's suite, instead of her room in the east wing near her brother's. We need to split up. If we must, Hippasus mutters. How shall we do it? I'll take the girl, with Odysseus, Bria says. Theseus, you and Hippasus capture Polydeuces. We meet back at the culvert. That agreed. The next phase depends on timing. The palace guards change at midnight, coming into the palace complex through several entrances, all of it creating a momentary confusion that Menelaus and I had often capitalized on. Nighttime swims in the river, stealing fruit, hunting in the woods. Despite the tension I'm feeling, I grin at the memories, then shake my head at the irony that Menelaus is also here. We wait, and then the bell chimes for the change of the guard. It isn't loud, just a faint tinkling so as not to wake the sleeping household, followed by the muffled tread of many boots. We're ready, though, detaching ourselves from the shadows to enter the palace behind the men coming on duty. It is somewhat brazen, but thanks to the shadows, the flickering torchlight, and our casual manner, we enter the building unchallenged. As the door swings shut behind us, I steer Bria into a pantry beside the main storerooms, and the other two follow close on our heels. I've chosen this room because it has shuttered windows opening into the courtyard, and a back stairs to the living quarters above, used for discreetly servicing the rooms of Tyndareus's family and any of their guests honoured enough to stay in the royal wings. Finally, everything falls silent outside, and we take the back stairs, parting at the top. I lead Bria left along a dark corridor, leaving the two champions to locate the boy's bedroom in the other direction. My eyes meet Theseus's as the Attican turns away, the hero giving me a doubtful look, as if he fears I'm not up to this. The king's rooms lie at the furthest end of this corridor, with two other suites on either side of the preceding corridor, one belonging to the queen, the other for favoured guests. This back way is unguarded, provided one is quiet. The only guards are at the top of the main stairs. Tyndareus likes his privacy. Inside a minute, Bria and I are in the corridor which takes us past a sitting room. A glow of light comes from under the door, and the sound of male voices. Tyndareus and Menelaus still talking. Good. They're less likely to hear any noise we make. Bria silently works the lock on Leda's main door. Peering round her shoulder, I notice a shimmer in the air, and a faint itching at my senses. She's not using lockpicks, but some magical art. I resolve to ask about it later, if we survive the night. As the door opens, we pull out the cloths soaked in alcohol from our pouches and slip inside the anteroom. 3 maids lie sleeping on pallets in a small room to the left. We tiptoe past the doorway, aided by a tiny wall lamp. The inner bedroom is unlocked and contains 2 beds. Leda, lolling in the larger one, snoring in a fug of wine. Bria heads for the other bed, while I stand by Leda's head in case she wakes. My pulse sounds deafening in my ears, loud enough to wake the whole palace. Bria bends over Helen and holds the dripping cloth over her face. The girl rouses, trying to fight back, but Bria presses her whole weight down on her. The sound of the struggle is enough to wake Leda. Her eyes fly open as I lunge in. Zeus, Lord, yes! The queen gasps, baring her breasts as she half rises from the sheets to greet me. Her eyes bulge as my alcohol-soaked cloth covers her mouth and nose, her struggle soon subsiding as years of indolence weaken her resistance. Fueled by fear, guilt, and an almost hysterical mirth, I hold her until she sags back, unconscious. She thought I was Zeus. It's tragically comic and makes me hate the Sky Father more than a little. Do these gods we revere do us anything other than damage? Bria is already pulling the unconscious Helen from the sheets. Cloak, she murmurs, and I fumble with a pile of discarded clothes to find what she wants. Together we wrap the girl. Helen's body is shapely, her breasts budding already, and her face has a natural beauty, graceful and oddly bird-like, even in repose. Bria is thrusting the girl's jewellery into her own pouch before grabbing a day dress laid out ready for the morning. A wordless nod, and we're creeping back through the anteroom, with the wrapped-up girl over my shoulder, and Bria leading the way. Then we hear the sitting-room door open suddenly, and 1, no 2 sets of footsteps approach along the corridor. It's been good to relax after our talk outside, Menelaus, Tyndareus says, his voice alarmingly close, as he and Menelaus exchange the slurred and emotive good nights of the drunk. Then the door across the corridor opens. Menelaus murmurs, "Good night," and it closes again. Bria draws her knife as Tyndareus's footsteps come right to Leda's door. "No," I silently will. "No, please, no." A key clatters in the lock. Bria's face turns bleak as she raises her blade. I tense, unsure if that door opens, whose side I will take. Then Tyndareus gives a sad, soft sigh and withdraws his key. I'm sick with relief as the king shuffles away towards his own room. Bria gives me a soft smile which tells me that she hadn't wanted to kill him either. It's a pleasant surprise. I look yearningly at Menelaus's door as we pass it, aching to be this close to my best friend, but keenly aware that I'm doing something Menelaus would find utterly reprehensible. Then we're away, stealing along the corridor to the back stairs and down. The girl is an awkward bundle to carry, but with Bria's help I ease her through the pantry's outer window, and we slip across the courtyard again, without disaster. The gate in the courtyard wall has been relocked, as we'd expected, but Bria swiftly works her magic once again, leaving it open for Theseus and Hippasus to follow. Then we time our exit to the now familiar patterns of the centuries, regaining the safety of the alleyways leading down to the culvert. Still in good time, we reach the welcome shadow behind the last hut, an equipment shed and unlikely to be inhabited. This close to the citadel ramparts, the sentinels' torches are casting what seems an almost blinding light on the intervening ground. Moment upon moment passes, with Bria more and more fretful. "Where are they?" she whispers at last. But after another agonizing wait, Theseus and Hippasus arrive, panting hard. Neither is carrying anyone at all. "Where's the boy?" Bria demands in a low, clipped whisper. "He wasn't there," Theseus mutters. "Neither of them were. There were a couple of bolsters in the beds, and the window was open, with a rope dangling down the wall outside." I have to stifle a laugh. They've slipped out on some midnight escapade. I can almost picture Uncle Menelaus giving them tips on how to do it. "Where will they be?" Hippasus asks me. "No idea," I reply. "This isn't the only way in or out of the citadel." "You mean you brought us up that stinking sewer when we had other options?" Theseus demands. "This is the only route that's practical for carrying out prizes." I point to Helen, still limp on my shoulder. "As for the boys, Castor might be old enough to head to a tavern down in the town, but Polydeuces may be a bit young for that kind of fun. There are at least a dozen swimming spots in the river, and there are woods and copses to hunt in, or orchards to raid. They could be anywhere." Bria swears under her breath. "Either we find them, we wait for them, or we take what we've got and go." She looks at Theseus. "What do you think?" "We can't hang around here on the off chance we'll stumble into those lads. We have to get our princess as far away as possible before dawn. After sunrise, we're sure to be seen exiting the drain, and if it turns into a chase, they'll have riders and hounds. Let's cut our losses." The giant Attican leers at the sleeping Helen. "Pretty up close. She's going to ripen into something special. Here, Ithacan, I'll take her." "She's for Athena, not you," I remind him. "Don't go telling me my job," Theseus sneers. "How's a short ass like you going to carry her when the going gets rough?" "He's got a point," Bria whispers. "Give her to Hippasus." Ah, so she doesn't like the way Theseus is looking at Helen either. Hippasus takes Helen from me with a reassuring nod, which settles some of my misgivings. I peer round the side of the hut. "The sentries will be turning in a moment," I murmur. "Who's going first?" "Odysseus and Hippasus," Bria whispers back, putting a restraining hand on Theseus's shoulder. "Now!" I drop into the culvert, help Hippasus clamber down with his burden, then we hurry to the shadows under the wall. Booted feet pass over our heads and stop. Heartbeat follows heartbeat in an endless suspension of time. Then the footsteps resume again. I let out a long, slow breath. Maybe the sentry has merely stopped to scratch his balls. Another cycle, and Bria and Theseus are dropping into the culvert, skidding on muck as they scurry to join us in the shadows, just before more boots sound overhead, and we all go still. Then they move on. The Attican gives us a wolfish grin. "Last stage, friends." He gestures at me. "You first." "No, I'll stay back to keep watch." It's the most dangerous role, but I back myself to remain concealed in this familiar place. Sir Hippasus takes the lead, edging across the culvert to the drain with Helen in his arms, his eyes in the position of his feet. Then a movement catches my eye. Someone else is at the entrance to the culvert, peering up at us. I squint, but the darkness defeats even my night sight. Then a dark, helmed figure appears beside Hippasus, and a bronze dagger flashes, slamming into the Arcadian's back. Hippasus staggers as the dagger is withdrawn, stupidly trying to keep Helen in his grasp, when he should be protecting himself. The blade rams into him again. Bria's knife is already drawn as she turns to Theseus, her mouth open to warn him. And Theseus drives his own dagger into her left breast. A look of utter shock and betrayal flashes across her face, but even as the Attican wrenches out the dagger, her stricken features are going slack. She staggers, takes one step as she tries to right herself, then pitches face first against the culvert wall. Behind her, the hidden assassin wrenches Hippasus's head back and slashes his throat open, and the Arcadian slumps all askew, spilling Helen to the muddy floor of the culvert. I'm already in motion, pulling the Cephas from my shoulder scabbard, but Theseus is coming at me, and I've only time to block his thrust, barely turning it aside. I lash out with my left foot, catching the Athenian, an ineffectual kick to the chest. Theseus's bloody dagger plunges into my calf, and I cry out in agony as I lurch sideways, all but sprawling on the ground. My cry is answered by shouts from above. With a frustrated roar, Theseus comes at me again, but I slice wildly and somehow pierce his guard. All I manage is to slash open his tunic and gouge the tip of my blade along his ribs, but it's enough to save me. As he convulses, I pivot on the injured leg and kick him in the midriff. Theseus staggers backwards, but my wounded leg buckles, and we stagger apart. "Come on!" the assassin calls from the end of the drain in a Thessalian accent. Theseus hurls his knife at me, and it slams into my chest as I try to twist away. A wave of weakness strikes me, and I sag to my knees, not quite believing the sight of the hilt that juts crookedly from my right breast. Men are shouting, footsteps pounding. Then a face looms over me, bellowing furiously, and a fist batters into my jaw. The night erupts into vivid white, then goes black. Chapter 12. Silver-tongued Prince. Hesiod. What is the sure sign of wisdom among men? Homer. To judge the present rightly, and to march with the times. Contest of Homer and Hesiod. Sparta. Lacedaemon. Cold water splashes onto my face, and I come awake with a jolt, my heart pounding. Light and dark blur around me. Human shapes, bronze weapons, red cloaks, and shouting voices, all male. Then someone shakes me, and a voice says, "Odysseus, what in Tartarus are you doing here?" My calf is throbbing, and there's a sharp, liquid pain in my chest. The taste of blood is in my mouth, and my sight is a smear. But then the man shaking me resolves himself into Menelaus, and I clutch him, half sobbing in sheer relief at being alive, reassured a fraction to see my friend. And then I try to think, asking and answering questions internally, balancing risks and consequences. Some men can think under stress, others freeze. I'm learning that I'm of the former kind, thankfully. But I still almost panic. Oh gods, Rhea's dead. And Hippasus. And if I don't come up with a plan now, I'm going to die too. Then my thoughts go to Eurybates. Has Theseus killed him too? I picture Eury lying dead in our camp, and Theseus with the bow of Eurytus. The mental image puts me in a mix of wild panic and cold fury, both of which I'm careful to hide. Menelaus! I make myself splutter. The thieves! Did they... Before he can answer, one of those rough-faced giants that infest royal courts thrusts Menelaus aside. This piece of shit has woken up, he roars, spittle spraying, his fists bunched as though he wants to punch and punch me until I'm pulp. I can't blame him. Send for the king, he shouts. The guards said he was fighting the intruders, Menelaus says angrily. Let him be, Olympus. Olympus, that's right. One of Tyndareus's young champions, back when Menelaus and I dwelt here. He looks senior now. If he recognizes me, he's giving no sign of it. Did they get away? I groan. Yes, Menelaus begins. Tell him nothing, Olympus snarls. What in Erebus was he doing here? I stifle another groan. I was tracking them. It's a long story. Menelaus, I'm so glad you're here. Menelaus pats my arm. I vouch for this man, Olympus. He'll tell you all he knows. Just let him recover. Then he bends close to whisper. Agamemnon gets regular news from Pytho. The last messenger had some wild tale about you quarrelling with your father. From his expression, he clearly knows more, which makes sense. Pytho, Hera's main shrine, will be keeping the king of Mycenae, Hera's sacred city, well informed, and Agamemnon will tend to pass anything about me on to Menelaus. Thank the gods Menelaus knows when to keep his mouth shut. It'll be resolved, I whisper back. My loyalties are as they always have been. If only that were true. I've just lied to my dearest friend, and I utterly despise myself. But I already know what I have to do. Survive, find Theseus and bring Helen back. Anything else, and all my life will amount to is a cautionary tale, like that of Sisyphus. And right now I hate Theseus so passionately, I'll do anything for the chance to bring him down. I glance around. I find I'm lying on a table in some functionary's office, surrounded by more than a dozen stony-eyed Spartan warriors, who all look as ready as Olympus to turn me to mash. My hands aren't bound, nor my legs, but with my calf slashed and my chest welling blood, I'm unlikely to be able to flee. I realize that if I hadn't twisted as I did, Theseus's dagger would have punctured my right lung. Then Tyndareus appears. The Spartan king is haggard, his face pale as clotted ash, and his eyes like open wounds. Odysseus, he manages. What is your part in this? Inwardly I groan at the necessity to tell more lies, but I owe it to the world to split Theseus's black heart. Did they escape? I croak, wincing as I struggle to sit up. 2 of them, and they took Princess Helen, Olympus snarls. Who were they? The princess? Oh no! I collapse back, and it's only half an act.
I saw a bundle, a large one, and I assumed, oh, gods!
I looked Tindarius in the eye.
I'm sorry. I failed you. I didn't understand what they were after. I thought it was gold.
I closed my eyes to focus on the pain in my chest, letting that speak for me. Odysseus, you were my house guest for years. Upon your honor, tell me what happened tonight, Tindarius demands. Why are you here?
Menelaus may have told you. My father and I have fallen out, I reply. The reasons are private, but I swear there is no dishonor on my part, nor his. Families quarrel, you know that.
Tindarius gives me a tired nod.
I'd been wounded by a boar.
I pull at the bloodied fringe of my tunic to bear the scar, to a hiss of indrawn breath.
I recuperated for a few months, with Eurybates' help, and now we're seeking a haven until I can resolve things with my father.
Why didn't you come to Mycenae? Says Menelaus, clearly horrified. I give my friend an apologetic smile.
I couldn't travel. All I could do was hole up in focus until it healed.
Or send word.
I was too proud.
Everyone in this room can interpret that. Honor is everything in our world, and disgrace, its converse, is worse than death. Most, if not all, would do as I'm saying I did. Hide and wait out their shame.
Too proud?
Exclaims Menelaus predictably.
You idiot! I'd have come to you.
I know.
But I had my father's Cherics, Eurybates, with me. We managed. When I finally left focus, I headed here, remembering Tindarius' welcome when I was a youth. But in a tavern in Helos, I overheard two men plotting theft, talking about some great prize. As I said, I assumed it was gold, and a secret way in, using a drain. Sparta, I thought. They must be heading for Sparta, and like a fool I decided to play the hero.
Or the ass, says Tindarius, frowning. I'd have thought Eurybates at least had more sense.
I overruled him. To be honest, I hoped to prove something to my father. I've never felt good enough for him. Menelaus knows that. And I ran into Hippasus of Arcadia, and he agreed to help us.
This is a gamble. But Hippasus is a well-known fighting man, and his body is sure to have been recognized.
But there were three of them, not two. I killed one.
Oh, blessed Athena!
Rhea, you are dead, and I'm lying here on this table saying I killed you.
With an effort, I pull myself together.
But the leader of the thieves turned out to be Theseus.
Theseus? Tindarius exchanges an angry look with Menelaus.
By Cronus! I knew it! Alicus snarls. I glimpsed the Athenian's face in that rat-hole of a drain.
I can see most of the Spartan guards starting to relax, caught up in my story, but Tindarius's frown has deepened. When he speaks, his tones are doubtful. If you thought these men were planning to raid my palace, why did you not come straight here and warn me?
I needed to be sure where they were going, sire. There are other drains in Lacedaemon, and other treasures to rob. But at dawn the next day, I woke to find they had already left the tavern. That's when Eurybates and I enlisted Hippasus. He was staying at the same place. We tracked them as best we could, with my wounded leg, but they were travelling fast. To cut a long story short, we lost them. The general direction seemed right for Sparta, though, so we headed straight here, arriving around midnight. There was no sign of them, and I was beginning to think they'd made for Pharis or Amyclae, after all. But then we saw movement around the culvert, and I realized that quite possibly their plans were already being carried out.
I paused, wincing in unfeigned pain. This much talking hurts. "Where's Eurybates now?" Menelaus asks.
"At our camp a mile into the woods," I reply, "if Theseus hasn't killed him."
"I'll send men later, if you give directions," Tyndareus promises.
What happened next?
This is the weakest part of my tale, the part where my improvised logic is shakiest. I take another breath and focus on the king.
Instead of hammering on the gate, as I should have done, I decided to enter via the drain and catch the intruders in the act. I'm afraid, sire, that culvert is an old haunt of Menelaus's and mine.
It's true, Menelaus admits, blushing. Tyndareus snorts, but in amusement, not condemnation. "You too," he says ruefully. "Go on."
"This is all my fault," I claim. "When I saw the grill over the top end of the drain had been removed, I realized the thieves were already inside. Hippasus and I should have raised the alarm then and there, but I wanted to do something that would make my name, and I thought, damn it, I thought father might respect me anew. Hippasus and I went in, hoping to stop them as they left."
I close my eyes, deliberately calling to mind the look of betrayal on Bria's face, because it gives me such genuine pain and fury.
"But how did these men know about the drain in the first place, if not from you?"
the king asks. Menelaus and I exchange a look.
"We weren't the only ones to use it," my friend explains, blushing even deeper. "We were told about it by, one of the guards, who used it to visit his mistress in one of the villages nearby. And there were others, I suspect." "So, a secret entrance to my citadel is the subject of tavern gossip?"
Tyndareus swears under his breath.
"I'm sure not everyone knows it," I mumble. "Anyway, once we were inside, I realized that if I raised the alarm, I might be speared as an intruder myself, and then—"
I cover my face in my hands.
"I had no idea there were 3 of them. As Theseus emerged with his bundle, Helen, I now realize, his companions came up behind us. They must have been watching from the woods. They struck us down. They were so damned fast."
"They must be Theoi," Menelaus says, then he stops, clearly wanting to bite the words back. Tyndareus shoots him a warning look, then gestures for me to go on. I pretend not to know what Menelaus meant.
"Once Hippasus fell, I was fighting for my life. Only arrows from the ramparts kept Theseus from killing me. I swear I owe your archers my life. I misjudged so many things," I add, wiping my eyes angrily. "I only pray you will allow me to make it right."
All through this story, I've been following a trick Eurybates taught me as a child. The first time I'd been caught trying to filch honey cakes from the kitchens at home. "Lie with utter conviction," he'd told me. "Keep it simple, easy to remember, and don't ever hint you're worried that you mightn't be believed." Menelaus squeezes my hand.
"No one would have done differently,"
he murmurs. Alicus looks like he might beg to differ, while Tyndareus is contemplating me with an air of, what, hesitation? Skepticism? He's probably remembering all the times he'd had to call Menelaus and me to account after some escapade or other. He knows I have a silver tongue. "You couldn't talk your way through the eye of a darning needle, young man," he used to say. But boys are expected to get into scrapes, and some adults take secret pleasure in that fact, or at least Tyndareus seemed to. "Get caught? Take your punishment,"
Those were his rules when we were younger. After what seems like an eternity, Tyndareus appears to make up his mind. "I've never known this young man to perform a malicious act," he says. "To do idiotic things, yes. To explain the almost implausible in a delightfully plausible way, yes, but not to act in malice." He turns to Olympus. "For those of you still in doubt, we have a witness. My good wife insists she saw one of the intruders who stole Helen. Please have her brought in." By Cerberus! I've forgotten Leda woke before the drug took her. Suddenly I'm squirming inside, wondering if I'm to be unmasked after all. Tyndareus's Kerix, a rather dull, scholarly man called Gedus, brings Queen Leda waddling in, wrapped in a cloak, her puffy cheeks tear-streaked, and a bright scarlet colour, probably burnt by the spirits I'd smothered her with. Pure spirits can be brutal. When she sees Tyndareus, she huddles against the Kerix, rather than allowing her husband to comfort her. "They stole my beautiful Helen," she wails. "Tell me you found her." "My love," Tyndareus says in a pained voice, "you said you saw someone by your bed." He points dramatically to me. "Was it this man?" Leda looks at me and gasps. Her big eyes, the only beautiful thing left to her after a decade of pining for one lost moment of divine ecstasy, are swimming with tears, her lips working as she struggles to reply. My heart feels as though it's going to leap up in my throat, but I manage only just to keep my face blank. It was... She pants, fighting for breath. I see the Spartan soldiers reach for their weapons. Then something snaps behind her eyes. "It was the Sky Father," she moans. "He came back to me. I stayed beautiful for him, and he returned." My relief is intense, but laced with fury. Curse you, Zeus. This is the destruction you and your kind leave behind you with your miracles. Tyndareus gestures for Gedus to take Leda away, still rhapsodizing of her joy before sinking into a chair and staring into space. Menelaus puts a hand on the king's shoulder, in a mute attempt to comfort him, while the warriors gaze awkwardly away, clearly trying to pretend they've never seen the queen in such a state. Then one of the younger men, Melipas, a soldier I've always liked, presses a goblet of wine into my hand. "I'm sorry we mistrusted you," he murmurs with an earnest look. "Thank you," I reply, my gratitude quickly swamped by self-disgust. I've just passed my greatest test as a liar, and I hate myself for doing so. 5 hours later, after a deep but all too brief sleep, I'm roused. Before I was able to wash and rest, Tyndareus had a surgeon stitch my wounds. I'm vastly relieved to find that my injuries are healing fast. Being a Theos has many advantages. I'm able to enter Tyndareus's private rooms with little discomfort, though I conceal that fact. A serving woman, grey-haired and stooped, is hobbling about in the dawn light, laying out food and ladling well-watered wine into goblets from a kreta, a tall mixing bowl. The king is reclining on a cushioned ebony sofa, wrapped in a crumpled cloak. He looks like he slept there, or not slept at all, more likely. Menelaus is here already, with Olympus and Lars, kinsmen of Tyndareus, who has lands in the southwest. Gedus the Kerix is standing in the corner. The two young princes, 16-year-old Castor and Polydeuces, 3 years younger, are also here,
returned from whatever adventure they had last night. Thank all the gods they're safe. Both are bursting with anger and eager to take it out on any target. Menelaus is closest to me, and I lean towards him. Did Tyndareus' people find Eurybates? My friend shakes his head faintly. The campsite was empty. It had been abandoned hastily, but there was no sign of violence. He whispers. I thank him with a small inclination of the head. Eurybates, where are you? I wonder, trying to decide if this is good news or bad. I've not mentioned the great bow to the Spartans, but I'm sure someone would have mentioned it if it had been found. So I have to presume that either Eurybates has it, or Theseus. Tyndareus motions for the serving woman to leave. She gives me a close and curious look as she goes, and the moment the door is shut, the younger of the twins leaps to his feet. It's the Athenians! Polydeuces shouts. Give us an army, father. We'll burn every village in Attica until we find her. Because Theseus is involved, he thinks all of Attica is impulsive and illogical. I wait for Tyndareus, indeed for anyone to point this out, but they all seem to be taking the boy seriously. Because he's a Theos? But do Alycus and Lars and Gedus know about Theoi? Then I look closer at Alycus and Lars and decide there's every chance they might also be Theos champions. Bria and Eurybates both said that god-touched warriors are drawn into royal courts. What king doesn't want superior fighting men? Regardless, someone has to contradict the young prince, and no one else seems willing. Theseus was thrown out of Athens, I reply, pitching my voice as that of reason, and the new ruler, Menestheus, hates and despises him. Why would Menestheus commission Theseus to steal Helen? Polydeuces glares at me. They're Attican! Swindlers and cheats, every one of them! But the older men are nodding at my words. What if Theseus plans to use Helen to overthrow Menestheus? Lars suggests. He's a tough-looking warrior in his prime, and known for his temper. To those in the know, Helen is more valuable than gold. Perhaps he thinks marrying her will bring his old followers flocking back to him. I've been wondering exactly that. Theseus is universally hated, I remind them, raising my voice above the two boys' highly vocal disgust at the idea of such a marriage. He was once a hero of Athens, but through his drunken lechery he squandered their affection. The only reason he was deposed, rather than murdered, was gratitude for his past deeds. But nobody in Athens wants him back. What if Tantalus is involved? Menelaus suggests, turning to Tyndareus. If Tantalus and Theseus are allied, then having the two eldest princesses of Sparta in their hands might help them bring you down, and through you strike at Agamemnon? Tyndareus' face becomes even more drawn as he considers that. I hide a smile. It's so characteristic of Menelaus to be both perceptive and wrong. But the more Menelaus obfuscates the truth, the more of a smokescreen I have to hide my real part in last night's disaster. Because while Menelaus can't conceive of my being guilty in this, the others won't be blind to any holes in my story, and I have to keep probing to try and work out what Theseus is up to. He's murdered Bria, and his companion, Pirithous, surely has killed Hippasus. That means he's betrayed Athena, unless Athena is behind the change in plan. I reject that as unthinkable. Theseus must be doing this on his own, but in that case, what's he planning to do with Helen? Somehow I have to make sense of all this while keeping my own role secret, and find a way to escape, or even turn this situation to Athena's advantage.
We should march on Tantalus and burn his palace to the ground,
Polydeuces exclaims, seizing on his next potential target for his anger. Castor growls in furious agreement.
It may have nothing to do with Tantalus, Alycus says, shaking his head. I think Theseus's partner in this must have been that bastard Pirithous. Anything like this, they team up. They always have.
Who's Pirithous? I ask. Grateful, Alycus has not only confirmed my suspicions, but steered the conversation in a more promising direction.
He's a Lapith, from northern Thessaly, an animal. Let's march on Thessaly, Castor shouts. Peace, my son, Tyndareus says with a touch of exasperation. We can't accuse half of Achaea of this crime. We need proof. He looks at Alycus. Any reports from your trackers? None. Our men lost them in the dark, and there was no sign of Odysseus's man Eurybates either.
Eurybates is very resourceful, I tell them quite honestly. He may have realized what was afoot and be tracking them.
Good luck to him, Lars grunted. Theoi move fast, day or night.
Menelaus glances at me. Do you know of the Theoi? I decide this is something I can safely confess. The god-touched. I know of them. My mother is granddaughter to Hermes, some say, and her mother is the Pythia. From Menelaus's expression, I can tell that he's been told what the Pythia has said about me, and is longing to ask me about it, but he holds his tongue. None of the Spartans seem to know about Sisyphus, and Menelaus is saying nothing. Only a true friend would keep such a secret. The fact is, Menelaus says, Theseus and Pirithous, as Theoi, can run all day and night, even carrying Helen, and think nothing of it. They could be miles away by now.
Yet we waste our time here talking,
Polydeuces shouts.
Peace,
Tyndareus snaps, before Castor can chorus his brother's outburst. No wonder he looks permanently exhausted, with those two storming about.
To use an analogy, bringing them down will take an arrow, he says. This discussion is designed to aim the shaft. Be silent, my young arrows. You will be loosed when I am ready.
I'm impressed by Tyndareus's show of mettle. Have you Theoi of your own? I ask. Alycus grunts assent.
I am descended from Hephaestus, and Lars is grandson of Ares. We'll lead the pursuit. He gestures to Polydeuces, and the prince here is the son of Zeus himself.
I look suitably impressed. Who are Theseus and Pirithous pledged to? Castor asks, showing that he isn't too bright or attentive when others speak.
Athena and Hades,
Tyndareus replies patiently. But Athena is an Attican goddess only. Our warriors hold to Ares. As for Hades, well, death is eternal. He doesn't usually bother with earthly politics. That's Athena's game. This is getting dangerously close to the truth. But if Princess Helen is the twin of Polydeuces, she must be a Theia, a prize even Hades might covet. I suggest. Hades may be acting untypically in a bid for greater power. That should get them thinking.
Maybe so, Lars replies, but Theseus was always ambitious. He wanted to be king to feed his own legend, not because he had any desire to serve his people.
Then we must get her back, Castor cries, and we'll have the Athenians' head into the bargain.
Does he always state the obvious as if it were a fresh insight of blinding penetration? Though he isn't a Theos, Castor is speaking with exactly the same angry intensity and self-confidence as Polydeuces, as if he and his brother are the same. Tyndareus sighs as Castor's bold words echo about the room. If they're working together, we must assume that Athena and Hades are too, the king says. But where might they go? That question leaves us all silent. Then, without a knock, the door opens. Hands fly to knife hilts, but it's only the old serving woman bearing a bowl of fruit, ripe figs, golden apricots, and dark purple plums, to add to our breakfast, which we haven't touched as yet. Tyndareus gestures for her to enter, and she shuffles to the table and stoops over it to lay the bowl down. Then, after directing another searching look at me, she stands up, her back straight as a spear haft, as her grey hair tumbles free. Her rheumy eyes dart around the room, questing and questioning in a very unservile way. We are still staring open-mouthed at the change in her demeanour, when she undergoes a complete transformation. Her hair darkens, flowing in glistening curls over her shoulders and down her back, framing an unlined, square-jawed face. She's now towering over Polydeuces, who alone among us is on his feet. A shining helm appears on her head as her intense grey eyes lock onto the Lacedaemon king. I knew there was something strange about her. "Greetings, King Tyndareus," she says in ice-clear tones that slice through the shocked silence. "I hear you need to find your daughter's kidnappers." "Athena!" Polydeuces roars in fury. "Give me back my sister!" Incredibly, he launches himself at the goddess, but a spear flashes into her hand, dealing him a slanting blow across his chest to knock him off balance. She puts her weight behind it, thrusting him backwards and down so that he crashes onto the table, sending dishes flying, and lies pinned there, the haft over his throat. Castor starts forward, but freezes as Athena turns to him, grey eyes flashing. "Move and I crush his windpipe," she says calmly. Lars pulls Castor backwards before the prince does anything rash, and then the woman changes again, reverting to the shape of the old serving woman, though without her bent timidity. The spear across Polydeuces' throat remains firmly in place. "Are you indeed Athena?" Tyndareus asks, as we all gape. "No, though you have indeed just witnessed her dread presence," the woman replies, avoiding my startled look. "I am here to speak for her. My name is Bria." My eyes flash to a copper bracelet on her arm. "I apologize for boring your servant's body. Please be assured that once I've left her, she can be trusted as before." So Theseus only killed Bria's host body. That in itself is somewhat chilling and alarming, but I must say my immediate reaction is relief. Despite our differences, I'm not alone anymore. My goddess hasn't abandoned me. Alycus voices something I'm wondering myself. "How have you possessed her?" he demands. "Theoi can't possess people who aren't avatars themselves." "Because I'm special," Bria replies offhandedly, which doesn't answer the question at all. I recall what I've been told of the 4 types of Theoi: Seer, Champion, Avatar, and Magus. As Iodama had said, Bria seems to be a little of all of them, much as Zeus has contrived Polydeuces and Helen to be. I wonder again who she truly is, but this is no place to ask or to hint that I've ever met her. Alycus doesn't look happy with her reply either, but he lapses into silence for now. She looks down at the trapped Polydeuces. "You have huge potential, Prince.
but you're not the finished product. Be careful who you take on until you've learned how to really fight.
The young Theos glares up at her. I'm going to...
No, you're not, she says. You're going to get up slowly when I let you, and then you're going to return to your seat and listen to your elders. Understood?
Polydeuces has absolute hatred on his face, but when no one moves to help him, he nods sullenly. As he takes his seat again, he exchanges a vengeful look with Castor. Rhea spins the spear, causing it to vanish, and perches on the table amidst the broken dishes. She's just smashed Tyndareus's finest Cretan tableware, but she's either completely relaxed about it or oblivious. I stare down at a broken shard on the floor. Half an octopus head, with severed tentacles, stares back at me. Alicus and Lars, a Theoi, not meant to be overawed by this sort of encounter. As for the others, Menelaus is clearly aware of the deeper world behind the shrines and rituals, and everyone seems to assume that my own ancestry and training give me similar knowledge. So the miracle of having a goddess appear is taken in their stride by all present, even Castor and Polydeuces.
Don't worry about introductions or explanations, Rhea says. I know who you all are, and I've been listening at the door. I'm here to help, with my mistress's blessing.
Then clearly your mistress knows what's happened here, Tyndareus demands. Why should she offer aid when one of her champions kidnapped my daughter?
Athena is the goddess of reason, and there is no reason she would wish your daughter harm, Rhea replies in a chilly voice. Theseus of Athens has betrayed her, and she wants his blood.
The room takes Rhea's statement in with cautious, sideways glances. Personally, I believe her. I can see no reason Athena would betray Rhea and me, and back Theseus in this matter.
Theseus was working on his own, Rhea states. Athena didn't know of or sanction this outrage. Helen of Sparta is a child of Zeus, Athena's sire, and she desires her return most fervently. I am to place myself at your service in recovering her.
I'm impressed. Rhea's lies are simple and plausible, demonstrating the adaptability and cunning I would expect. My only concern now is that she forgets herself and somehow betrays that she knows me, but I have faith in her cunning, lying minx that she is. Where are they likely to have fled, lady? I ask her to initiate what has to be seen as the first exchange between strangers.
There are several places, Prince Odysseus, she replies, with just the right note of diffidence. It won't become apparent until we've picked up their trail, but the most likely candidates are in Attica, the land Theseus knows best. May I make a suggestion, King Tyndareus?
By all means, Tyndareus replies.
Allow me to find a more suitable host body and rejoin you as swiftly as I may. In the meantime, assemble a war band small enough to move unseen in hostile lands, but large enough to deal with two of the most dangerous Theoi in Achaea.
Where do I send it?
To a place I know in Attica. Every man has a weakness, and Theseus, invincible warrior that he is not immune. Her name is Aethra, his mother. She's the one serious relationship in a life crowded with wives, children, and lovers. She dwells in a mansion he built for her in the countryside near Athena. We'll find him there.
We won't need you then, Polydeuces sneers.
Without my intercession, Rhea replies, King Menesthius of Athens will view your incursion as war.
Then we accept your aid,
Tyndareus says gravely. Rhea smiles sweetly. Thank you, wise king. Send your party to embark at Epidaurus Limera on the coast. A swift ship will reach Attica faster than by land. Do you know the tavern beneath the Three Oaks, near the landward gates? Good. Meet me there this evening, and tell no one outside this room what you're doing. She looks at the king determinedly. Are we agreed? Tyndareus rubs his chin.
Yes, we are agreed. But surely Zeus's priests will aid us as well.
Not them, Rhea replies. They were entrusted with her safety at a certain recent court event, yes? She was supposedly anonymous, correct? So how did Theseus learn who she is? You need to keep the number of people who know of this crime to the minimum. Trust to your warriors and to my mistress.
I will sacrifice to Athena myself,
Tyndareus pledges.
I have to school myself not to roll my eyes at the irony.
Then farewell for now, Rhea says. This evening, at Epidaurus Limera. Her face flickers. Then the whole body sags back into the posture of the old servant, who would have collapsed had I not caught her. After giving me a grateful look, she notices the broken dishes. Oh, no. Did I faint?
Don't fret, Solia,
Tyndareus reassures her.
You've had a little dizzy spell, that's all. Go and lie down. I'll call someone else to clean up.
The woman leaves, looking dazed and distressed. It feels cruel to let her imagine she's disgraced herself, but I doubt the truth would be any more palatable. Once she's gone, Polydeuces leaps to his feet. Castor and I must lead the warband, father. I've been blessed by the gods. I can defeat Theseus, I swear.
You were rendered helpless by an old woman, Tyndareus reminds his son.
Athena surprised me with a dirty trick,
Polydeuces snarls. And you think Theseus will fight fair? The king retorts. No, I want experienced warriors on this chase, not my two sons.
Father, let us go, Castor begs.
To be honest, I don't think I have any men who can defeat Polydeuces, barring myself, Alycus says unexpectedly, and Castor is already a fine warrior in his own right. This would be good experience for them. You're not taking my sons into battle against Theseus. It won't come to that. We'll be pursuing 2 men on their own, and we'll have the numbers to handle them, Alycus asserts. I won't allow the princes to endanger themselves.
Polydeuces looks set to make an outraged reply, but restrains himself when Castor touches his arm in warning. I watch Tyndareus waver, clearly torn between wanting to protect his sons, but also knowing that young men must be permitted to learn and grow. And the 2 brothers are clearly burning to rescue their sister. If they're left behind, there's every chance they'll run away to follow us anyway.
Very well, Tyndareus says at last. Both my sons shall join the warband.
May I join them? Asks Menelaus.
No, Tyndareus says, throwing up his hands. Your brother Agamemnon would have my head. I didn't risk my entire kingdom backing the house of Atreus to put the heir to the throne of Mycenae in danger.
Then allow me to aid you, I put in, as I've been burning to do from the moment Rhea announced her plan. My father has already disowned me, and it was my misjudgment that saw Helen kidnapped in the first place. Please let me atone.
By your own admission, Odysseus, it wasn't your fault, Tyndareus replies.
Is there an edge of sarcasm in his voice?
Still,
he gives my bandages a considering look. Very well, provided your wounds allow it.
They seem to be more superficial than I thought, and your tracking skills, as evidenced over these past few days, may prove useful. He turns back to Olympus. Assemble a dozen men, plus my sons and Odysseus. Lars, will you go? I would relish the chance, Lars growls. The fame of defeating Theseus would be everlasting. Menelaus gets to his feet. If I may not come with you, I'll return to Mycenae immediately to inform my brother. If they pass through our lands, we'll net them. He clasps hands with Tyndareus, then embraces me. I want the full story of this one day, my friend, he murmurs. He knows there's far more to this than I've told, but he's still prepared to give me his trust, and I don't deserve a scrap of it. I'm moved by that, but I can't risk showing it, instead masking my guilt behind the very real sadness at being parted from my friends so soon. I'll come to Mycenae when I can, I promise. And I will write to Laertes immediately, begging him to relent. Bless you, my friend, I whisper, though my heart tells me that even a plea from the heir to the high kingship may have little success in the face of Laertes' obstinacy. Once Menelaus has left, the serious planning begins. Olympus rattles off names, with Tyndareus nodding approval. The Kerix Gedus compiles lists of provisions, equipment, and mounts we will need, and maps the route to Epidaurus Limera, the main port, on Lacedaemon's eastern coast, and the ship and crew we will take north. It's clear they don't need me for that, so I take my leave of the meeting, along with the two young princes, and go off to ready myself for a hard ride to the coast. I need armour, a cephas and a dagger, and a new and I hope temporary bow. I feel the absence of Eurytus' bow deeply. Polydeuces turns on me as we leave. What gods do you worship, Ithacan? The gods of Olympus, I reply. But especially, Ithaca is an island, my prince. Poseidon is ever in our thoughts, and Zeus and Hera are paramount. Polydeuces' eyes narrow. What about Athena? Did he see me on Mount Ida? Surely not. My mother is a grandchild of Hermes, I point out, which seems to satisfy them. Shame for you the ties aren't closer, Castor remarks. If you were Hermes' grandchild, you'd be like my brother, God-touched. We must make do with what we are, I reply. What choice is there? Some day, my brother will be immortal, as I am, Polydeuces says confidently. I'll find a way, even if I have to go down to Erebus to bring him back from the dead. Chapter 13. The Gates of Hades. Spartans pay honor to fear, not as something harmful, something akin to the unseen powers they try to avert, but because it is their belief that fear is the primary foundation of the state. The men of old appear to regard bravery not as a lack of fear, but as a fear of condemnation and a horror of disgrace. Plutarch, on Sparta, Cleomenes 9. Port Epidaurus to Attica. Bria is as good as her word, lounging outside the rendezvous in Port Epidaurus this evening, as our small troop of Spartan warriors ride in. Her new body seems barely female at first glance. In fact, she seems to be trying to pass as male. It looks like a labourer's body, with very dark skin, black frizzy hair and North African features. The body of a Nubian farm slave, perhaps. But she's outfitted for war, with bow and seafoss,
and a boiled leather breastplate contoured to her shape. No chance-acquired body, this. Since the terrible events of last night, I spent a lot of time thinking about Lana Brea. For all Brea's claims of willingness and compatibility, she'd taken another person's body into danger, and that person had died, not Brea. She'd come close to doing the same thing with Hebea. The immorality of it offends me deeply. One day there'll be a reckoning. I've promised the dead woman's shade. So I feel little warmth for her, holding back as Olympus and the princes greet Brea, instead acknowledging her distantly. After all, I'm only supposed to have met her once, in Tyndareus' suite, and that suits me fine. I nudge my mount up beside that of Melipas, who'd been first to show me kindness after Tyndareus' interrogation, and who, of all the Spartans, has been most willing to speak with me on the journey. "Do you trust her?" I asked the soldier. Melipas, in his early 20s, only a few years older than me, runs his fingers through his long, sweaty hair and shrugs. "I'll follow Olympus' lead. He's a good judge of people." He looks crossways at me. "He's still trying to work you out, my friend." "I thought I was fairly straightforward," I say, with a grin. "You? No, you're complicated. You always were. You and Menelaus were forever up to something. Always elaborately planned, too. Passwords and secret gestures, even if it was just to steal some apples or make an idiot of your tutors. And now, no sooner does one show up, the other's right behind him, just like old times." A total coincidence. And we were boys back then. "All men are still boys deep down," my mother says. Melipas smiles. "If you can guide us to Theseus, I suspect you'll be as keen to take the Attican down as any of us. An inch further left with that dagger, and you'd have drowned in your own blood." That's the truth. Lars joins us, giving Melipas a pointed look that prompts the younger man to edge his mount away. The older man glances at me, then back at Brea, who's giving directions as if she were in charge. "Is she a Hamazan?" Lars wonders, "like the woman Theseus killed in the culvert?" "I doubt it," I answer. "A runaway slave, more like, but one this Brea creature has used before, judging by her gear." Brea makes my gut turn, for I suspect we need her guidance. "For now," Lars agrees, spitting in distaste. "It's a damned cold thing to steal someone's body." "Yes," I reply truthfully. Lars turns to me. "I don't like riding with outsiders, but you lived among us as a lad, so I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt, Ithacan, for now. That story you spun about why you were in that culvert, there are other explanations. Thieves falling out, perhaps. So I'll be watching you." I meet the man's eyes, hard, ruthless, and bow my head respectfully. I would expect nothing less. "For a young man, you're good at masking your thoughts," he comments, "but that's not a trait that makes me inclined to trust you." He touches his mount's flank and walks it away, leaving me to digest his comments. It might well be that Tyndareus allowed me to join this expedition to keep an eye on me, rather than for my tracking skills. Our group are soon in motion again, trotting our mounts through the narrow nighttime streets to the shoreline. Although it's well past sunset, the long sandy beach is crowded with ships, dragged up on wooden rollers, and fishing boats pulled high on the sand, fishermen still unloading the catches, the smell of rotten fish guts rank, and the air filled with buzzing flies and the clamour of men and women shouting over each other, buying and selling and gossiping. The advent of 15 riders causes quite a stir, but Alycus's documents from Geddes, stamped with the king's own seal and accompanied by silver from his treasury, soon set things in motion. We leave our horses, sweat-soaked and tired after a long day's travel, at the royal stables. Then Alycus leads us to the local barracks, before heading off to find the ship's captain and crew, who have been assigned to us. It's too late to think of embarking. Hopefully, if the southerly wind holds, we can make a good passage up the coast tomorrow morning. Alycus and Lars are invited, with the 2 young princes, to stay at the house of the port governor, while the rest of us are offered pallets and food in the sparse barracks, crude accommodation that has us all grumbling. Melipas touches my arm. "I've a fistful of obols in my pack," he says. "Why don't we find something a little more comfortable?" Sounds good to me, but as we leave, Bria blithely saunters up with a mannish walk. "I travelled to Ithaca when I was younger," she declares. "How is the old lump of seaweed and rock?" Knowing I'm going to have to make the best of this, I manage to reply with a semblance of politeness. "Unchanged, I imagine," I tell her. "Mind if I join you?" she asks Melipas, making close eye contact, with the hint of flirtation. Melipas seems intrigued, and I'm badly in need of news, despite my anger, so the 3 of us end up wandering off together and find a tavern on the landward side of the town, a quiet place where the locals look at us suspiciously but leave us alone as we eat and drink at a corner table. Bria keeps the conversation light. It's strange to watch and hear her, noting the similarities and differences in her mannerisms, while inhabiting first Hebea, then poor Lanabrea, and now this burly, armoured North African woman. She flirts with Melipas, mostly to irritate me, I suspect. But when the young warrior indicates a willingness to take her on, she puts him off, for the time being. "I'll see you soon, handsome. But I just want to ask Odysseus here about a mutual friend in Kephallonia." She strokes the back of Melipas's hand. "I won't be long." Melipas grins, gives me a triumphant glance, and heads to the rooms upstairs. We've booked 2, one for Bria and one for Melipas and me. Evidently that's about to change. "No lecture," Bria warns me as soon as Melipas is gone. "You got Lanabrea killed," I fire back, "by the man you were screwing." Bria bares her teeth. "You think I don't care? I adored Lanabrea. We were kindred spirits. You don't understand what it's like to find a simpatico soul like her. I didn't see it coming, and I'll never forgive Theseus for it. But he's been Athena's most trusted warrior for decades. How could I have realized? I thought you were part seer." She bares her teeth. "Seers get insights into the big picture, not the chance blows of battle or treachery. Don't try and make me blame myself more than I am, Ithaca." The vehemence in her eyes and voice goes some way towards persuading me to forgive her, or, at the least, suspend judgment. But the notion that she can just ride someone else's body until it fails her still leaves me queasy. However, she's currently my only link to Athena. I need her. Wordlessly, I pull up her sleeve and find the copper bracelet. It's identical to the one I'd seen on Hebea's arm, most recently worn by the old serving woman while Bria possessed her, with that distinctive pattern of the deerhound biting its own tail. "What's this?" "None of your business." "Very well. How did you get into the old serving woman, Solia, back in Sparta?" She's been mine for years. I planted her in Tyndareus's household, she replies. Very well. But what's Athena doing to find Theseus and Helen? Bria lowers her voice. Athena was completely blindsided. We all were. She's lost 2 of her best men, one dead and the other now an enemy. Enraged doesn't begin to describe it. She wants Theseus more than dead. She wants him crushed, humiliated. She wants his legend destroyed. Where is he? Where is he going? We don't know yet, but he can only be a day ahead of us. We have to find him fast, Bria. The Spartans might half believe my story for now, but if we fail, suspicion will fall back on me again. And if Theseus is trying to use Helen as a bargaining tool with the gods, to become immortal like Heracles, he'll be in a position to destroy us all, perhaps even Athena herself. Our mistress knows that only too well, Bria replies. It was easy to hate Theseus as king, but people worship a hero. He'll be envisaging a new cult in his name, a chance to forget the bad years and concentrate on his glories. He's always measured himself against Heracles, who is now a god. Theseus as a new god of reason and war, I suggest. The notion hurts. Precisely, Bria intones. We share a grim look. So where do we head to? I ask. Athena is still our best hope. Even if Theseus is making a bid for immortality, I can't imagine him leaving his mother behind. He worships her. We're watching our house as discreetly as possible. We don't want to scare him off. Diadama is with her, and another of Athena's champions, Diacates. If Theseus arrives, they'll let his party in, trap him, and await us. Will Athena return Helen to Sparta if we recover her? Of course not. She still intends to gift Helen to Menestheus. But Athena's resources are spread thin. How many Achaean theoi do you think there are, Odysseus? Less than 100. Even Zeus has barely 24 theoi to call on. Our mistress plans to use the Spartans as much as she can, but when the time comes, you take the girl and vanish. That isn't what I've promised Tyndareus. And the dishonour of breaking my word, when a man I respect has extended his trust to me, tastes foul in my mouth. But arguing the point with Bria isn't going to get me anywhere at the moment. Very well, I say, but it may get complicated. Then we'll think on our feet, Ithaca. You're good at that. She stands. You take the single room, laddie boy. Sleep well. We'll try not to be too noisy next door. Do you make any lasting friends? I ask sarcastically, or have you lost that art? She gives me a sour smile over her shoulder as she leaves, but unexpectedly turns back. Odysseus, Athena is pleased that you escaped, and used your wits to stay involved. You have her favour. That's no small thing. Then she's gone, bounding up the stairs to the guest rooms without another backward glance. Ignoring the come-hither glances of the tavern girls and the narrowed eyes of the local men, I finish my wine. Being in a port town reminds me cruelly of home, and that sets me to wondering, as I have so often done over the last months, about Ithaca and the people there that I love. Is Mother keeping well since Yuri's last visit? Has Laertes managed to forgive her yet? Have they rescued their marriage, or are they still living at arm's length? Is Catimene missing me, as I'm missing her? Then a muffled figure detaches himself from the shadows and slides into the chair opposite me. My hand goes to my dagger, but the newcomer
isn't some local thug. He slips the folds of his cloak from his head, and it's all I can do not to cry out in relief and joy. Eurybates! We maintain distance, not to make a scene, but we're beaming at each other as I hastily order more wine, then ply him with questions. Where was he? Did he see Theseus? Does he know what's happened? You left me watching your approach to the palace, he reminds me. I heard the fight at the head of the drain and the uproar on the walls. Then I saw two men exit the mouth of the drain with a bundle I presumed to be one of the twins. At that stage, I didn't know who'd escaped, but I'd seen another man approach the drain while you were inside, so I was already suspecting treachery. I couldn't do a thing, so I raced back to camp and grabbed the mule and our gear, including Eurytus's bow. I don't bother to hide my delight at that last piece of news. I only had time to hide in the bushes, Eury continues, before Theseus arrived with another man, a Thessalian from the way he talked. Pirithous, I assume. They had Helen, and they were in a mad hurry. Theseus cursed at not finding me, but they took the horse and left. Was Helen harmed? I asked anxiously. Not that I could see. She was unconscious, and apart from being lashed onto a horse, she wasn't ill-used, though of course only got a glimpse. Then they were gone. I could have followed, but I was more concerned about you. I hung about watching the citadel from cover, and this morning I saw you leave the citadel with a bunch of Spartans and trailed you here, riding the mule. Not a bad little animal when she's given her head. I have a room at a tavern down the next alley. My friend's reappearance is about the best thing I could have wished for, and as I'd already made it known that he was with me, I have high hopes I can get him officially into the war party. But tomorrow will be a long, hard day. We finish our drinks. Join us as we go on board tomorrow morning, and I'll talk to Olympus on your behalf. I tell him. We part company with some of my optimism restored, and despite the night noises even from my immediate neighbours, I sleep like a log. Athena, Attica. I have little problem convincing Olympus and Lars to allow Eurybates to join us. We embark at dawn, with Notos, the south wind, urging us northward in fine style. My heart high now I have my friend and my own glorious bow back. By early afternoon, we've left the Peloponnesian coast well behind, hopeful of reaching the coast of Marathon by nightfall. But then the Etesii, the notorious northeasterlies of the Aegean, set in. That means hard work at the oars all afternoon, and I'm not spared, despite my rank or wounds. We force the ship into the welcome lee of Cape Sunion, just as the last evening light ebbs from the sky. After a quiet night spent sleeping on the decks, next morning a light south wind returns, and we make landfall on a quiet stretch of beach north of Marathon around midday, and set off inland for Athena. The forced march across the coastal plain of Marathon and into the hills taxes our strength, but haste is needed. We're clad in lighter leather armor rather than bronze to aid our speed and endurance, and we avoid the main roads, following goat tracks that Bria knows, so that we don't run into trouble with Attican soldiers. Low cloud and late autumnal rain have turned the dust to mud, but provide a welcome coolness. I hide my fatigue and the residual pain of my not-quite-healed wounds as best I can. As the afternoon wears into evening, Eury and I find ourselves alongside Melipas. The young soldier is watching Bria's behind with irritating smugness. She kept me up all that night. he enthuses. The way she used her hips, I've never had anyone like her, and her appetite was insatiable. I wish we could stop somewhere so...
I can hear you. Bria sing-songs as she crests the next rise. Keep your voices down. We're almost there. I'm so busy trying to blot the inevitable images out of my mind that I run smack into her as she stops dead, staring down into the valley below. The country house, square, double-storied and gardened with pillared walkways, lies half a mile ahead. Even from here it's clear that some disaster has ravaged it. A trail of grey smoke smears across the sky to merge with the still-falling rain. Sections of blackened roof have collapsed, and a pack of wild dogs are gathered around more than a few prone forms.
"Oh, no!" Bria groans. "That's Aethra's house!"
We all stare, as I envisage everything that could have happened here. A vivid imagination can be a curse. Worst is the thought of finding Helen's ravished corpse in the ruins, or torn apart by the wild dogs. But we can't afford to hurry when we are deep in potentially hostile lands. Alycus's men are edgy as we approach. There's no sign of any living person. After a volley of arrows has driven off the wild dogs, we move in and examine the corpses that lie scattered around the building. They're all cold and rigid, with no signs of decay, suggesting that the carnage occurred last night. At first glance, the dead are house slaves, all of them male. They've all died of wounds, as best as can be ascertained, given they've been chewed by the dogs. Sickened through and through, Yuri and I keep to ourselves, leaving the Spartans and Bria to search through the wreckage of the house. Some, to my disgust, emerge with plunder, jewelry, and other valuables. With Yuri's help, I re-examine each of the bodies outside in turn, before checking the gardens and outhouses around the house. Slowly, a picture of what has happened begins to form in my mind. We are poking at newly turned-over soil in the vegetable plot, when Alycus and Lars emerge from the rear of the building, the two Spartan theoi looking troubled and frustrated.
"What have you found?"
Alycus calls.
"That they were in a hurry, but despite that, they've taken some trouble to cover their tracks," I reply. "One of the corpses out here is built like a warrior, stripped of his weapons and armor, and dumped with the slaves."
Lars peers at the body, then shrugs. He doesn't know the dead man, and nor do we. But Yuri and I can guess his name. It has to be Diacates, the Theos champion Bria said would be here with Iadama.
"What have you found inside?"
Yuri asks.
"More dead bodies, mostly women."
Raped? I ask. To my relief, Lars shakes his head.
"No."
Either the killers were merciful or acting under urgency, I surmise.
"Most of the bodies have arrow wounds," Yuri notes, "but the shafts have been forcibly removed. They had time enough for that."
"But this precious little looting," says Alycus. "Your lot are making up for that," I say with some heat, to be met with carefully blank faces. Uncaring phalloi, both of them. At least we know the motive wasn't robbery. And now this. I point at the disturbed soil. They've buried something large here and smoothed it over. Yuri and I exchange a look. Helen's corpse. I wonder, my stomach churning. Or...
"Then we'd better dig it up,"
Lars growls. He marches off to a nearby gardener's hut to return with a shovel, setting to work with savage efficiency, as if digging were a proxy for slaughtering whoever has done this. A moment later, Bria joins us, her face drawn and her skin waxy. She draws me aside. "It's a bloody disaster," she murmurs in my ear. "I found Iadama's body. Murdering bastards."
Iadama? I didn't think I could be shocked any more than I already am. Yuri and I think we found Diacates among the dead outside, I tell her. I sound like I'm helping compile a shopping list. So flat and banal do my words sound in comparison with my grief and anger. He was felled with one blow. Iadama as well. That's 2 Theoi dead with single killing wounds. They weren't overwhelmed, they were ambushed. Theseus must have arrived, pretending all was well, then killed them before they could react. All Bria's habitual flippancy has vanished. Theseus will pay for this. And Herbaea? I ask, dreading the answer. I've not found her among the dead, Bria replies hesitantly. I can usually sense where my host bodies are, and she's not here. There's a chance she's alive. That's something of a relief, but I'm still furious. I'm not so sure Theseus did all of this. I say, once I've mastered my emotions enough to mask them. He may have slain Iadama and Diacates, but I doubt he killed all these servants. They've mostly been shot. I think there were others involved. I indicate the hole Lars is digging. I have a theory, but let's see what Lars finds. We don't have long to wait. In a short time the Spartan has excavated a shallow trench containing 4 corpses. They've been laid out on their backs with arms crossed over their chests, and what is immediately clear from their hooked noses, braided beards and long trousers, is that they are men of Eastern origin. Trojans. A respectful burial, though in haste, Alycus comments. But out of character, I observe, glancing at Yuri, who knows as much of foreign customs as I do, if not more. Unlike us, the Kerix explains, the Trojans burn their dead before interring the remains, but something has prevented them performing their standard rites. My guess is they arrived here, fought, were victorious, but had to press on swiftly. Too swiftly to despoil the women or to loot, I point out, but they still took the time to hide their dead. I point towards the stables at the rear. They're stabling for 3 horses. The stalls are empty. The wet ground shows 3 sets of hoof prints, heading northwest, followed by many men on foot. Lars rubs a hand over his chin, leaving a muddy smear. But this is absurd. How can the Trojans be involved? Perhaps Theseus offered Helen to Troy, Bria suggests. However you see it, his theft of Helen must have been carefully planned. He and Pirithous organized the kidnapping, while perhaps offering her to King Priyamu in exchange for gold and a safe haven. But then, who did the Trojans fight here? Alycus asks. Perhaps the Trojans decided stealing her was cheaper than buying her, Yuri suggests. Yes, Bria exclaims, but Theseus resisted. He's not blind or stupid, just colossally arrogant and convinced of his own immortality. That sounds plausible to me, I put in. I think the Trojans tried to use force to avoid whatever price Theseus was demanding. But they clearly failed. Neither Theseus nor Pirithous are among the dead, nor is Aethra, Theseus's mother, or Helen. I think the 3 horses were taken by Theseus's party, with one of the men carrying Helen, and the footprints are the Trojans in pursuit. Either side might have killed the slaves and the 2 Theoi. The Trojans must have a ship somewhere, Lars comments. What of Theseus? I expect he's now fleeing towards Thessaly, Pirithous' homelands, Bria says, pointing northwest. He's going to escape. He's on horseback, and the Trojans don't know the lay of the land, and if they run into any local soldiers, they'll be attacked. I agree with that also. For the Trojans to have any chance of keeping up with him, they'll have to return to their ship and follow Theseus by sea. The vessel must be in the Straits of Euboea, but north of Chalcis, to avoid being trapped at the Narrows. Judging by the number of footprints, I'm estimating they brought 30 men ashore. If they brought a big war galley, they'll have 50 to 60 men in all, half in the raiding party, and half still manning the ship, Alycus calculates. They'll easily outnumber us if we do have to face them. At this point, Castor and Polydeuces join us. The older prince looking sickened, though struggling hard to hide it. These are probably the first dead bodies he's seen. Polydeuces seems unaffected. Have you found any clues? Castor asks Alycus. The Spartan Theos points out the opened trench and explains what we've deduced. I would pursue my sister to the walls of Troy, Polydeuces declares, striking an overtly heroic pose, or to the gates of Erebus itself. Enough! We have enemies to pursue! It's almost evening, but there's still an hour or two of daylight remaining. So off we set, jogging northwest behind Bria, who seems tireless. Before we leave, Yuri and I take one last quick look around. In a far corner of the garden close to a wall, we discover a few small footprints, widely spaced, as if the person has been running. They could belong to any child of the household, or they could be Herbea's. Knowing what I now know of the gods, praying for her safety seems both futile and hypocritical. But I do anyway, to Athena, who might at least care. That evening and the next 3 days pass in a debilitating slog through hostile lands, evading settlements, resting for minimal periods and sleeping rough. We jog when able, weighed down as we are by war gear, food and water, and pretty soon all of us are struggling. The Theoi fare best, though the ordinary soldiers are unlikely to know of their captain's god-touched abilities. They are all aware Alycus and Lars have endurance beyond theirs. Bria manages as well as the two captains, but although I'm aided by my own gifts, I still struggle, for those wounds to my chest and leg aren't being given the chance to heal properly. Eurybates aids me, but he's exhausted too, and it's all we can do to keep up. Polydeuces, as a Theos, could have left his elder brother behind, but he refuses to do so, cajoling, praising, carrying extra gear. Castor, for his part, is uncomplaining, striving to match his brother despite the gulf between their physical abilities. Having a brother of my own would have been wonderful. But then, I have Yuri, and Menelaus. The first full day takes us through the rugged terrain of northern Attica, the hills broken and the tracks punishing, before emerging onto a broad inland plain. Alycus increases the pace accordingly, and we sweat and curse as we keep up the grueling pace. Now we're using more frequented paths. I use my hunting experience to spot their telltale hoof prints amid the jumble of other signs. The afternoon of the second day takes us back into the hills, this time near the coast, rather than the expected inland route through the plains. Just before dusk, we glimpse a galley in the Straits of Euboea, overtaking us on its way north up the straits. The craft looks eastern, though it's hard to tell at this distance. If it is Trojan, they must have some way of working out where Theseus and his party are heading, Yuri comments to Bria as we set up camp that night. We've been making a show of getting to know Bria, so that any slips in our roles as strangers, only lately met, can be explained away. That, and the business of pursuit, have meant she's kept Melipas at arm's length, despite his clear desire to renew their liaison. The young warrior is now watching the three of us sullenly. He thinks I'm to blame for Bria ignoring him. It's another potential problem, but hopefully one that can wait.
They must have seen which direction Theseus headed off in, Bria replies, and this coast is the only way north, unless you want to go mountain climbing.
And if Theseus's party's on horseback, Yuri wonders, why are they taking this trail through the hills? The terrain's too rough for them to do more than walk their mounts. Why didn't they take the main roads and outstrip us all?
Bria gives Yuri an approving look. You've a brain in that skull of yours, Kerix, she comments. Theseus may think we've alerted all of Achaea to his crime and fears travelling openly. By now, he can presume Zeus's people are aware of the abduction too. Once the Sky Father is involved, no road in Achaea is safe for him.
That gets me thinking.
Zeus has been working closely with the Trojans all along, and Helen and Polydeuces are clearly a prize he's dangling in front of Troy. The Sky Father sent Helen and Polydeuces back to Sparta after the Olympian court to hide them, or so we thought. But what if they were returned as bait, knowing someone would try to seize them once they deduced their identity? Is he hoping to provoke a war? Remember, Zeus's priests backed Thyestes against the house of Atreus, and the Atreides line reveres Hera first, not Zeus. Even Bria looks impressed at the connections I've made. But Theseus could still have been taking Helen to Troy, she replies. Perhaps that was his first choice. But if the Trojans tried to double-cross him, and he's trying to escape them, perhaps he's just running blind? He's a Theos, Bria replies. He's not stupid, despite what you think. He'll have a plan.
He needs a place to hide, not just from the Trojans, but from every king, every god in Achaea, Yuri exclaims. But where?
Suddenly Bria looks startled. North of here there's a place called Thermopylae.
The Hot Gates, says Yuri. I've heard the name.
So have I. It's due north of Pytho by around 30 miles on the far side of Mount Parnassus. What about it? It's a place where the coast road becomes a narrow track, explains Bria. The locals call it a pass, but it's at sea level, squashed between the mountain cliffs and the shore. Hot springs come gushing out from the base of the cliffs next to a cave. But not just any cave. This one is a gate to Erebus. And Pirithous' patron god is Hades, I say, putting aside the impossibility of a gate to Erebus for now.
Can such a place be?
Yuri wonders. Oh, yes, Bria says. If men can imagine it, gods can make it. I drop my voice so the Spartans can't overhear. Back in focus, Theseus said we should hide the twins in Erebus. I confess at the time I didn't take him seriously. I keep telling you, Ithaca, he's a fool, but he's not stupid. We've been wondering all along if Theseus is seeking immortality. For that, he'd need a patron, a god other than Zeus, but of similar status, Hades himself.
That must be his current plan, Yuri says. But what exactly is a gate to Erebus? Can a living person just wander into the cave at Thermopylae and into the underworld?
It's not so simple, Bria replies. You need to know how to leave this world behind. I stare at her. Leave this world behind. Places that are deeply tied to legends develop their own secret landscape. they take on an alternative reality, one that conforms to the tales, not the natural world. If you climb Mount Olympus, all you'll find is rock and snow, but if you have the ability to unlock the mythic side, you'll find the home of the gods. That's what we did on Mount Ida. Remember that archway at the Olympian court? If you enter the right cave and do the right things, you pass through a gate from the earthly cave and enter the mythic underworld. I've seen so much these past months. There's no point being amazed anymore. Does that mean that Erebus would contain everything that tales suggest? Cerberus, Tartarus, Charon the boatman, they're all real. You're catching on. Wonderful, I groan. I presume Theseus knows all this. Course. And he's with Pirithous, a champion of Hades, but it's possible the Trojans don't know. Well, that's something to hope for. I give Yuri a troubled look. Another problem has entered my mind, one I can't yet see the solution to. The Trojans are probably led by Theoi too, says Bria, breaking in on my thoughts. So don't get too confident. I suspect that before the end of this, we'll be facing Trojan swords in earnest. I meet her gaze. Then I hope Skymandu is among them. We share a grim look. Then Bria smiles. Prince Polly said he'd pursue his sister to the gates of Erebus. I wonder how he'll feel about going through them. Next evening, we all stand on a desolate gravel beach outside a cave, as the sun sets and the colour leaches from the world, as if Hades himself were reaching out from Erebus to paint his threshold in hues of gloom and loss. It's a desolate place, the coastal path going right beneath those formidable cliffs, with no alternative route for many mountain-bound miles. The only sounds are the swish of the waves and the bleating of a goat Bria captured earlier, and now has on a tether. A few hundred men could block an army here, I muse aloud, staring up at the heights above. Provided they're Spartans, Lars grunts before turning to confer with Alycus. Other than ourselves, the only signs of life are the horses Theseus's party have abandoned some distance down the beach, a few gulls circling mournfully above, and a single war galley standing about 300 yards offshore. Definitely a Trojan vessel, fully manned and very much alert to our presence. Among the Trojan warriors on board, I can see a feminine figure, whose long black hair flutters like a banner in the gentle breeze. She has her arms raised as if imploring the heavens. Her voice carries across the waves, raised in a song with a strange, lilting cadence. My heart jolts at the sight, and the timbre of her voice. He Shanda. The Trojan ship is hoisting sail, and anyone who isn't rowing is lining the sides with bows at the ready, though we're well out of range. There's a sea mist just beyond them, which thickens into a dense bank of fog, creeping closer as Kishanda sings, threatening to engulf the ship. What are the oily bastards up to? Alycus growls. We all stare as the sluggish winds turn on shore, filling the sails of the Trojan vessel as it sets its prow towards us and begins to surge forward, oars flashing as they churn the sea white. Are those Gunandroi, those women men, coming to take us out? Lars growled. By Hades, I think they are. Skirmish lines, Alycus shouts to his Spartans. Form up and ready your bows. We line up and knock our arrows as the Trojan craft approaches. Eurybates beside me using the Spartan bow I'd been given. Now I have the great bow again. Kishanda's voice floats eerily across the water as the fog rolls in behind it, dank and cold. Despite growing larger and larger in our vision, The Trojan ship is now harder to see, its outlines blurred, the coloured sails muting to grey. The shouts of the shipmaster and the drums marking the strokes roll over the waves, counterpointed by Kishanda's spectral wail and the almost human shrieking of a gull that I can see, its legs held in Kishanda's left hand, upside down and flapping frantically. In her right hand is a dagger, but as her blade flashes and the blood spurts, the fog swallows the Trojan ship, and they become just a dark blur in the swirling mist. The bird shrieks and goes silent, and the fog congeals, concealing the oncoming ship completely. "Take aim!" Alika shouts, though there's no longer anything to aim at. We brace ourselves for a volley of enemy shafts whipping out of the fog. The 2 fingers on my bowstring are sweating. And then something happens I've never seen or felt before. A flash of lightning jags overhead amidst a peal of thunder that shocks the very air. A circle blazes in the mist where the Trojan vessel should be, and the wind whips at my skin without so much as swirling the enveloping fog. The world falls utterly silent. Kishanda's voice is gone, so too the drums and the chants of the rowers, and the shouted commands of the Trojan shipmaster. All of it gone, but for the waves. We stare, waiting for the dark shape of the galley to break from the fog, but instead the mist rolls over us as well. We huddle together, nervous, exchanging glances, and even Bria looks bemused. Then, in the space of a few moments, the fog around us lifts, though it still lingers far out beyond the inshore surf. The Trojan ship has vanished. There's no dark shape out to sea, no hull heeled over on the shore or wreckage in the waves. It's gone, and so too is the wind that had propelled it towards us. The Spartan soldiers gasp, making gestures to ward off evil and muttering among themselves as they look to their captains for reassurance. Alycus makes a determined effort to convey calm, telling them the ship has simply veered off in the mist and is now somewhere in the fog bank offshore. "They turned around, that's all," he tells them. No one looks convinced. "What happened?" I mutter to Bria. She purses her thick, dark lips, beads of sweat on her black forehead despite the chill in the sea air, and runs her fingers through her short, tightly curled hair. I think, and I'm guessing, that they just beat us to the punch. What do you mean? She meets my eyes, then waves Alycus and Lars in close, so she can speak to the 3 of us without being overheard. I could be wrong, but I think they just sailed into Hades' realm. Alycus starts. "Is that possible? They're Trojans. They don't even worship Hades." But the Luwians and Hittites do have gods of death, and a goddess of sorcery too, akin to our Hecate. They call their sorcery goddess Kamrusepa. Perhaps there are already links between those deities and Hades. Kishanda told me she is an initiate of Kamrusepa. But can a ship sail the Styx? I ask, feeling foolish to be discussing the topography of the place I've barely believed in until now. Alycus and Lars look just as uncomfortable, for all their years as Theoi. Clearly this is beyond their experience too. Erebus is girt by several rivers. It's a dangerous journey, but it has advantages also. Bria replies as if discussing the route to a market in Athens. They can avoid Charon and Cerberus for a start. We must hurry if we're to catch Theseus before they do. The 2 princes join us. "What is this place?" Polydeuces demands. "Where did that ship go?" The 2 princes are determined to a degree that's almost fanatical.
They've been raised on tales of heroism and are desperate to prove themselves equal to the best, especially with their sister's safety at stake. Alycus looks wretched, trapped between two imperatives. My prince, I promised your father you would not be placed in undue danger. Why, what's dangerous about this cave? Polydeuces asks. It's a gateway to Erebus, Alycus answers, avoiding his eyes. Is that so? Castor replies without batting an eyelid. In his world, gates to the underworld are clearly as real as water and stone. We're not frightened. We'd break the pillars of the world to get Helen back. Forbid us entry, and you'll never serve the house of Tyndareus again, Polydeuces adds. Alycus looks about him for support, but Lars has stepped away, and Bria has found something fascinating to look at on the cliffs above. I take pity on him. To hold them back would be to shame them forever, I advise Alycus. Castor and Polydeuces cast me a grudgingly grateful look, before turning back to Alycus. The Spartan Theos gives a fatalistic sigh. Very well. Let's take a look. The cave isn't large. A dark cleft next to a sulphurous hot spring pouring out of a hole in the adjacent rock face that emits a rotten, noxious smell. You and I lead the way, finding footprints that mark the sandy soil beyond the spring. Some of them are small, and several others match the distinctive imprint of Theseus's boots. I also find what seems to be a strand of Helen's long golden hair. It's them. I'm sure of it, I murmur to Bria. Their prints go in and don't come out. Bria waves Alycus in and shows him the tracks. This is the place, she tells him. You shouldn't take anyone through who doesn't want to go. Erebus has a way of swallowing people for eternity. Alycus wipes his brow, then leads us back outside. I don't envy him the somewhat incredible tale he has to spin. Men, he says, raising his voice and waving the soldiers in close. Melipas makes a point of standing beside Bria, glaring at me from under heavy eyebrows. He still thinks I'm trying to steal her from him. You're wondering why we're here, and where our quarry have gone, Alycus tells his men. He points to the cave mouth. The answer is in there. One of the warriors, Eindros, gives a puzzled snort. They ain't here, sir. It's just a little hole. You've only seen what's easy to see, Eindros. There is a way onwards, into the earth. Alycus swallows, then goes on. It leads into Hades' realm. Some of the men go pale and start muttering prayers. Others, more inclined to skepticism, react to his pronouncement with suspicious glances and raised eyebrows. The actual underworld? Erebus? Eindros asks. Are you serious? Alycus gives him a frosty look. Yes, I'm serious. If you've been believing that the old tales are just old women's stories, think again, because we're about to walk into one. If any of you don't have the guts for this, you can wait outside, if that's more your way. This is a cold-hearted way of asking for volunteers, but I sense Alycus is worried that if he doesn't make it a point of honor and shame, no one at all will volunteer. They still waver. Then Bria speaks up. This is real, and it will be dangerous and frightening. You may see things you've spent your whole lives not wanting to believe in. You may meet your own dead, kin and friends, and enemies too. They won't be pleased to see you. The dead envy the living for possessing what they've lost. But if we move swiftly and have fortune on our side, we'll reclaim the princess and kill those who took her. She tosses her head. I'm doing this, even though I'm not a Spartan, and I've never met your princess. Why? For glory, for the immortality of being remembered. I expect no less of you men. After that, no one has the courage or cowardice to back out. Quite coldly and deliberately, Olympus and Bria have ensured that every man here will be volunteering to avoid shame. They all raise their hands and step forward. I need to remember what moments like this tell me about my companions. Good lads, Olympus approves. True Spartans. Prepare your gear and get something in your stomachs. No, Bria interjects. Don't eat until we're inside. The transition can affect some people badly, and they vomit uncontrollably. Wait until we're inside, and you've adjusted. This earns her hard stares from everyone. You've done this before, Melipas accuses, backing away from her. Clearly. Does that make me in charge? She looks at Olympus and winks. Just joking. Then she edges closer to the Spartan Theos. You'll need to pay the ferryman, she murmurs. Olympus looks a little startled. How much? The usual fee. Ah, he points to the pack at his feet. Tindarius has given me more than enough silver for that. We prepare in an air of unreality as the thick mist gathers around us again. I draw Eurybates aside, for there's something I've been brooding on since last night that I must say. My friend, I say in a low voice, I can't ask you to come on this journey. You don't have to, he replies. I'm with you wherever you go. You misunderstand. I don't want you to come. Yuri's stricken expression replies more eloquently than words could. I'm not afraid, he insists. I know, Yuri, but that's irrelevant. I bite my lower lip, then press on. The thing is, if I don't return, I want someone to go to my parents, the only parents that matter to me, Laertes and Anticlea, and my sister, and tell them where I went and why. If you don't do this, they'll never know what became of me, and that would hurt me more than any torment devised in Tartarus. Yuri goes to refuse, but then he sees something in my face and bows his head. As you command, my prince, he says in his most formal voice, to hide either his disappointment or his concern and fear for me. If I return, I'll be forever in your debt, I tell him fervently. He grips my hands, wordless, a moment as powerful as any we have shared. I don't think we'll ever see each other again, and I suspect he feels the same. But then a resounding crack breaks our silent reverie. Everyone turns their heads. Melipas has been pressing Bria, trying to pull her aside. Whether to argue with her or steal a kiss I can't say, and it's her open-handed slap which echoes about us, sending the Spartan warriors sprawling. Then she's striding away. I'm wanting to speak with her anyway, so I grip Yuri's arm one last time and hurry after her. The furious Melipas regains his feet and catches my shoulder, her handprint livid on his cheek. You've poisoned her against me, Ithacan, he snarls, bunching a fist. I duck instinctively, even as Melipas strikes out. His fist flies past my ear, then I grab his forearm and jackknife, using the Spartan's momentum to send him crashing over on his back. Stay down, I hiss, planting my knee in Melipas's chest. I've no interest in her, bar what she knows, and I'd advise you to stay well away from her too. People she gets close to end up dead. That said, I rise and storm off, to find Bria on the other side of a barnacle-encrusted boulder, squatting over a scooped hole in the sand. I pull back to the far side of the stone, calling in a low voice, See where your greedy little escapades get you to, I call.
I'm pissing, Ithaca. Get lost.
You've made an enemy out of a good man. Congratulations. Go to Hades, she rasps, amidst wet splashing sounds. I'm about to.
Bria grunts, finishes her business and joins me. Listen, I know you don't approve of what I am. I'm not exactly enraptured by it either.
I used to be... No, never mind. But I am compelled to serve our mistress, and I'll use whatever tools I have to hand. You'll learn in time that morals get blurred, Odysseus. Right becomes wrong and wrong right. You can either climb aboard or jump ship and see how long it is before Sisyphus's enemies find you.
It's the word compelled that gets my attention. She's not used that before to describe her situation, and it strongly hints that she has even less choice than I do in all this. And she's used my name, not the derisive Ithaca. It's enough to calm me. I give her a cold glare, but my temper has dissipated.
What's the name of this body you're using?
I ask by way of a peace offering. She rubs her dark cheeks, then abruptly makes a very coy, feminine gesture. You like? This one's called Ikumbi, from the Upper Nile Valley. She's got lash scars on her back from her time as a slave, but I freed her. How do these non-Theoi women become your, partners? She puts a finger to her thick, dark lips. That's a secret, Ithaca. Shall we go? I grab her arm.
Not until you tell me where we will emerge, if we ever return from this.
What makes you think I know?
You've been there before,
I remind her. She rolls her eyes. All right. There's a cave on the Spartan coast, south of Messi. It's said to be another gate to Erebus, but in fact it's an exit.
I take it you've forbidden Eurybates from coming with us. That's a good decision.
He's not a Theos or much of a warrior for all his recent training. He'd never make it. Have him go to the cave near Messi and await us there. But tell him this. If we haven't emerged by the time 3 days have elapsed, we're not coming back.
It's a frightening thought, but I let Eurybates know. If he catches one of Theseus's horses and rides hard along the main roads south into Attica, a ship from Athens will take him south in time to meet us, winds and fate allowing. When we've finished discussing his route, we embrace again. He drifts to the rear, his eyes downcast, as Bria steps in front of the 13 Spartans. Right, she says, let's be clear about a few things. The first being that I'm the only one who's done this before, so I expect to be listened to. I'm going to open a secret way, and we'll enter another place. We will find ourselves on the banks of the legendary river Styx. These are the rules. Don't drink or eat anything except what you've brought with you. Don't kill anything that isn't trying to kill you. Stick together, protect one another. Listen to the creatures you encounter, but don't believe all they say. They want to harm you. They will mix truth and lies to entrap you, especially if they tell you that one of your fellows is your enemy. She waits until they've all nodded in agreement, then seizes the tethered goat in her arms. What opens the gate is a death. The underworld opens up to claim the soul. I remember the flailing seagull in Kishander's hand, the flash of the knife and the red blood spraying. We can fool it with this poor beast. Bria continues. Come. She carries the bleating goat into the cave and we follow, eyeing each other uneasily. Most of the Spartans look doubtful, perhaps still unwilling to believe this is real,
But Alycus and Lars and the two princes are bearing themselves with utter conviction, and their certainty sets the tone among their men. I'm last to enter, turning to raise a hand to Eurybates. He does the same, then places his palm against his heart. I mirror the gesture of respect, then turn and enter the cave, wondering if this is the last time I'll ever see my friend. The cave is dark and redolent with sulphur, the air sultry from the steam of the hot spring. The waves on the shore outside fade into the distance as the stealthy onset of night takes hold, turning the pale fog to deep grey gloom. Twilight, the liminal time, the threshold period, has begun.
"Great Hades, hear me!"
Bria shouts.
"You spirits that convey the dying, hearken! Here is a soul seeking the ways. Here is one to walk the shadow path into eternity."
Her cries echo in the confined space as she plunges her dagger into the animal's neck. Blood spatters. The goat gives a choked bleating, thrashes briefly, then subsides, quivering into death. It reminds me of one of the men I killed in Crisa, big-eyed and shocked that life could end in so banal a fashion. Then the goat's eyes become glassy and its body stills, and the shadows subtly shift. It could be no more than the flames of a torch, except we have none. I'm struck by a sense of perspective changing, a shifting of light that reveals a crack in a hitherto solid wall.
"Come,"
says Bria. We all gasp as she walks right into that jagged line of darkness on the back wall of the cave and vanishes. A few men step backwards, but with the bow of Eurytus gripped in my sweating left hand and my fears held in a stranglehold, I follow her. The closer I get to the rock face, the less solid it seems, until I'm pressing through it as though wading through water. Inside the stone there are stars, bright pinpricks of light swirling about me, and coppery clouds of shifting dust. Momentarily I'm weightless, floating upwards, then plunging, then just as abruptly I'm on stony ground, staggering until I catch my balance. If I'd eaten, I would certainly have vomited as I spun. Then I hear a slow trickle of water, and let the sound guide me onwards. I step out of nowhere onto the grey banks of a dismal river, winding through a slime-encrusted swamp beneath a sky of burnished bronze. The skeletal silhouettes of trees droop thin branches into the water that flows by, left to right, the far shore lost in fog. Bria is standing on the banks, looking around with a sour face.
"Ithaca,"
she hails.
"you followed me all the way to Erebus. It must be love."
What did you mean by being compelled to serve Athena? I ask. She puts a finger to her lips, a now familiar gesture.
"I'd need to know you a whole lot better before I say another word on that subject, Odysseus."
She glances around the chilling surroundings.
"Let's see if we both make it back from here, eh?"
What has she not told me?
"Can you die here?" "Just assume I can. Watch my back, Odysseus, and I'll watch yours."
Then other shapes loom out of the mist. Alycus, watchful and unemotional. Castor and Polydeuces, holding hands and tense, but making a show of boldness. Then Indros, wide-eyed and fearful, making superstitious signs with his hands. Gradually, the rest appear, with Lars bringing up the rear, presumably to make sure no one changes his mind and flees. All look queasy from the vertiginous passage here, and a couple who disregarded Bria's exhortation not to eat are vomiting. They all huddle nervously around Bria.
"Right,"
she says in a voice of forced cheer.
"Alycus, You're the paymaster. The boatman will want an obol per man. Alycus unslings his pack and pulls out a bundle of bronze obol spits, probably about 10 or a dozen at a quick glance, which he puts to one side, followed by several silver nuggets. Each of these nuggets is worth 4 drachmas by weight, he says. He doesn't need to explain the arithmetic. Even a child knows that 4 drachmas make 24 obols, more than enough for our needs. Very good, says Bria. Keep a nugget handy, but don't expect any change. They say Heracles wrestled him to gain passage, Melipas comments. Or be it swim in the river, suggests Iandros. Go ahead, Lars invites, but I'm for paying. I walk to the river and peer down at the grey, murky water. Any fish that swim by are either bloated or half-skeletal, already dead but still moving. Some are longer than my body, dimly glimpsed in the depths. Nothing at all could induce me to swim. How long do we wait? Iandros asks. Never long, Bria replies. She waves away Melipas, who's approached her to either renew their argument or apologize, and joins me at the riverbank. Ithaca, she mutters. The boatman takes his passengers to the other side to face Cerberus. The hound is there to keep the dead in and the living out. I've heard many conflicting tales about Cerberus. That's the problem. The underworld is made of belief, and what people believe keeps shifting. Dog heads, snake heads, furred skin or brazen, man size or giant. The unifying theme is this. It's just possible for the living to get past Cerberus, but almost impossible for them to escape. I've heard deaths like that for most people. I am what I am, she replies, a little truculent, a little sad. I decide I've made my point. Do we have a plan? Cerberus can be distracted, but only for a moment. For all I know, Theseus's group are dog-feed already. But if they've got past, we'll have to follow. She eyes the great bow. Your weapon may come in handy, Ithaca. If you must use it, aim well. We're interrupted by the rippling of water as a dark shape glides out of the river mist. A long, low barge being poled from the rear by a huge, shrouded shape who guides the craft in smoothly, resting it alongside the riverbank. A giant of a man with long, ragged white hair and beard and hollow eyes. Charon, the boatman, said to be a child of Nyx, goddess of night, if she is or was ever real. His lips move as he counts us. 15 obols, he grunts. Here you are. Alycus proffers his silver nugget. The boatman spits into the river. 15 obols. Bria's eyes widen. He wants an actual obol per person. What? Alycus snarls, grabbing her collar. I thought you said you'd been here before. She shoves him away forcefully. I have, but I didn't have to handle the bloody money that time. She grabs the nuggets and shouts, These are worth more than your 15 obols, you fucking moron! The giant's eyes narrow. 15 obols, he grates. She stamps her feet, swearing under her breath, then whirls away. I'm going to talk to your master, you piece of stale copros, she shouts. I'll get you banished to the Tartarus for this. 15 obols, the boatman says again, his voice flinty. Alycus dumps his pack down and pulls out the bundle of bronze spits again. 2 fistfuls, he says grimly. 12. Who else has obols?
Do we look like merchants? Castor replies sullenly. Princes don't carry money.
We're on a hunt, not a market expedition,
Lars drawls. The rest of the soldiers shake their heads. They dwell in the palace at Sparta, eat from the king's table and deal mostly in favours and obligations. They seldom need actual money. And Melipas has spent all of his obols on our accommodation in Lacedaemon. And of course, noble me sent Eurybates away with whatever we had. What does he actually do with the obols? I mutter to Bria.
Nothing, it's merely a habit humans have developed.
Stupid damned custom, I growl. Bria turns away, cursing under her breath, probably the closest she's going to get to apologizing for this mess. Alycus waves his silver nugget under the boatman's nose again.
Look here, Charon. 24 obols for the lot of us. It shouldn't damn well matter anyway.
The boatman watches him stonily, not in the least intimidated.
1 man, 1 obol,
he repeats.
Fuck this for a joke, Eindros says,
stepping onto the ferry.
Take us across.
The barge pole sweeps around in one brutal movement, spraying drops of dirty water as it arches, to slam into Eindros's midriff and hurl him into the river with an immense splash. The water goes still for a few heartbeats. Then he comes to the surface, thrashing about and gasping for breath.
Help me,
he cries.
I can't swim.
As everyone else gapes, I rip my cloak off and throw one end towards Eindros.
Grab hold.
Eindros reaches, stretches, grasps the floating cloth and holds on, spluttering as he goes under again. Castor springs to my aid, and together we heave. Until the water around Eindros boils and he's jerked backwards and wrenched under by some large creature with black-scaled flanks, his final cry dying in the air. The warband stare, frozen in horror at the ripples that are all that mark their lost comrade. My cloak floats away. Castor retreats to his brother's side, pale with terror.
You killed him!
Polydeuces shouts at the boatman.
You'll answer for this! Don't you know who we are?
Charon turns his head slowly to survey the young prince.
1 man, 1 obol,
he says, planting his pole in the water again to push away.
Wait!
Bria shouts.
Wait! We'll pay!
Charon pauses, looking from her to Alycus, then Polydeuces.
1 man, 1 obol.
Alycus stares at Bria.
Do you mean 2 men will be left behind?
All they have to do is walk back the way they came, and they'll find the cave. Bria replies smoothly. Too smoothly. But Alycus doesn't resist as she grabs the 12 spits from his hands. 12 obols, 12 men, she says, passing them to the boatman. Charon counts the spits painstakingly.
Aye, 12.
Alycus gestures to the 2 princes to clamber aboard, before running his eyes around the circle. 12 men left, 10 places.
Right, you know the situation. 2 of you can return to the cave, to safety. Any volunteers?
To be branded as cowards, I'm unsurprised when no one speaks.
Then Castor and I will decide,
Polydeuces says with surprising maturity. You'll come, Alycus, of course, Bria, as our guide. Lars, you're of a noble Spartan house. You too will come. He surveys the rest of us. 7 places left. 9 men. Pandas, Myrkos, Phileton, Unamos, Thaumas, Samo. Polydeuces eyes up the 3 remaining men. 2 Spartans,
a veteran called Bactyles, Melipas, and myself. Bactyles, I'm sorry, but your finest days are behind you, Polydeuces says dispassionately. This quest requires our most able. Then he looks at me coldly. And you, Ithacan, have been disowned by your own father. If he doesn't value you, neither do I. We're taking him, Bria says flatly. I don't see why, Polydeuces says, turning to her guardedly. I remember the way she humiliated him back in Sparta, and I can see that he's seeking any excuse to get even. Bria pauses. Because Odysseus is a Theos, she says at last. 14 faces swivel towards me, including the boatman's, whose cavernous eyes burn deepest. Who is your patron? Polydeuces demands of me. Hermes, I lie. How did I not know this? Alicus asks. Bria shrugs. Have you asked him? No. Didn't you notice how fast his wounds healed? And how easily he manages to string that massive bow of his? His mother is Hermes' granddaughter. Lars frowns. So he's only a great-grandchild. He shouldn't have enough divine blood. The blood can run thick or thin, Bria replies. Some strains last many generations. Either way, he has the blood, and we need him. With that, she puts her mouth to Polydeuces' ear and whispers something. Polydeuces looks far from pleased, but he gives a curt nod. Odysseus comes. He turns and faces the other men still waiting to board. I'm sorry, Melipas, but you will stay. The young warrior's eyes had widened in shock. Now they narrow. Wait! What did Bria say to you? I asked that you be spared this, Bria replies before Polydeuces can speak. Out of friendship. Then unsay it. I wish to accompany my princess. You can't leave me here. This time, Polydeuces speaks. It's my decision. I charge you to return home with our tale, should we not come again to Sparta. No! I will not stay, Melipas shouts. I know the tales. I'll walk this bank 100 years before I can leave. You can't do this. I'm one of you. My decision is final. The chosen men clambering onto the barge look uncomfortably from Charon to the 2 men left on the shore. Bactyles seems accepting, but Melipas is still furious, his eyes flying from the prince to Bria to me as his fingers clench and unclench. Then, once we're all on board, and as Charon's great frame bends to his pole, Melipas gives a strangled cry. In a blur of motion he hurls his spear at me at almost point-blank range. But I've been half expecting some such move and arch away, my Theos reflexes engaging without conscious thought, and the bronze spear point flashes past to strike Samo in the belly. The Spartan falls to his knees, groaning, his face filled with disbelief. As the barge pulls away, Melipas leaps across the gap, Cephos flashing out and levelled at Bria's chest. She braces her feet and slams her shield up in one fluid motion. The sword punches into the thick oxhide, Melipas's free hand scrabbling at the shield rim while his feet slither on the gunwale as the barge tilts wildly. Then Bria shoves, and Melipas topples backwards, screaming as he hits the water. Somehow, thrashing madly about, he manages to struggle back to the bank. Something large surges up from the depths, but with Bactyles' help he scrabbles out of its reach, soaked and howling. You said you wanted me, he roars at Bria. You said I made you feel whole. Already the mist is closing about the two men left on the bank. Bria stands woodenly, staring back. The silence around her is like a wall of knives. "Bria! You said we heard something! Bria!" Melipas's voice is already distant. Too distant to be natural. In a few moments, the only sound we can hear is the splash of the pole, the ripple of the hull sliding through the water, and the wheezing breath of the old boatman. I'm shivering, and not from the loss of my cloak. Again I've come within a finger's breadth of death. And Melipas had been a friend, a decent man, destroyed by Bria's cold-hearted games. At least she has the decency to look sick about it all. The Spartans are eyeing her with expressions ranging from disgust to fear. Lars kneels beside Samo, speaking quietly and urgently. A spear through the belly is a wound no man can recover from. The princes both give Samo a blessing. Then Lars draws his dagger, and with the stricken warrior's own whispered consent, slices open Samo's jugular, while Samo's eyes lock on Lars's face, until they empty. I draw Bria aside and mutter in her ear, "Which is it? 100 years, or an open cave?" "There's no way back from there," she whispers. "If you come through that gate, you must cross the Styx and find the dusk or dawn gates, or you die." So she lied. Bactyles will wait until he starves or chances the river, and she's prepared to leave Melipas stuck in eternity as well. Right at this moment, I am utterly disgusted by her. "You slept with Melipas. You used him for your own pleasure, then got rid of him afterwards. Is that how you end every relationship?" "Oh, bugger off, Ithaca. It wasn't a relationship. It was a fuck. And yes, I was heartily sick of him. Now stop moralizing and start dealing with the problems ahead. We have to find a way past the hound of Hades. And you hold the key." Part 3. In Hades' Realm. Chapter 14. Cerberus. At Cerberus's rear, beneath his shaggy belly, lurked the snakes that formed his tail, darting their tongues about his ribs. Dark rays of light flashed deep within his eyes. Truly in the furnaces, or in Meligunis, such light blazes into the air, when iron is worked with hammers, and the anvil booms beneath mighty blows. Euphorion, Fragments, 121. Erebus. With little warning, our ferryboat journey comes to an end. Charon heaves back on his pole to slew the barge athwart a gloomy riverbank, overshadowed by massive cliffs of razor-edged black granite, slick with vapours. The skies above are lit in bronze, smeared with black clouds that shift in strange patterns. One could never mistake it for the world above. All the way across the river Styx, we've been haunted by whispering sounds and, far off, the bleating of a goat. The river has swirled with the passage of unseen creatures beneath the surface. Once I glimpsed what looks like Eindros's face, staring up at me. Led by Alicus, most of the Spartans leap ashore the moment the barge touches, eager to be on dry land. I follow, clutching my bow tighter than ever. What did Bria mean? That I hold the key? Or is it another of her manipulative games? I glare at her as she pauses to exchange murmured words with Charon before joining us, her face unreadable. Lars, last to disembark, carries Samo's limp body in his arms. I drop back and join Lars. If a man dies when he's already in Erebus, what happens to his spirit? I ask. Lars grunts,
shifting the weight on his shoulders.
Best I know is that it'll still be inside his body, but it'll pull free at some point.
He shudders a little.
Damned if I want to be holding him at the time.
Karen's visage gives nothing away as he pulls his barge off into the murk. A dog howls somewhere ahead, the cry echoing about the cliffs. Even Lars and Alycus look ill at ease as the Spartans huddle around the two princes. Polydeuces turns to Bria for guidance.
"You've been here before," he says. "What comes next?"
Bria beckons me to join her at the center of the group. The revelation that I am a Theos has surprised the Spartans, but it hasn't enhanced their trust in me, judging by how they draw away.
"So,"
Bria says, addressing Polydeuces, but speaking so all can hear,
"from here, we must pass into a cave which will emerge near the grove of Persephone, the beginning of Erebus itself. But to traverse that cave means passing Cerberus, the hound of Hades."
I can sense them hanging on our every word, their nerves tightening as it sinks in that this is a place we might never leave. A fairy story about a dog that guards the gates of Erebus, a folk tale to chuckle or shiver at, is about to become a real menace we must face.
"Tell us of Cerberus,"
I invite her, trying to project a calm I don't feel. "Sometimes the stories say Cerberus has many heads, or that he's huge. In other accounts, he's no more than an ordinary hound. That's because Cerberus becomes what he needs to be. 3 travellers will be met by 3 heads, 5 by 5, and so on. He is a daimon in canine form, fearsome but not unconquerable." Bria thumps her spear on the ground. "Heracles wrestled Cerberus and choked him with his own chain. However, none of us by themselves is a Heracles, but together we can be as strong as the great hero." "We'll need to be more than that." I clear my throat.
"I have an idea."
The cliffs are split by a narrow canyon, hemming our party in as we leave the riverbank, and forcing us onwards towards a dark cleft in the bare rock. Though both sun and moon are absent, there is plenty of light. Despite the brazen colour of the sky, it is the air itself which seems to illuminate all it touches, giving our faces a grey-green, ghoulish sheen. The stink of dog increases, of rotting meat and unwashed fur, a gut-churning odour so concentrated I have to force myself to breathe. I'll never eat meat again as long as I live, however long that is. Some 150 yards short of the cave, we pause, as the canyon narrows even further.
"That cleft looks like my wife's cunny,"
Lars growls, his attempt to lighten the tension greeted by nervous grins. "Hey, you're right, it does," I reply, provoking snorts of laughter.
Alycus holds up a hand. "Well, men, you know the plan. It'll be rough and some of us mightn't make it. Play your part, don't move until the moment comes, then go like the hound of Hades is after you, because he will be."
He turns to me.
"All yours, Ithacan."
It isn't a sophisticated plan. We have too few options, too few tools, and only one way to go, straight ahead, and a guard dog almost impossible to overcome or avoid if the stories are to be believed, which in this place they should be. Slinging the bow of Eurytus over my shoulder, I heft Samo's body, my Theos strength making light of the burden, while Bria and the others retreat behind an outcrop on the left-hand side. I hug the right-hand wall as I advance, my heart thudding so hard it almost chokes me. But it's my plan, and I'm obliged to take the most dangerous role. 100 yards before the cave, the silence is split by an ear-shattering howl as the hound erupts from the darkness within, doubling in size as it hurtles towards me in leaps and bounds.
It's black, the size of a pony and of no distinguishable breed. Its eyes are blazing coals, its serpent tails hiss and swish, and its bronze claws screech and clatter on the bare rock. When it sees that I'm carrying another man, its single head morphs into two. I stop. Stock still as the creature jerks to a halt at the limit of its chain, a point marked by claw marks, piles of dog excreta, bone fragments and old bloodstains that cover the ground up to this point. Theseus's party will have come this way. Is any of this blood theirs? Did any of them survive? How can we imagine we'll do better? With hot, sulphurous breath, Cerberus's bronze teeth snap a few feet from my face. I can see now that the creature's fur isn't fur at all, but tiny writhing snakes with hound heads, its whole body made up of many thousands of creatures mimicking the shape of one. Very carefully, I lower Samo to the ground and edge the body just inside the hound's reach. The monster is enraged and excited to be so close to a live, edible human, me. But Samo's corpse puzzles Cerberus, as I had guessed it might. In legend, the dead come as daemons, souls, not as dead flesh. Cerberus is here to keep the living out while welcoming the dead. My reasoning is that a dead body might confuse the beast, especially as the soul is still trapped within, because Samo died here in the underworld. It's taken some persuasion for the Spartans to permit their comrade's body to be used this way, but they've not been able to come up with a better alternative. I step back and watch as the beast sniffs cautiously at Samo with one head, while its second head snarls at me, warning me to stay away, yet clearly desirous that I come within reach. Then a third head forms from one of the tiny, hound-headed snakes, its neck coiling about, and with the additional head, the hound grows in size. It's now larger than a horse. I take that as a sign that the beast is wary, on edge, but it remains focused on Samo and me. Two of Cerberus's heads now sniff at Samo's body, increasingly agitated as it catches the scent of the soul within, which is what I've been hoping for. But even I'm not prepared for what happens next. The dead man's body begins to writhe, bulging around the midriff as if some immense parasite is trapped inside. The spectral, human face forces itself out through Samo's belly wound, accompanied by a gush of foul-smelling blood. Cerberus yelps excitedly, its serpent tails lashing about, its heads gaping and barking in fascination as the spectre tries to pull clear of Samo's belly, like a hideous birthing. This lurid sight is why Cerberus doesn't react as it should do when Alycus emerges from behind the outcrop, moving down the left-hand cliff face, slowly towards the cave. As he appears, I deliberately step back and nock an arrow, to draw the attention of the heads that aren't focused on poor Samo's body. Even if they don't look away and see Alycus, I'm hoping Cerberus might not realize that behind Alycus, standing pressed to his left shoulder and directly in line, so his body is hidden from view by Alycus's, is Lars. And behind Lars is Pandos, and behind him Myrkos, Eunomos and Thaumas, then Phileton, Bria, Polydeuces and Castor, each standing in the other's shadow, so that from the perspective of the hound, there's only one person. And the diamond, emerging from Samo's corpse, is so distracting. It can't last, of course. As Alycus comes closer, the head that is watching me catches the movement and barks wildly, swiftly joined by a new fourth head. When Alycus doesn't stop, the hound bucks and slathers, torn between the fascination of seeing a blood-soaked spectral figure pull itself from Samo's belly, and this diversion on the edge of its vision. Then someone stumbles. The line behind Alycus becomes ragged, and Cerberus finally realizes that there are many more intruders, and they are all living meat. Within a heartbeat, 10 more heads erupt from his neck to deal with this new prey. "Run!" I shout, firing at the base of Cerberus's central neck, as Alycus's men break ranks and sprint for the cave mouth. The arrow plunges in. Black blood fountains out and the creature howls from 14 gaping throats. But then the hound comes apart in a flesh-tearing, ripping movement, and 13 hounds, each separate now, tear free from the main body and race towards the Spartans, leaving just one before me, still held by his chain. Cerberus roars, more hydra than hound now, as more bodies break from his main body. I fire arrow after arrow faster than I've ever managed in training, both at these new creatures and at the ones pursuing the Spartans, sending shafts lancing into their flanks and necks, and watching them shriek in agony and fall limp. Even as Cerberus spawns new beasts, I realize that he's growing smaller, not larger. There are limits to his power, even here. And the great bow seems to impart some potency to the arrows, for every shaft is deadly. Perhaps there are beliefs about this bow that hold true in places like this. My fear evaporates, wiped out by sheer exhilaration born of danger, and the unleashing of skill and superhuman strength, sufficient to execute the near impossible. These moments feel like reward and justification for all those brutal months training with Bria, and for the years of taunts over being unable to string this bow. I feel like a hero. "Come on, you runt of a hound!" I shout at the monstrous shape before me. "Is this all you can do?" I'd almost forgotten in the rush of excitement that quivers can empty, that Cerberus is far from down, and I still have to get past him myself. But then I grope and find only one arrow in my quiver, and reality smites me. The Spartans seem to be escaping, but I'm still here. And then Cerberus's main body leaps at me. Although my arrows really have done some damage to him, he's so immense that nothing has penetrated his body deep enough to actually kill, if he's not immortal anyway. As I sprint for the cleft in the rock, a massive set of jaws lunges, seeking to clamp onto me. I roll out of reach, come up and run. I feint left, go right and burst past him as Cerberus spins and is briefly wrapped in his own chain. Perhaps he's slowed by his wounds, because my burst of pace opens a gap. Ahead I can see the Spartans are almost through to the cavern entrance. Many of the lesser hounds are down, transfixed by my arrows, but the remainder are hurtling after my comrades, though Thaumas has fallen and is already being ripped apart, his screams cut off short. At the cave mouth, Alycus and Lars have taken a stand, covering the flight of the rest. I dash towards them. But Cerberus is snapping at my heels, gaining even though I'm running as fast as I did that day I pursued the Trojans on foot, chasing down their horsemen all the way to Kira. Theos energy pounds through my blood and flesh. My heart thunders and my whole body moves in a fluid unison, but some of the hounds have seen me and come bounding to intercept me. I meet one head-on, duck under its leap and slash open its belly with my Cephos, sidestep another and almost charge right into a third, managing to plunge my sword into its throat and wrench it slantways as black blood sprays. I hack another down, and then I'm almost blown over by the trumpeting howl behind me. I glance back and find Cerberus looming over me, even his lesser selves scattering to avoid being trampled. In the dozen heartbeats since I've fled before him, he's grown. He's the size of that great tusked creature from the remote kingdom of Punt, the Elephas, and causing the earth to tremble at every bounding step. I'm not going to make it, I realize. Then he'll go over the top of the Spartans like an avalanche. I have that one last arrow in my hand, and without real thought, I spin, kneel, and draw the bowstring back even as I nock the arrow. A wall of monstrous flesh pounds towards me, massive jaws open in the largest of its heads, a gaping maw big enough to swallow me whole. And I fire the arrow straight up into the roof of its mouth, and into its brain pan. Cerberus lurches, shudders, and collapses at my feet. I back up, shaking like a leaf, just as the other heads begin to lift again, and the body rises once more, the dead head sloughing away, taking its bronze chain with it. And all the other lesser hounds bark and snarl, bounding straight at me. I turn and run like a crazy man down the barely lit tunnel that bores into the stone, with the remaining Spartans fleeing ahead of me. We are howling in a wild mix of triumph and terror, straining every muscle as bronze-toothed jaws clash and snap behind us. Mirkos, just in front of me, accidentally clips the heel of Pandos, and both go down. There's no time to save them. I leap over their sprawling bodies, knowing they will be engulfed. And I'm next. It's at that moment that my right thigh muscle, never properly healed from the boar's tusk at Pytho, chooses to tear. I shriek in agony and despair as my leg gives way, falling face first, slithering and rolling. Sharp teeth snap shut on my right calf, and I expect death a heartbeat later. But Bria appears, plunging her spear into the hound's skull. Its jaws go slack, and I pull my leg free, as fire gouts from Bria's left hand, torching some hounds and driving the rest back momentarily. She heaves me to my feet and hurls me onwards. Yet more fire streams from her. The hounds recoil, shrieking and snapping as fur singes and ignites. Then they surge forward again. We're both going to die. Bria shouts something in a high, shrill voice. It sounds like an incantation, a spell. I hear the word chain and a deafening clang of metal, then countless howls of frustrated fury. Suddenly, Cerberus is only one beast again, albeit gigantic, but the chain is back around his neck, bronze links, taut and straining. I lurch to my feet and limp away, gasping for breath and shaking with pain and relief. Bria joins me, panting hard but with a huge smile on her dark face. "Don't you love this?" she purrs, throwing my arm around her shoulders and helping me move. We make it through the final few paces, stumbling around a bend and into a cavern as Cerberus falls silent. Alicus, Lars, and the two princes are waiting, Castor winded and shaking, while Polydeuces is pale but bright-eyed. But only two of the soldiers have made it, Phileton and Unamos. The rest of us have survived, but no one is looking at me with any particular gratitude. "I suggest we move on, in case the chain snaps," Bria pants. Seems like excellent advice. With her help, I hobble after the others as we penetrate deeper into the cave, leaving the yowling hounds behind. "Why did you fall?" Bria asks. "The boar wound," I reply through gritted teeth. "It's never come right. Starting to think it never will." She gives me a rare, sympathetic look. "I've brought healing herbs with me and some water from the world above. Wait till we find a place to stop, and I'll have a look." I have more questions for her. Where did she get that fire from, and why hasn't she used it before? How did she conjure up that new chain and stop Cerberus eating us all? But I can barely speak through the pain. Finally, we reach the end of the cave, emerging onto a slope beneath overhanging cliffs,
with a path winding down through scattered trees into a forest, mist-filled and ominous. I look up at the blank, bronze-coloured sky.
How big is this place?
I ask Bria.
As big as our imaginations,
she replies, helping me to a boulder so I can sit. Alicus, Lars, and the two princes join us, the two captains clearly distressed, at the loss of Mirkos, Pandos, and Thaumas. The two remaining soldiers, Phileton and Unamos, look shattered, physically and spiritually.
What's wrong with the Ithacan?
Castor asks as he heaves down gulps of air. There's no concern in his voice, only curiosity.
He's been bitten,
Bria snaps.
Can't you see?
The teeth marks on my calf are grey-rimmed, and the wound feels oddly numb, a sharp contrast to the fiery pain of my thigh.
I can make a poultice for this wound, but we need to move on,
Bria adds.
Is he going to slow us down?
Polydeuces asks.
No, I'm damned well not, I retort. Are you?
I've not been bitten by the hound of Hades.
Enough,
Bria cries, turning on the princes.
Odysseus's plan got you through. You owe it to him to help.
She jabs a finger at Lars.
Give him your shoulder while I find what I need for my poultice. We need to reach the shelter of the forest before something really nasty arrives to find out what upset the dog.
Lars takes my weight.
Don't worry about the princes,
he has the good grace to mutter.
I doubt any of us would have survived without your little ruse.
He looks sidelong at me.
How would Theseus and his party have got through? Pirithous is one of Hades' champions, I say, sharing a thought that has only just occurred to me as though I've known it forever. He probably gave Cerberus a haunch of meat and patted its head. Then they all strolled past, whistling. Probably. So, you're one of us, eh? The half-secret brotherhood of the Theoi, famous for backstabbing each other, then pointing at an icon and saying, "My God made me do it." When were you awakened?
Recently.
And King Laertes wasn't best pleased, I'm guessing, considering that you're disowned and wandering the Peloponnese like a mercenary for hire.
Lars is perceptive and uncomfortably close to the truth.
It isn't something he feels comfortable about, I lie cautiously.
In fact, Laertes has no idea.
Old Laertes? Lars cocked an eyebrow. An Argonaut who hunted the Caledonian boar. He's been around Theoi.
He gives me a shrewd look.
I heard he was in despair of ever having a child until you happened along.
Not just perceptive, uncannily accurate.
I'd remind you that my father's honour is my own,
I warn.
Don't get touchy, Odysseus,
Lars drawls.
I just need to know that you want our princes returned home as much as I do, because I'm wondering what her nibs there,
he indicates Bria,
is really up to. Does Athena want Helen back in Sparta? Has Theseus really gone rogue, or is he doing exactly as his mistress wishes?
He fixes me with a cold stare.
What really happened in that culvert?
I know better than to look away even for an instant.
I told you all exactly what happened. You're either a brilliant liar or telling the truth. And for once I can't say which. You're too smooth and worldly for a bumpkin island prince. Hardly a bumpkin. I spent 4 years in Lacedaemon, remember? And before that I had well-travelled tutors. And I'm not stupid. I think you're looking too hard for things that aren't there.
I wince as my injured leg jars.
I'm not watching the bloody path close enough,
I add. He grunts, unapologetically, but he shuts up. We hobble on together until we reach the forest verge, where I find a fallen tree trunk to plant my arse upon. Lars takes a quick look at my bite wounds, shakes his head and ambles away. The pines have a ghostly aspect. Their needles greenish-grey and sickly. There's little sign of life here, no paths or trails, no bird song, no animal scent or spore, not so much as a spider or an ant. The Spartans huddle together, subdued by the desolate place. Olympus checks each man's well-being, but leaves me to Bria, who bustles up with a clutch of starry white flowers. "Asphodels," she tells me, handing me most, then pulling out a small mortar and pestle from her pack, and grinding up some dried herbs of her own with a splash of water from her flask, along with a few of the petals. "What are the rest of these flowers for?" I ask, peering doubtfully at the asphodel posy I'm holding. "To cheer you up." "And there, they have." She winks. "There are whole fields of them on the far side of this forest. We'll see them tomorrow." I lay the flowers beside me. Today? Tomorrow? How can you tell time here? Does it ever get dark? "No, it's unchanging. But we aren't. For us it's night, and we need to rest." She finishes crushing her paste and smears it onto my bitten calf muscle, then binds a strip of cloth cut from her cloak about it. "Let's have a look at your thigh," she says, pushing up my tunic and digging with thick, strong fingers around my knotted scars. Each probing stroke is painful, but there is something in her touch that soothes. "I'll make another poultice for the inflammation," she tells me, "but beyond that, the only remedy for this is time, rest, and a gentle easing back into full movement. Of course, we're in Erebus, so that's not going to happen. But try at least to protect it, Ithaca, or you'll be limping for the rest of your life." However short that is. She makes another batch of paste, rubs it roughly into my thigh, then bandages me tightly. "If you meet another monster," she advises, "try reasoning with it." "Talking of reason," I ask, "what did you do back in the tunnel? You threw fire at Cerberus, then chained it. How?" "Things work differently here, Ithaca. This isn't our world, this is Erebus. For want of a better explanation, we're walking around inside a place that has been invented by human imagination. That gives beings like me a certain discretion. The stories say that Cerberus is chained. I reminded the chain to be there." "Why couldn't you do it earlier?" "That Thaumas, Mirkos, and Pando might still be alive is something I don't need to point out. Before we entered the cave, we hadn't truly entered Erebus," Bria explains. "Passing Cerberus marked a transition and opened up my options. It enabled me to use fire in a way I couldn't before. There are certain energies sloshing around here, and I used them. I've been drawing on the same energies to try and speed your healing. Test the limits when you're able." She pats my shoulder and gets to her feet, her black skin glistening with sweat from the strain of whatever magus arts she's been performing. There hadn't been African slaves in Ithaca, but I've seen them in the slave quarries near Mycenae, and spoken with freed slaves and Libyan traders in the ports too. The cast of her face is rounder and softer than an Achaean face, and her skin is so much darker. It's not unattractive, but of course it's just another mask Bria wears. I remember that I'm still angry with her, nod a grudging thanks, and look away. She takes my change of mood in her stride and goes to join the Spartans, who are discussing how to make camp here. "We can build a fire, but don't touch anything but fallen wood," she instructs Olympus. "This forest is sacred to Persephone, and she annoys easily." She follows that up with a diatribe about not eating the berries, drinking the water, or hunting, but her voice fades to a murmur
as I drift towards sleep. I roll onto my side, close my eyes, and everything falls away. I dream that I'm floating through the air as if swimming through water, riding unseen currents. There is neither sun nor moon, but the sky's a brazen colour, and that tells me my dream is set in Erebus. To my left are giant cliffs, rising sheer, a mile high and topped with jagged ridges. Below me is a ribbon of silver fluid, river. The Styx, I guess. To the right is darkness, shot through with stars, and a chill that frightens me. Don't go that way. Every instinct clamours. Follow the river. I see other people float by, drifting across the skies, their bodies like glass, or an empty chrysalis, or a cicada husk. They are all focused on their own journey. Other dreamers, perhaps, or dead souls. The river below is sluggish, and I glide lower. The waters are foul with rotting vegetation and the submerged roots and branches of fallen trees. Then I see a ship, no wind in its sails, but drifting with the current, making a slow and tortuous journey on Death's River, rowing through the debris. With the logic that dreams have, I know that it's Kishanda's ship. I swoop in closer, hearing the muffled drum keeping time for the rowers, and noting that all else is silent. Fear rises from the ship like a smell, unsurprising when they're navigating the waters of another culture's concept of death and the afterlife. And from my high vantage, I can see things they perhaps can't. Dozens of dark shapes are trailing the ship beneath the surface. Some are almost as large as the galley, stalking it menacingly. The moment I think of Kishanda, my focus zooms in, as if I'm being propelled by thought alone. Perhaps I am. I find myself hovering near the starboard beam, where the strained faces of the Trojan soldiers watch the deathly shore float by. Then I spy Kishanda, huddled with Skymandu and a man who is perhaps captain of the galley. The two men are fully armed and armoured, but she is clad in her formal Eastern robes, her head veiled, and only her eyes showing amidst the silks. They are speaking their own tongue, but if I concentrate, the sound carries to me, and I know enough Luwian to follow the conversation. "We need to find somewhere to pitch," the captain is saying. "The men are shattered. They haven't rested properly for 2 days and a night." "There'll be no rest here," Skymandu replies sullenly. "We can't afford to pause. Our enemy's far ahead of us, and if they reach the Achaean death god before we find them, we've lost. The men worry that we might never escape this place," the captain says. "We'll find a way out, Gan," Kishanda puts in, and my senses quicken to her lyrical voice. "Theseus is travelling on foot, and he won't know that we've breached this place by way of another entrance. Every hour we're gaining on them, even by this circuitous route. Our paths will soon intersect." "How do you know that?" Skymandu demands. "Because I've studied maps of this place, given me by our mother," Kishanda answers. "Like our own realm of death, this place has a geography. This river the Styx joins the Lethe soon and spirals into the heartland to a place called the Pantheon, which Theseus will certainly aim for. It's where visitors must go to seek audience with Hades. To reach it on foot, Theseus must pass Cerberus, traverse Persephone's grove, and the asphodel fields. All of these are perilous obstacles." "Whereas this river journey is safe?" Skymandu asks in sarcastic tones. "I didn't say that," Kishanda replies. "I only said it was swifter, and given that we had no other way to pass the Hound, infinitely more likely to give us success." Suddenly, they all three fall silent, and I realize that Kishanda has turned towards me with piercing, glistening eyes. There's no recognition in her gaze, only concern at some perceived threat. She says something, words that crackle and roar in my mind. I feel my whole form fray and come apart, an agonizing sensation that makes me shriek. And then I'm gasping and thrashing in my cloak, back at the campsite. My eyes fly open, and for a moment I fear I've shouted aloud and woken everyone. But apart from the sentries, everyone's sleeping. It takes time for my heart to stop hammering, and even more for my brain to stop churning over that vision. I'm nervous about sleeping again, but when exhaustion finally claims me, I tumble into a dreamless pit. Chapter 15. The Grove of Persephone. Therefore we must not be persuaded or permitted to be said that Theseus, the son of Poseidon, and Pirithous, the son of Zeus, launched themselves into such appalling rapine, nor that any other hero, a child of God, would have been reckless enough to perform the dreadful and impious deeds they now falsely accuse them of. Plato, Republic. Erebus. I'm half awake when Bria touches my shoulder. Rise and shine, Ithaca. It's about as morning-like as it's going to get, and we've got a lot of ground to make up. I look up. The sky's unchanged, a sheet of bronze fire and black smoke, slowly swirling. But perhaps it's lighter? The Spartans are all rousing, stretching their cramped limbs. I accept Bria's offer of a hand, gritting my teeth as I put weight on my right leg. I'll need a spear to walk with, I admit, cursing inwardly. Castor and Polydeuces saunter over, arm in arm. We'll not let you slow us down, Ithacan, the younger brother pronounces. Our sister's life is at stake, and she's worth 100 of you. We'll travel as fast as possible. It's over to you to keep up. They swagger away without a backward glance. I wish one of those damned gods at Olympus might have blessed Polydeuces with a shred of humanity. I mutter to Bria. A simple "thou shalt not be a total heap of copros" would have sufficed. None of the gods except our mistress would have understood the concept. Bria replies dryly. Sadly, you'll find that most theoi are like them. But seriously, can you manage? Certainly, I lie. I just need to loosen my muscles up. They're a bit stiff. We breakfast from the meagre remains of our food before warming up for the day's march. The next 10 minutes are about the most painful I've ever endured. Exercising with a ruptured muscle is far from ideal, but Bria guides me, and by the time Alycus calls a halt to the session, I can limp along at a reasonable pace. Thankfully, Bria's tracking, she's seeking signs of Theseus and his party, means we travel at a pace I can manage. The path she takes leads through a tangled pine forest, where she finds a path, a muddy swath of ground about 2 feet wide where nothing grows, meandering through the undulating forest. When Lars asks her who made the trail, she replies, Persephone comes here. Everything dies that touches the hem of her dress. It's not a comforting thought, but she does find fresh footprints in the mud, made by Achaean boots, with nails hammered into the sole. Theseus and Pirithous, almost certainly. Is my sister still with them? Castor demands. This set, Bria replies, pointing out a smaller print with a pointed toe, either belongs to Theseus's mother or to Helen. They're not far ahead of us. So we can run, exclaims Polydeuces, giving me a malevolent glance. With all respect, my prince, Alycus replies, if we lose their tracks, our mission will fail. We cannot say if they have stayed on this path or have taken another route further on. Care and accuracy must outweigh haste. Good man, I think fervently. Even walking is anguish for me, and I'm drenched in sweat. The morning passes in surges and pauses. When the way seems obvious, we jog, with Bria in the lead. I inevitably fall behind, catching up only when they stop to examine more tracks. We see the first animals since Cerberus's cave, a flock of dead-looking crows feasting on an even more dead-looking trio of wolves. Nearby, a fresh, hastily abandoned campsite at the side of the track is marked by prints of nailed soles and, this time, 2 sets of women's slippers. We conclude that one of the women must have been carried up to this point. So at least, when they reached this campsite, both Helen and Aethra were still alive. Theseus's party was attacked by wolves, but the pack drew off, Bria declares, just as I limp in. We move again before I can catch my breath. To my surprise, Lars drops back. How'd you fare, Mythicon? I'm just about done until I can rest, I pant, hating to admit it. You need help? No. I can manage. Better on my own. Just need a break. Hang in there. Even Prince Polly will have to accept that Castor is as exhausted as you. We'll all rest soon. Lars gives a wry smile. It'll be good for our blessed prince, having an elder brother who's mortal. I understand he's going to fix that, I grunt. Lars chuckles. He speaks big, does our Polly, and he'll find out things don't just happen because he wants them to. We all have to learn that lesson. He pats my shoulder. You've got grit, Ithacan. I just wish I knew whether we're on the same side. I'm not even sure which side I'm on, after what I've seen of Athena. All these gods seem cold-hearted and self-serving, but no young girl deserves to be kidnapped by brutes like Theseus. Trust me, on this matter we're very much aligned. I'm just worried the damage is already done. Aye, I think even the princes realise that, though they won't voice it. Helen is late to begin her cycles, so no man of honour ought to touch her. But Theseus bedded every girl he fancied, so even her youth mightn't stop him, and there were already signs of— He stops himself in mid-sentence. Signs of what? I say, feigning innocence. Does Lars know what happened at the Olympian court? Why do you want to know? Lars gives me a probing look. Because gaining her powers requires losing her maidenhead, and cycles or no cycles, she might well want those gifts unlocked now and at her fingertips. I just want to know all the angles we're dealing with, I tell him. Fair enough, Lars grunts. There was a slave boy. Leader found him and Helen half undressed and kissing. So that was what Tyndareus started to refer to. That night I overheard him talking with Menelaus in the palace courtyard back at Sparta. What became of the boy? He died under the lash. Harsh, I comment, especially since the poor young fool would have had little choice but to obey her. I wonder how that incident affected Helen. Harsh? See how you like it when you find your sister bedding a slave, Lars retorts. Ah, here we are. We've arrived at the latest resting place, to find Castor kneeling red-faced and dry-retching. I grip Lars's shoulder in thanks, then hobble over to slump down beside Bria and recuperate as best I can. Alicus and Lars sit with the 2 remaining soldiers. One of them, Philoton, recently lost his wife in childbirth, and claims to have dreamt vividly of her last night. This sounds ominous, but there's no turning back. How's Castor? I ask Bria as we share water. Done in. He's only 16. Polydeuces isn't much better off. For all that he's a Theos, he's still growing into his potential. She jerks her thumb forward. We're almost through these woods. Next is Persephone's grove. What's that? Don't you know the tale? Persephone, daughter of the harvest goddess, is whisked off by Hades to the underworld and ravished. A crisis develops, with crop failures and famine, until it's agreed she can spend the winter here and the rest of the year in the natural world. A made-up tale to explain the seasons. Bria gives me a withering look. You really do need to stop thinking like that. Are you going to enlighten me? Bria harumphs, but then concedes. Of course it's a tale to explain the seasons, but remember, this underworld we're visiting is made of such tales. Here they become real. Once the story of Persephone became widely known and believed, who should pop up in the underworld but a new queen called Persephone? As for her grove, well, let's just say it's her special place. Is it safe? I remember the sinister half-faced goddess at the Olympian court. Bria snorts. What do you think? Let me tell you of Persephone. She's part winter, part summer, part living, part dead. Part goddess, part victim. A lot of contradictory parts can drive someone part mad. Shouldn't we stay away? If it's where Theseus went, we have no choice. Lars is worried Theseus might already have raped Helen, I say, dropping my voice, or seduced her. Lars told me she was becoming precocious, though there's a world of difference between kissing a slave boy and embracing a murderous thug like Theseus. Bria pulls a face. Maybe, but his original plan to take her to Troy, and now this flight to Erebus, requires exchanging Helen for gain, gold or perhaps immortality. Either way, her value is lessened if she loses her virginity, even if that does result in her gaining her Theia powers. Helen unsullied is worth far more to Hades than Helen already debauched by Theseus. Our favourite Athenian would be stupidly reckless to do such a thing. But stupidly reckless pretty much sums him up, I point out. I know. That's the worry. But they've got Theseus's mother with them. Theseus would do anything for Aethra. She's not what you'd expect. Ruthless in defence of her son, yes, but otherwise she's dignified old gentry and quite maternal. She's my hope that Helen is being treated well. Bria's logic allays some of my fears, leaving me free to concentrate on sipping water and getting my breath back, while massaging my leg muscles. Our water skins are almost empty, but Bria reassures us that we are approaching a spring where it's safe to drink. Persephone has made a place here which contains a small part of the world above, she tells us. The water flowing directly from the spring is safe, but don't drink from the pool below. Not that you'll want to when you see it. Castor perks up at the mention of water. He's just drained his own water skin, and then his brother's. Come, Bria says, getting to her feet. The grove is this way. As we descend towards Persephone's grove, the deathly pines give way to lowland forest, cypresses and oaks, and even figs and wild olives. The spaces between the tree trunks are filled with undergrowth, most of the bushes heavy with berries. There are birds here that seem no different from those in the world above, and we glimpse squirrels flitting through the branches. As we pass the berries, it is almost a reflex to reach out and pluck. Don't! Bria raps. You've much to live for, Ithaca. It'd be a shame to throw it away for a morsel of fruit. I snatch my hand away from a luscious red berry and refocus on picking my way along the now overgrown and root-bound path, my right leg muscles burning from the exertion.
A livid bruise now covers the entire inside of my thigh, purple and yellow and swollen, under the scarred welts left by the boar tusk. I have to care for it better. As Bria warned, I don't want to be a cripple all my life. To distract myself, I think of all the things I want to live for. To see Ithaca again and my family, together, happy, smiling. Laertes proud of me, mother safe and restored to his affection, my sister Ctimene in love and wed to a good man. To see Kishander of Troy as a friend, not an enemy. I grit my teeth, struggling to keep up as the Spartans increase their pace again, eager to reach the spring Bria has described. Castor, not far in front of me, seems almost as distressed as I am. Polydeuces has come back to assist his brother. It's nice to see once more that concern for his brother can temper his ego. Perhaps that augurs well for him. He might become less of a Priapus as he matures. By now, my leg is cramping badly, reducing me to a slow shuffle. Even the brothers have vanished up ahead. Suddenly, I hear a cry of horror. Alone in the tangled woodland, I'm immediately fearful for our party, burning through much of my reserves to catch them up. As I lurch into a clearing, I see Bria and the Spartans and feel a surge of relief that they're safe. A relief that doesn't last. The Spartans are huddled beside a spring which feeds into a large pool surrounded by ancient willow trees. Their eyes are all drawn upwards, and I follow their gaze, and choke on my breath. In the nearest tree, 3 young women are dangling from twisted rope vines, choking and kicking as they strangle, drool running from their mouths and blood from their chafed necks. Their dresses are torn, and their inside legs are coated with excrement. The stench is vile, and both the air and the bodies are thick with large, squat flies. Appalled, I drag my eyes away from the ghastly sight, only to find dozens more twitching bodies dotted about the glade. Even Lars's hard-bitten face has turned a sickly grey-green colour. Bria's voice is matter-of-fact, as if she were a guide in a historic temple or shrine. And this tongueless nymph's name is Lara. She tried to seduce Zeus. Hera was furious, so Persephone helped her out by seizing Lara and bringing her here to her sacred grove. Persephone likes to hang them, despite or because they're immortal and can't die. Every so often she harvests a few to be harpies or erinyes, but they could as easily just choke here for the rest of eternity. It's too much for most of the party. Alicus and Lars have probably seen enough atrocities to be hardened to suffering, but Phileton and Unamos turn aside and lose the meagre contents of their stomachs, as do both the princes, and I take that as license to do the same. When I finished retching and stand wiping my mouth with the back of my hand, I find Polydeuces looking at me with what seems to be a shred of empathy. We've finally shared an emotion, this bold young prig and I. Revulsion, basic enough, to be sure, but it's a start. The spring water is safe, Bria reminds us. Use it to rinse and drink. This is the only drinkable water in Erebus, so fill your water skins. She fills her helm and tips it over her head, the water briefly flattening her tightly curled Nubian hair, which then crinkles again. The tracks indicate that Theseus came here, but moved on quickly. We need to do the same. There's still a long way ahead of us. But shouldn't we do something for these women? I ask, trying my best not to look about me at the kicking, convulsing nymphs. This is monstrous. Are you mad? Bria responds. They're here because Persephone wants them to be. You help even one of them, and you'll be sharing their fate. Come on, let's move. I never thought Persephone could be so cruel, I mutter to her as we prepare to move again.
What did you think suffering in Hades' realm entails, Ithaca? Bad wine and boredom?
She stamps away.
If that's what all Athena's ladies are like, I'm glad I serve Ares,
Lars notes dryly. What do you gain from serving your patron?
I ask, remembering what I'd been told. The theoi of different gods have slightly different gifts. Lars shrugs. The usual theos gifts for a champion: speed, strength, stamina, durability, but with Ares, you also gain another thing, a double-edged weapon called bloodlust. When the blades are drawn, and the wave of madness hits you, the world turns to red, and you're invincible, inexhaustible, until that wave sweeps on by. You barely recall it afterwards, bar the trail of bodies and carnage you can follow back to the starting point of your rage. War is savagery, Odysseus. It's not about strategy or skill, it's about who wants it more, you or them. That's why Ares will always be greater than Athena.
I weigh my words, keeping in mind that to these men, I represent Hermes, not Athena.
With the greatest respect, I reply, I think you're wrong. In the end, I believe the skill of Athena will be held higher than the bloodlust of Ares. But I'm just a man of Hermes, so what do I know? Think what you like, Ithacan. Blades speak louder than thoughts, and mine has had plenty to say over the years.
Is Ares aware you're here? I ask.
Lars gives me a shrewd look. Wondering if he knows about this matter, are you? I've not told him so. I'm only a champion, not an avatar. He can't enter me, nor anyone I know. Avatars are the rarest of the theoi.
Then the loss of Iadama is a more grievous blow to Athena than I realized. If gods can take animal form, why don't they do it more often?
I wonder. Because it weakens them, Lars replies. At least, that's what an avatar of Ares once told me. But it's not for me to educate you, Ithacan.
He slaps me on the shoulder and trudges away. A few minutes of walking takes us out of the ghastly grove, past more dangling bodies and other victims also, male and female, some being crushed by grappling vines studded with thorns, some tied to stakes and being pecked by crows or stung by clouds of wasps. Then mercifully, the land opens out, the trees giving way to a shimmer of asphodel flowers, a sea of white that stretches out before us, a strange contrast to the gloomy backdrop. Again I fall behind. When I catch the Spartans up, they've been resting and are readying to move on again. To my surprise, it is Polydeuces who speaks to me. Another few minutes to allow the Ithacan to recover, he says. Another glimmer of hope. He mightn't turn out a complete arsehole. From the small rise where we sit, eating the last of our food, Erebus spreads before us, circled by mountains. A clinging mist has crept in as we watch, smearing the asphodel-covered plains, obscuring much but leaving enough gaps to reveal a distant, forested hill crowned by a white-pillared building near the edge of a marshland forest through which we glimpse many trailing lines of silvery water. The asphodel fields reach to the near side of the hill and are bordered to their left by a jagged line of low hills. Several paths wind through the flowers, more lifeless soil touched by Persephone's hem, Bria confirms. What's the building atop that distant hill? Alicus asks her. A holy site that Hades calls his pantheon. Pan meaning all, and theon meaning what you'd expect it to mean. It's a place where all the gods can sit enthroned when they visit Erebus. I'm still in a state of horror over Persephone's grove. This is a dreadful place, I remark. Sure, but if you want to see real cruelty, go to Tartarus.
I've not had the pleasure myself, and I hope I never shall. I trust in Athena that when I finally die, I shall be conveyed to the Elysian fields and dwell with the blessed. May we all be similarly rewarded, I mutter fervently.
What about those hills?
Lars asks, indicating the foothills that border the left flank of the asphodel fields. Bria snorts. Do you think I'm a local? I've only been here once before, with my mistress, and we went directly to the Pantheon to discuss some theological matters with Hades and Hera. No wonder she was sketchy about dealing with Charon and Cerberus. I forgive her a little.
And this Pantheon is where Theseus is going?
Polydeuces asks. That's my belief, Bria replies. The protocol for any visitor is to burn an offering on the altar inside the Pantheon, which summons a representative of Hades. After that, you just wait for the death god to show up. Beyond Pantheon Hill, and after many more miles of Persephone's damned asphodels, you reach the Hall of Judgment, where the spirits of three wise kings of old, Minos, Iarchus, and Rhadamanthus, sit in judgment over the dead. Beyond that, you've got the Elysian fields for the blessed, the Vale of Lethe for most of us, where we can reflect on life until we drink from the river of forgetfulness and cease to be, and Tartarus for those with whom the gods are truly annoyed.
Where's Hades' palace?
Lars asks. Overlooking the Hall of Judgment, so I'm told. I remember my dream. In it, Kishanda had spoken of a pantheon that Theseus had to reach to summon Hades. If I can trust the dream, she's going to the same place as us. I wish I had an eagle's eyes to see what might be transpiring on that green, far-off hill.
Theseus must have reached it by now.
How long would the Athenian have to wait before Hades arrived to hear his petition? And where are the Trojans? Has their ship successfully traversed the rivers? Could they even now be climbing the hill? All too soon, Rhea stands up. When I was here last, she says, Hades arrived on a flying chariot amidst storm clouds. I'm not seeing any yet, but we have to reach that hill and reclaim your princess before he turns up. She raises her voice. There's only one rule when crossing the asphodel fields. You must remain silent. Why? Castor asks. Because the dead will hear you, and you don't want that. We clamber to our feet, Alycus taking the lead.
We're running again,
he tells us, before turning to me.
Sorry, Ithacan, but we've lost too much time already. And a one-legged man's no use in a fight, especially if his bow hasn't any arrows left.
I can't dispute his logic. And looking around me, I see a little sympathy, but no disagreement. I nod acceptance, knowing that being left alone in Erebus is akin to a death sentence, but I can offer no counter-argument. I've got them alive past Cerberus, but I'm no longer of any use. Lars, bless him, gives me his cloak. In one sense, I'm doing him a favour. It will only get in his way while he's running. Even Bria can do no more than spare me a pair of her own arrows. I wonder how many of Athena's champions she's seen die. A fair number, I judge from her barely sympathetic face. I guess serving a cold-hearted queen like Athena rubs off. Then off they all jog through the asphodels, following Persephone's deathly path. And though in my heart I know they have little choice, it's difficult not to feel bitterness. They haven't even thanked me. No, you saved our lives, we'll remember you in our prayers. Bastards. In moments I'm alone, limping along, waist-deep in white flowers, and before long it becomes apparent that the Pantheon Hill is also fading from view. A ground mist is rising, blotting out the middle distance and beyond. Soon I can't tell where the asphodels end and the mist begins. The underworld has shrunk to a flowery field surrounded in mist. I hobble on for what seems an age, consumed by bitter recriminations, muttering to myself at the injustice of fate. Basically, I'm done for. Bullied by Athena and betrayed by her turncoat champion. So much for her omniscience, and so much for my grand plans to help my mother and prove myself to Laertes. Round and round my thoughts circle, until I fear they'll strangle my brain. The pain of moving dulls my awareness of what is before me, my inner war against despair. But then the whispers start. It's not just mist that surrounds me, I realize, but also the pale, wispy forms of men and women, wraiths of the dead. They're drifting in clumps, pale as clouds and radiating cold. I see old faces and young, even children lost and afraid. I'm staring, but none look back. They don't even seem to see me. You have to stay silent, Bria warned. I follow her advice. I don't know how much time has passed, but it feels like eons. I realize that I've lost the path and am limping directionless through the asphodels. Then I hear a distant voice, a man howling in despair, and I recognize Phileton, calling his wife's name. Then he suddenly falls silent, and that silence chills me. Fear closes in, borne on those vacant, deathly faces. Then I make a mistake. Unthinkingly, I speak aloud. "No, Phileton," I whisper, wishing him silent when I should have remained so myself. The mist churns as if stirred by a gust of wind. Then, chillingly, I realize that the wraiths in the mist have spun my way, and they can now see me. The nearest, a dead warrior with a wound in his chest, bares his teeth and snarls. His arms rise, reaching out, and they hem me in. I turn and run, well, stagger, frightened now, more than frightened, scared, nigh witless. Cold, barely substantial hands pull at me like frost on my skin. I thrash about, tripping and falling, hauling myself along as the wraiths gibber and plead. "Stay, stay," they call. "Stay with us, living man, stay, feed us." My panic rises, and I know I have to fight it or I'll be destroyed. I spin about, lurching through the asphodels with no goal in sight, but then the merest tear in the mist shows me a bare, stony slope. The Pantheon Hill? I make for it, stumbling onwards, slapping aside the spectral hands that reach for me. Behind me, the dead are massing, their ranks closed tight, led by that dead warrior whose eyes are now alight with a feral kind of hatred. I hobble on, the long grass and the flowers seeking to entangle me, and then I burst from the foliage and onto a barren slope. I look upwards, but can't see the crest. And now I'm remembering that the Pantheon Hill appeared green and lush from a distance. I turn, see the massed dead gathering on the verge of the hill. They come no further, just standing there silently watching, reaching out, their faces hungry. I back away, and then low cloud sweeps in and I'm alone again on this lifeless hillside. Then I hear another wail of despair from somewhere above me, followed by a huge resounding roar like an avalanche, filling me with dread. I'd once seen a cliff give way during an earthquake on Ithaca, carrying 4 houses with it, and I've never forgotten the sound. Again I hear that wailing, anguished cry, and stare blindly up into the mist, aware that I'd been unable to aid those poor nymphs being strangled in Persephone's grove. Perhaps this is someone I can help, and perhaps they might aid me in return. It seems far-fetched, but I'm alone, And one truth we humans cling to is that most of us need other people to endure. I'm no different in that respect. And perhaps, if I can climb above this wretched mist, I can get my bearings again. So I head up the slope towards the fading cry. The last clattering echo of the rockfall has died away. I pull a fold of Lars's cloak over my head so my hair won't be soaked by the moist, heavy air. The deathly cold makes my bones ache, but curiosity draws me onwards, clambering over loose rocks and shifting shale, the stone hard-edged, awkward to walk on and treacherous. After a time, with the mist already lifting a little, I hobble through a gap between steep slopes into a faceless gully, the ground choked with fallen stones. One giant boulder, many times the size of a man, lies atop the pile, but as I approach it crumbles and falls apart, becoming a gritty sludge that runs away, leaving only a round core, as small as a man's fist. Puzzled, I slog up the pile of sludge to look at that coarse stone more closely. I've already reached down to pick it up when I hear a footfall above me and look up, braced to fight. Only some 10 yards away, a man is standing, perhaps the most magnificently piteous figure I've ever seen. He's tall and once he was strong, with wide shoulders and a deep chest. But now he's so emaciated that every bone can be seen, every muscle a thin cord straining at the pale skin that clings tight to his wasted frame. His back is hunched, his legs locked half bent, and his skin bruised and bleeding and covered in stone dust, as is his ragged loincloth, all he has to wear. But it's his face that draws the eye. Crudely moulded features affixed to a large skull, striking rather than handsome. His age is impossible to tell, for his expression is locked in a rictus of pain, but his beard and the thin hair that clings to his scalp are white, filthy, and hang to his waist. A wild light burns in his eyes, not the insanity of the confused, but the madness of the fixated who exist for only one thing. I leave the stone where it lies and draw my Cephus. The old man snorts. "If I thought that thing could kill me, I'd help you push it in." His voice is rasping, as if his throat is coated in rock dust. Grasping his knees to support his upper body, he coughs up blood-flecked grey phlegm and spits, then clambers down towards me. "Don't worry, boy," he says. "I'm not going to hurt you." I clutch my sword tighter, seeing no reason to believe anything he says. "Where am I?" He chuckles grimly. "If you don't know that, you're in more trouble than I thought." He gestures expansively at the mist, mimicking a king, overlooking his realm. "This is Erebus." "I know I'm in fucking Erebus," I growl, "but which part of it?" The old man blows his nose onto the ground, one nostril at a time. His snot is grey with rock dust, like the phlegm he's just coughed up. "I don't think it has a name. You could call it Soul Crusher Peaks, maybe. Or the Hills of Hubris, for all the proud men brought low here. Or just Loser's End, because in the end, that's what we all are. Those who fought the gods and lost." Something in the burning intensity of that last line, the bitterness, the fury in the old man's eyes as he utters them, lights a spark in my heart, because that stubborn, fiery, focused will feels strangely familiar. "Who are you?" I ask, sheathing my sword. The old man straightens painfully, lifting his head as if the memory of who he is has freed him, for a brief moment, from the bent, crippled creature he's become. You might call it towering pride, arrogance even, but I see indomitable self-belief. Hubris, we call it. the arrogance to challenge the gods. It's the sin the gods hate more viciously than any other. My name, he says slowly, is Sisyphus. Chapter 16. Son of Sisyphus. Chorus. Is it possible you transgressed even further? Prometheus. Indeed, I prevented mortals foreknowing their death. Chorus. What kind of physic did you find for this sickness? Prometheus. I caused them to be possessed by blind hopes. Aeschylus. Prometheus bound. Erebus. For 6 long heartbeats, I can't breathe. I just stare, stomach churning, heart stuttering, at the ragged old man. My father. A wave of dizziness sweeps over me, so strong I have to lean on the bow to stay upright. Everything I'd imagined I might say to him, given such an impossibility as this, every question, every accusation, every curse evaporates from my brain. All I can do is gape, like a stranded fish. And you? Sisyphus says, frowning. Getting no response, he clambers down to tug the cloak free of my head, catching his breath at the sight of my thick red hair. By Atlas! Are you Anticlea's boy? The old king chokes out. Without waiting for a response, he clasps me to him, shaking uncontrollably, his eyes welling tears. His arms are thin, but his strength is immense. I can scarcely breathe in my father's iron grip. Slowly, tentatively, I return the embrace. Finally, he holds me at arm's length and stares. What did they name you? He asks. Odysseus. Born of grief, he mutters. Apt, I suppose, in so many ways. He waves at a pile of rubble. Sit, boy. Your body is warm, so you still live. How can you be here? I do as bidden, my legs too wobbly to stand. There are so many things I want to ask him, but I'm still burningly aware that Rhea and the Spartans are pursuing Theseus, that I need to be there. But this is my father, and I will never have another opportunity. The first question comes blurting out. Did you force my mother? Sisyphus flinches. Is that what she told you? I feel all my frustration well up. I've lost my home, my family, my very identity because of you. She tells Laertes one thing and me another. I don't know the truth. I don't even know who I am anymore. Slow down, son. Tell me what happened. How are you here? How did you learn of me? I breathe deeply, slowly, several times to calm myself, then begin. Close on 6 months ago, my family took me to Pytho to learn the rites and be recognized by the Pythia, Anticlea's mother. In her prophetic trance, the Pythia denounced mother as an adulteress. Father, Laertes, disowned me instantly. He also threatened to cast mother aside. Only the dishonor of exposing himself as a cuckold prevented him. They returned to Ithaca, but I was told to stay away. Sisyphus spits, a blob of grey mucus that sinks into the grit at our feet. The Pythia. Here is Tool, the vengeful bitch. And your mother told 2 tales. He shakes his head. There was no rape. Seduction, aye, but no force. What's the difference when a powerful king traps an innocent young woman alone? You're a young lad with much to learn. Laertes wouldn't know the difference. He's a farmer at heart. He can get a bull to a cow, but he has no more idea of seduction than that. Don't get me wrong. I like Laertes well enough, A good and decent man, but he's no worthy husband for a woman like Anticlea."
His eyes light up.
"Your mother shone. Not just her scarlet hair, wonder that it is, or her face or form, but her heart and mind. I'd met her several times at kingly gatherings, and she was the intellectual match of any man present. She was being groomed as a future Pythia, and her education made her blossom. As her understanding of the world grew, so did her passion for life. Then Laertes won her hand, and he stifled her. He felt threatened by her brilliance, so he punished her for presumption and dismissed her teachers on petty excuses. When the time came for her initiation as a future Pythia, her first steps on the Viper's path, she failed, because he'd broken her confidence. She was so traumatized, she could never open herself to those gifts again."
I stare. This I've never heard. So she could have awakened as a Thea?
"Yes, indeed. But for Laertes."
I'm shocked. No, I'm furious that Laertes has so crippled her soul.
"I didn't just seduce her, Odysseus," Sisyphus goes on. "Insofar as I'm capable, for I have my own failings, I loved her."
Sisyphus waves a hand as if batting away a retort.
"I love all women, yes, I know. Every man says that. But I love to see them bloom. They're half the world, and yet we belittle them. Why should a man feel so threatened when he sees a brilliant woman? They see things differently to us, and usually more sensibly. They should be our partners, not our slaves."
He looks at me gravely.
"Do you know of the Theoi, the god touched?" Then he answers his own question. "Of course we do. How else are you here? Athena, yes? No other would appreciate you. Small blessing to be in the hands of the Virgin, but at least your gifts are awakened. And I see," he says, touching the bow on my shoulder, "that my old friend Iphitus kept his promise."
Yes, indeed, I couldn't even string it until I was awakened.
"Treasure it. It'll serve you well."
Sisyphus examines the bow, his voice softening in remembrance.
"Heracles slaughtered Iphitus's family, so he feigned death, stole the bow, and escaped. He took refuge with me in Corinth. I hid him as long as I could, but my own life was under threat. So I told him of Anticlea and my hopes for you. I made him promise to give you the bow if you both lived long enough to find such a chance."
Oh, that's good to know, but it's trivia to me right now. What happened between you and my mother? I demand. He sighs heavily, then nods.
"You need to know. It was, well, how old are you? 20? Then it was 21 years ago. I was mourning the death of my favorite grandson. You must know his name, Bellerophon. The tales say he grew prideful, tried to assail Olympus, and was destroyed by Zeus's thunderbolts. The truth was more tawdry. The gods lured him with empty promises and murdered him. Years earlier, my only Theos son, Glaucus, Bellerophon's father, was slain by Hera. She possessed his horses with diamonds, and they ate him. Why such evil? Because we are the last of the blood of Prometheus."
I know that, but it's been different hearing the tale from my own father's lips.
"With them dead, I almost despaired," he went on. "But I was still strong, still vigorous, still potent. But because I am merely the great-grandchild of Prometheus, I cannot sire Theoi on ordinary women. Those I fathered on my wife, a political match to secure Corinth, weren't God-touched. Merope, my lover, was a nymph who had taken a human body, but of our children only Glaucus was a Theos. Now both he and his son Bellerophon were dead. I was the last of the blood of Prometheus. I knew I must sire another Theos, so I cast about for someone of the divine blood.
My mother.
Yes, though fate played a part. I met Laertes at Dodona, while consulting the oracle to determine who I should approach. Not only did the prophecy point to her, it also spoke of a hero of the line of Prometheus as the future savior of Achaea. This prophecy was swiftly suppressed, and has not been heard since, but I still believe it. If I'm right, you are the hero. I confess I told Anticlea of this when I, persuaded her to surrender to me.
This is consistent with what Mother told me at Pytho, but it still takes some believing. Sisyphus sees my doubts and grips my shoulder hard.
Believe in that prophecy, Odysseus. Who but a follower of Prometheus will ask the right questions, follow the right path to free us of these accursed gods and their meddling? Our forebear was the only one of that Olympian brood who loved us more than himself. For that they cast him down. But in you, our bloodline endures, and the hope that he can be freed, that once again the gods will serve us, not we them.
What do you mean, that the gods will serve us?
Exactly that. The tale that Prometheus gave us fire is a metaphor. The real fire he gave us was knowledge, son. Reason and logic, tools that lead you to more tools, tools that raise us above the beasts. Prometheus was the spirit of knowledge, of understanding, of all that enlightens us. He served us, and the others just wanted our obedience. That's why he's imprisoned here in Erebus, and I also. And you'll end up here too if you can't outwit our foes.
Are you saying Prometheus is here?
Aye, in the next valley. Come, you must meet him.
He clambers to his feet. I hesitate. But my friends...
You're not alone?
His eyes narrow.
How and why are you here, my son?
I hurriedly explain my predicament. I can see no reason not to be frank, and despite having only just met him, I feel I can trust him, at least in this. He wants the best for me, needs me to carry on his struggle. Once I've explained who I am with and our purpose, Sisyphus half closes his eyes.
I see them. They're heading for the Pantheon, but they still have some way to go.
How he can do this, I have no idea. Perhaps, like Bria, he has the Magus gifts. That's where I must be, I tell him. I must recover Helen and absolve myself of blame for her abduction.
Never fear. I can get you there, as quickly as you need, once you've met Prometheus.
He points at the ridge above us.
We'll go that way, for the extra yards.
What does he mean by that? I watch curiously as Sisyphus picks the small black stone that I'd been drawn to earlier from amidst the slush of the crumbled boulder. He lifts it in both hands, his face a paroxysm of hatred, despair, determination, and reverence.
Come, he says. A good start is essential.
He begins to trudge up the slope, carrying the stone as if it were many times heavier than it is. What are you doing? I ask as I hobble after him.
This, Sisyphus pants, is my punishment. Futile, of course. but I have to try.
I have no idea what he means. I followed close behind, watching him with growing concern as with each step upwards the stone grows perceptibly larger. Inside a few paces, the old man is shifting his grip, cradling it in his arms. "Let me help you," I offer.
"Too dangerous,"
Sisyphus grunts as the stone grows even bigger.
"Must do this on my own."
"But—"
"Shut up, boy. I have to concentrate."
Sisyphus's ravaged face sets into the rictus I'd witnessed before. Fixed, anguished, the pain lines deepening as he staggers upwards, striving for footing. Now the stone is bigger still, a weight such as only an athlete in his prime might essay. But my father's muscles bulge, each one standing out like a giant blister beneath his skin, as he heaves one step forward and then another. He's halfway up the slope. If this is a punishment, it's self-inflicted as far as I can see. The stone is now almost the size of Sisyphus's torso and becoming nigh impossible to hold. With a shout, the old man hurls it upwards into a small basin of rock, where it teeters until he throws his weight behind it and traps it. Then, with bleeding hands, he starts rolling it uphill, at first with some momentum, making a dozen yards or so. But the stone keeps growing. Soon, Sisyphus is bathed in sweat and shaking with exertion, his blood smearing the stone. I realize that the slope is hard-packed by his footfalls, that he must have done this hundreds or even thousands of times. It's appalling to watch. Wordlessly, I sling the bow over my shoulder and limp up the slope to put my shoulder to the boulder. It gives me a desperate, almost insane look of gratitude and burning hope.
"Perhaps this time," he grunts. "This time."
Together we heave it up another dozen yards, my torn thigh muscles screaming in protest. But with each upward roll it becomes more massive still, man-height and almost impossible to shift. My legs can't take much more of this, and we are still only 3/4 of the way up the slope.
"We won't make it,"
my father gasps.
"When it slips, get clear, or it'll kill you."
We try for another push, 3 yards to the next lip where the boulder might catch. But the gravel beneath our feet gives way. The boulder rolls and we hurl ourselves out of the way, letting the giant stone crash between us and down, to shatter in the gully below. We sit, Sisyphus glowering at the broken rock below.
"Shit of a way to spend eternity," he remarks eventually. "Thanks for the help. You've got good shoulders, boy. Shame you aren't taller."
Why is that the first thing anyone notices?
"Why'd you have to do that?"
I pant, massaging my burning right thigh. My body is definitely healing faster than normal, but I just can't get enough of a respite for the wound to heal properly.
"I told you. It's my punishment for being a Promethean."
But why'd you go along with it? I ask. Stop doing it. Try something else.
Sisyphus sighs. "I tell myself that every time I pick that bloody stone up at the bottom of the slope, and every time I end up hereabouts. But Hades promised me once that it's not forever. It's finite. There is a target, a vertical yardage. When I reach it, the stone will become light as a feather, and I'll walk out of here and be taken to the Elysian fields. The Elysian fields, son, where all is bliss, where only the finest foods and wines are served, where the blessed while away their time in every pleasure. and I could reach that target with the very next step I take.
Hope and despair, I mutter. The cruel bastards.
Aye, it's the hope that hooks us. That's what keeps us poor suckering humans going.
That Hades could be lying?
I've not discounted that, but he's not known for it. Sisyphus exhales heavily. I can work at my own pace. I've got to go, and it gives me time to think.
He clambers wearily to his feet, his skin still slick with perspiration, but he is shivering now with the cold. Wordlessly, I hand him Lars's cloak.
I thank you,
he says, flinching as he pulls it around his skeletal shoulders.
Damn, but it hurts so. Just a move. Anyway, you need to see our sire.
We tramp up to the ridge and emerge from the mist, but there is little to see but these bleak and arid hills. Then we hear the thud of beating wings, too immense to be a natural bird.
Hurry!
Sisyphus exclaims, breaking into a trot despite his obvious exhaustion. With me hobbling after, he tops another rise, then plunges into a narrow cleft. I follow, to find myself in a stinking, three-sided canyon that encloses a pool of congealed, stagnant foulness. The unseen wings are still beating, and above our heads, someone groans. I catch my breath in horror. About 40 yards above, just below the rim of the cliff, someone is dangling, one hand nailed to the rock. His shoulder is dislocated, and he is clearly in agony. Rotting blood and excreta stain the rock wall, the source of the stench that fills this small enclosed place. This is my nightmare come to life, unspeakably hideous to me, even though I am now only a witness, not the ghastly, corpse-like creature high above me.
Great-grandfather!
Sisyphus calls hoarsely. Prometheus jerks in shock, then twists, so that he can look down.
No! He cries. No! You're still here!
He wails in anguish at the grey skies above.
I dreamt this morning that 3 centuries had passed. I dreamt you'd escaped.
The sound of beating wings grows closer, and Sisyphus's expression becomes urgent.
Sire, I bring you a kinsman, a living kinsman, my son, Odysseus.
Prometheus twists again to stare down at us. He's handsome, beautiful even, and big enough to stand head and shoulders above Sisyphus. His eyes are aglow, their colour more red than brown. But his face is contorted in pain.
Living? A living man of my blood? Let me see you, boy.
His face goes from a rictus of despair to one equally agonizing of hope.
Why is he here? For your blessing,
Sisyphus calls.
Please, give him your blessing, sire.
Just then a bird of prey shrieks, causing Prometheus's face to contort in dread. A giant eagle appears so large its wingspan bridges the canyon. Somehow, despite its overwhelming presence, Prometheus keeps his fiery gaze on me.
Odysseus, do you wish for my blessing?
Yes, I shout. Yes, I do. The eagle lands on the cliff above Prometheus, peering with beady intensity. But Prometheus, though visibly petrified, ignores it.
Then I do bless you,
he shouts.
Thou art my kin and heir, and I awaken you to every gift.
Awakened a second time by my true patron, whose blood runs in my veins. It doesn't erase Athena's gift, but augments it.
The effect this second time is less dramatic, more like a sense of doors opening and pathways shifting inside me, without the fierce burst of energy that had transfixed me with Athena. Perhaps that's because this isn't the first awakening. It's more akin to a realignment, a broadening of what is already in place. I awaken you to every gift. My eyes lock with Prometheus's, wanting to tell him of this. But as if it senses something untoward, the eagle shrills and with a brutal movement seizes Prometheus's shoulder in one talon for purchase, then lunges downwards, its foot-long beak ripping open the fallen god's abdomen. Prometheus screams in utter agony as it clamps on something, pulling and tearing and wrenching, until a large, blood-coloured lump of flesh, a liver, comes free. The bird gulps it down before flapping away, leaving Prometheus howling in agony as blood gushes from the wound and runs cascading down the cliff. "Catch it! Catch it in your hands!" Sisyphus commands. I do as bidden, cupping my hands beneath the erratic flow. I only manage to collect about a spoonful, but Sisyphus seems satisfied. "Drink it," he commands. I hesitate. Civilized men do not drink blood. "Do it!" Sisyphus shouts in sudden fury. His conviction and urgency convince me, and I force the bitter fluid down. This time I experience something vastly different, a violent reaction as though someone has kicked me in the throat, or I've drunk lamp oil, then set fire to my tongue. I drop to my knees, frightened I might no longer be able to breathe, while Sisyphus holds my shoulder in his rock-like grip. Above us, Prometheus lies against the wall, bleeding and sobbing. Every day is the same as the last for him. The pain just as fresh each time, Sisyphus intones, looking up at his great-grandsire. He's healed by the touch of dawn's rays, only to be rent and torn again. Meanwhile, with no liver, he is in agony as his body poisons itself. This is Zeus's punishment for the sin the Sky Father hated more than any other, daring to elevate mankind. I can feel Prometheus's fiery blood beginning to radiate through my whole body. My thigh muscles are knitting just as they did under Athena's hands, and my whole body is pulsing with energy and strength. I fumble for my flask and manage a mouthful of water from Persephone's spring, which gives enough relief for me to speak. Why would Zeus not wish the best for mankind? Doesn't he want his worshippers to prosper? Sisyphus snorts derisively. Oh, yes, he wants them to prosper. If by prosper you mean breed like animals and cover the earth while never questioning who or what he really is. I stare. But we know what he is. King and father of the gods. The gods are rivals to each other, I understand that now, and they're not omnipotent except in places like this. But they're still gods, they still made us. You think so? I describe Athena's simile of the amphora and the holes through which their godly hands can reach to help mankind. It makes sense, I try to say, but Sisyphus interrupts, barking with bitter laughter. Are they still peddling that shit? Well, fuck me. Look around you, boy. This place, did the gods invent it? No, we did. We men, with our piddling understanding of the world and our burning need to invent greater beings to blame for our sorrows. There are no gods, just monsters that we've imagined into reality. That is the knowledge that our sire, one of them, wished to give to us. And you to see the price he'll pay for eternity, unless you, his last worshipper and champion, can free him and all the rest of us.
I stare again, aghast.
Ravings, the demented outpourings of a broken man trapped forever in a recurring nightmare. But what was it Bria had said? The bird or the egg? Something like understanding strikes me, too profound, too complex to take in completely. But Sisyphus recognizes it. Aye, it takes root. Ponder it, lad. Take the time to understand and realize the implications. But you don't have that time right now.
He pulls me to my feet again, sniffing the air.
Son, we're out of time, he says hoarsely. Don't waste that taste of divine blood. Your friends are about to reach the Pantheon, but so is Hades. I wish we had more time together, but the eagle has seen you. It's only going to be hours at most until Zeus knows you're here, and that you, a son of mine, have been blessed by Prometheus. You have to go now. I'm sorry, I didn't know you were here.
Sisyphus raises a hand.
How could you? I'm just grateful that chance threw us together. Or fate.
I have many more questions for him, and wish fervently that I could in some way erase his suffering or free him. But he's right. Do you have any message for my mother? I ask. His face softens.
Tell her. Tell her.
Tears stream down his cheeks again.
Tell her she is the best of women, that our hours together were my finest. Tell her I think of her always, and tell her she should say whatever she damn well likes about me, if it wins back her husband and her happiness.
He pulls me to him, hugs me fiercely, then steps away.
This place, as you've been told, is as it's believed to be. Strange thoughts can sometimes create strange results. For those with a touch of the divine, that mouthful of Prometheus's blood should be enough. Think hard of a place in this realm where you need to be, or a person you need to find, and will yourself there.
I wish I could freeze time. I wish I knew the right questions to ask to unlock my true father's mysteries and free him from this dreadful plight. But I have a task to perform, one of the utmost urgency. So I conjure the face of Helen of Sparta, as I remember her from that night we stole her from her bed in Sparta, and even as I breathe her name, the world spins away, then blurs in converging lines down a tunnel of swirling colour. Chapter 17. Lost Hero. By them stood death-blindness, gloomy and dire, pale green, shriveled, hunched over with hunger, with swollen knees. Long claws tipped her hands, her nose dribbled mucus, and blood dripped onto the ground from her cheeks. She stood, her lips parted in a hideous grin, and much dust lay upon her shoulders, wetted with tears. Hesiod, shield of Heracles. Erebus. As I hurtle down that tunnel of light, I retain enough awareness to not arrive precisely on Helen's shoulder. What is a white dot in darkness ahead of me becomes a blockish building on a low plinth, a strange edifice with open sides, pillars of pale stone, and a solid, low-peaked roof. A pantheon, Bria had called it, a place for all the gods. I glimpse people inside, and focus on one spot below the edge of the plinth. And an instant later, that's where I am without even the impact of landing.
That in itself is so disorienting that I almost cry out and betray my presence. "Do you hear something?" A male voice growls, and I press myself low to the ground and against the wall of the plinth, as heavy footsteps tread my way and I hear someone breathing. "Hear what, Pirithous?" Another man replies, and I know the voice. Theseus. I pray that Pirithous comes no closer. I've no idea exactly to whom I pray. It's more like silent, desperate wish-babble, but through luck or divine intervention, the former king of the Lapiths stops. The sound of his boots on the stonework retreats, and I can breathe again. "It was like the rush of wings," Pirithous says, his voice already further away. Once I'm sure Pirithous has lost interest, I cautiously peer about. As we'd already seen from the edge of Persephone's grove, the Pantheon stands on a hill surrounded by flat land. If the direction from which the Spartans will be approaching, through the asphodels, can be called south, then the wall I'm hiding against is at the north end of the Pantheon, facing deeper into Erebus. Now I know Theseus and his party are unaware of me. I crawl to the northwest corner, which gives me a view of the hills in which I met my father. The western flank falls away sharply, almost unclimbable. The landscape is still patched with mist, especially over what I can see of the ghostly asphodel fields. I can't see anyone out there. I then creep to the northeast corner of the Pantheon, where the slope descends into a tangled forest, streaked with brazen smears of water reflecting the skies, the swamps that the river Lethe morphs into. If the Trojans come, it'll be from that direction, and I note that the slope is gentle on that side, an easy approach. The patchy mists cling to a reeking swamp, and the trees and mist are too thick for me to tell whether the Trojan galley is in there somewhere. If the Trojans are down there, they might be able to see me, so I draw back to the northern face of the hill, crawling beneath the lip of the Pantheon floor. Now I steel myself for a risky task, finding a vantage point to observe Theseus and his party. There's a pillar at each corner and 3 along this narrower northern end. I use one of those to screen myself as I raise my head above the lip of the plinth, floor level for those inside the Pantheon, and finally peer into the edifice. The Pantheon stretches some 60 yards in length, half that in width, with a roof held purely by giant pillars. It all seems to be made of marble. An incredible structure unlike any I've ever seen, like something out of another time. Within, a giant table has been placed, with 12 thrones arrayed about it, 2 immense ones at either end, and 5 on either side. Each throne has a name blazoned on the headrest, front and back. The nearest belongs to Zeus, and the furthest to Hades. On the western side are arrayed the thrones of Hera, Aphrodite, Athena, and Artemis, with Persephone nearest Hades. On the far side I see the thrones of Poseidon, Ares, Hephaestus, Hermes, and remarkably, Prometheus. It seems that things change slowly here. Or perhaps Hades and Zeus like to remind everyone of what happens when a god falls. No Apollo, I note with some satisfaction. No Demeter, either. Or a host of gods, whose worship has been absorbed by others, or is on the wane. It all lends credence to much that I've been told. Then my attention goes to the mortals present. Theseus of Athens is seated on Hades' throne. I catch a glimpse of the top of his boar's tooth helm. Further down the long ebony table is Pirithous of the Lapiths, the very same man I saw talking with Theseus on Mount Ida,
With his shaved, tattooed head and his rough, bear-like demeanour, he slumped on Prometheus's chair, gazing at Theseus with a watchful, brooding expression. Aethra, Theseus's mother, a stately grey-haired woman with a gentle, tolerant face, has taken Persephone's chair, to Theseus's left, and leaning against a pillar at the far end, looking out over the asphodel fields, is Helen of Sparta. She seems moody, even sullen, occasionally glancing back over her shoulder to cast long, considering looks at the three adults holding her. There is a very adult coldness to her that's hard to read, surprising in one so young. How has Theseus treated her? I see no warmth in her when she looks at her kidnapper.
"When will Hades get here?"
Theseus grumbles.
"We've performed the invocation," Pirithous replies. "All we can do now is wait." "I don't like waiting. I never have." "Stop worrying," Pirithous drawls. "We're in Hades' realm, my friend. Who's going to follow us here?" "The sort of mad bastards we've been fighting all our lives," Theseus replies. "Those Trojans were led by Theoi. The doors to Erebus aren't locked, or even hard to find." Then he shrugs. "Fuck it. Let them come. One last glorious battle before we're immortalized."
I've been right all along. I tuck my head back out of sight, my body pressed flat against the cold marble of the plinth. They're here seeking to trade Helen for true immortality. I take little satisfaction from guessing correctly. If they get their way, nowhere in the world above will be safe for me. I have to find a way to thwart them. What worries me most is that glimpse of Helen. While she's clearly not happy, there's no visible trauma in her face. Despite a dalliance with a male slave, with its ghastly outcome, she'd almost certainly been a virgin still when Theseus snatched her away. She's only 13, but I don't see a child or a victim. I see self-possession and calculation. Theseus, what have you done?
"Those Trojans won't have given up," Pirithous growls. "They've invested too much in this matter to back out now. We should have stayed and killed that squinny little Copros, Sciamandu, and taken his sister as an extra hostage." "Just as a hostage?" Theseus snorts. "You've got a piece of ass out of this lark," Pirithous says. "Why shouldn't I?"
"And what a piece," Theseus chuckles, leering down the pantheon at Helen.
"Dreaming of tonight, darling?"
She flinches, shuddering, then glaring back at him coldly. "You don't know what I dream of," she says darkly.
"Course I do,"
Theseus says smugly.
"Same thing as every other woman. Me."
He guffaws at his own hilarity. I'm watching Helen, though, and I can see fear and anguish behind the brittle, dispassionate mask she's erected. She's been raped, whether violently or through coercion I can't say. Certainly she's been awakened. I suspect it's only the Theia gifts she's now gained that are allowing her to maintain this calm facade.
"Theseus, darling, don't talk like that in front of the girl,"
Aethra says, in a prim but not especially outraged voice, like a queen complaining that her pet lion has made a mess while eating a slave.
"What girl? I only see a woman."
Theseus chuckles again. Then his voice drops.
"If those Trojans had played straight, we wouldn't have had to come here. We'd have been in Troy by now with all the rewards they promised. Blame them, not me."
"Oh, I do, darling," Aethra replies. "I'm so pleased Pirithous suggested this contingency. I'd rather be a lady of Erebus than live in some gilded cage in Troy."
Right again, I congratulate myself, though not with any great satisfaction. So it really was a private arrangement. Zeus might have been dangling Helen and all her gifts in front of the Trojans, but he hasn't committed to marrying her off to one of them. This implies that King Priamu of Troy decided to take matters into his own hands, but Skymandu overreached, thinking to snatch the prize while avoiding the payment. Perhaps he hopes to claim Helen for himself, when otherwise she might be given to another. I drop my head and take stock, wondering how I, a largely unproven warrior, can take advantage of my hidden presence and rescue this situation for Achaea, for Athena, for Helen and the Spartans, and for myself. If they were ordinary men, the 2 arrows Bria had given me might be enough, but Theseus and Pirithous are theoi and living legends. Then I see movement far below, in the trees bordering the Stygian marshland, and realize I'm out of time. I'm not the only one paying attention. Pirithous snarls, and I hear him stand. "Theseus," he warns, "we've got company." The silhouettes of 36 men have appeared in the shadow of the trees below, their garb and gear marking them as Trojans. They are moving swiftly up the lower slopes, to the edge of arrow range. If you can see someone, there's every chance they can see you, and I have no desire for the Trojans to spot me. So I duck down again and wriggle over to the northwest corner, then peer over the lip from behind the corner pillar. I see Theseus, Pirithous, and the 2 women who all have their backs to me, facing towards the Trojans, who are now out of my sight. It seems the Easterners think they have no time to waste either, because I can hear no calls for parley. Nor do I detect any attempt to outflank the 2 heroes by circling around the Pantheon, judging from Theseus's and Pirithous' actions as they nock arrows and take aim down the eastern slope. Aethra and Helen merely watch, the Spartan princess making no effort to escape. "There's as many of those phalloi as we have arrows," Pirithous comments. He doesn't sound overly worried. "Mother," Theseus calls tersely, "watch over the girl." Then he raises his voice. "Trojans," he shouts, "go home. There's nothing but death for you here." He's only going through the motions of negotiating, though. From his body language, he's eager for the fray. Now what, I wonder? If I kill the 2 heroes while they have their backs to me, I'll be left facing the Trojans on my own. If I try to snatch Helen from herself, and somehow spirit her away while the 2 heroes are distracted, I'll need to deal with Aethra, and my morality doesn't permit me to murder helpless old women. I could whack her over the head, though. My morals are fine with that. But that still leaves my escape as a problem, relying on Helen's cooperation, not a given by any means. Theseus may well have told her of my involvement, so she may see me as no better than him, and I can't yet see a way of escaping with her unnoticed. But I have to try. Perhaps at the height of the fighting, and ideally with Bria and the Spartans close at hand. But where are they? With that in mind, I creep back along the outside of the northern wall to the Trojans' flank, keeping very low. I need to be able to monitor the success or otherwise of the Trojan attack, so I can pick my moment. By the time I get there, staying low to remain unseen, the Trojans are halfway up the slope, darting from cover to cover, using the slight unevenness of the terrain. I'm on Theseus's left, and I glimpse him aiming carefully, picking his shot. Then I scan the advancing Trojans. Is that Kishanda down in the trees behind her phallus of a brother? Then a Trojan archer breaks cover, seeking shelter higher up. Theseus, with easy grace, aims where the Trojan is going to be, and shoots him in the throat. The man drops, and the rest dive behind any shelter they can find. Plenty more arrows up here, Trojans, Theseus shouts. Plenty for all. Then he lowers his voice. Where's your blasted god, Piri? It might be hours before our invocation is responded to, Pirithous admits. We might have to kill this bunch of phalloi first. Theseus hoiks and spits. So be it. I slew the Minotaur. I'm the true king of Athens. I will be immortal. He lifts his voice. Come on, Trojans! Come and get us! It's enough to goad Scamander and his men into action. With a ragged cry, the Trojans surge up the slope, shrieking their battle cries. Theseus just laughs. One last fight, Piri, before Olympus embraces us. One last glorious fight! For immortality, Pirithous answers. Together they raise their bows and take aim, and I creep back to the rear of the Pantheon to await my chance to seize the princess, though I hold out little hope of getting far. I can't see an honourable way out of this, and right now I'd even take a dishonourable one. I'm beginning to appreciate Bria's flexible morality. Speaking of whom? Movement catches my eye below, and I look down the nearly unclimbable western slope and my heart leaps. Bria is clambering hand over fist up the hill, her black face glistening with sweat. Glad you could make it, I whisper as I help the Nubian woman housing my occasionally favourite Daimon over the cliff top and onto the narrow ridge of ground below the western side of the plinth, both of us pressing low into the long grass. How did you get here first? She hisses, glaring at my scarred thigh. I'd need to know you a whole lot better before I say another word on that subject, I tell her, which is word for word what she said to me when I asked her about being compelled to serve Athena. Yes, I can be that petty. She grunts in an unladylike way and jerks her head to our right. Alecus and the Spartans are coming up the slope from the asphodels. There's good forest cover on that side, and they're hoping the presence of the Trojans will distract Theseus and Pirithous enough for them to get close. I'm supposed to grab the girl. Any losses? I ask. Phileton, she says, confirming my fears in that respect. He vanished into a cloud of wraiths, and we found only his bones. I bow my head, then indicate the Pantheon and those inside. Let's see what we can do. Keeping close to the ground, we slither to the plinth, the lip of the platform deep enough to keep us concealed, even though Aethra and Helen are only yards away. Pirithous and Theseus are on the far side, still with their backs to us. Suddenly, everything is aligning. We can snatch the girl and manage the old lady at the same time, then pull out while Theseus, Pirithous, and the Trojans hack lumps out of each other. After that, I know I have a choice to make. Sparta or Athena, but I'll deal with that later. Get ready to grab Helen, I whisper in Bria's ear. Don't hurt Aethra. I'm going to find a vantage point overlooking the Trojan attack to pick the best moment. Bria looks like she'd have preferred our roles to be reversed, but she nods agreement, pulling out a dagger and clamping it between her teeth. I creep along the outside of the wall again, to a point where I can watch the Trojan attack, so I can determine the best moment to strike. And, just quietly, to see if I can get Kishander out of this alive as well. From my new lookout, I watch the Trojans attack. They're still on the lower slopes, 3 or 4 men dead and several more wounded already. I can see their hesitancy and note that they've eschewed archery for fear of striking Helen. Scamander moves towards the rear, shouting orders, the smaller, shrouded figure of Kishander with him. To my right, out of my sight but in clear hearing, I can hear Theseus and Pirithous breathing heavily from the latest volleys they've been firing.
They've barely wasted an arrow.
"Did you get a shot on that skinny slip of a prince?" I hear Pirithous call. "The little Copros is hiding still," Theseus growls. "Wait, here they come again."
The Trojans are indeed advancing once more, this time in a line, with their shields locked against archery and spears outthrust, massed together so they can overwhelm the two defenders by force. Theseus and Pirithous shoot again and again as the Trojans edge forward, concentrating on keeping themselves covered up rather than on speed. I see more men drop, but these seem only injured at most, apart from one man with an arrow through the eye. The two Achaean heroes begin to swear and curse as their arrows run low. Then Pirithous calls out, "Hey, princess," he says, "are you serious about shooting? And would you rather be married to a Trojan prince who hides behind his men, or given to an Achaean god?" Theseus calls to her. "I've hunted with my brothers all my life," Helen calls, her face grim. "I already know how to shoot. Give me a weapon." Is this loyalty or survival? Does she actually want Theseus to be victorious? Or is the alternative, capture and rape by the Trojans, even worse? "Use mine," Pirithous replies. "I'm Hades' champion, and this is Erebus. I don't need anything so puny as a bow." That worries me enough to glance around the pillar. In time to see Pirithous toss Helen his bow and quiver, which she catches with a deft effortlessness that speaks louder than any words. Now I know for sure. Her gifts are awoken. "Theseus, you dirty catapugon." Then I catch my breath as Pirithous turns back to face the advancing Trojans, flexing his fingers and muttering an incantation. Purple light limbs his eyes, and the air about him drops in temperature. "Come on, little Trojans," he rasps. "Let's see what you can do." Her perfect face set and confident, Helen steps to the edge of the platform between the two men. I curse under my breath. She's just made herself harder to reach, for Bria or myself. And where are Alycus and his men?
"On three," Theseus tells Helen. "Their shields are too small to cover all their bodies, and they're holding them high. Aim low, where their groin and legs are uncovered. 1, 2, 3.
They fire together, taking down a man each, their victims screaming as their loins are punctured. Belly shots, a slow death. Theseus knocks another arrow.
"Beginner's luck, princess."
"I have eternal beginner's luck," she retorts, and proceeds to slam a shaft through the eye socket of a man stupid enough to peer around his shield, while Theseus cripples another with an arrow through the left thigh. The odds are changing by the second. "Where in Erebus are you, Alycus?" Then Pirithous raises his hands to the skies.
"Clithi, anax, nuktos," he shouts. "Ikates detoi eukamai enai." "Hear me, Lord of Darkness. I appeal to you for help." Thunder cracks overhead. The Trojans finally realize that their phalanx isn't going to protect them. They have to get closer fast to neutralize the archery and whatever the Lapith champion is preparing to do. With a ragged shout, they break formation and begin to run, shields still high, curved swords flashing. "3 more shots, then it's blades, princess," Theseus roars. His hands and arms work in a blur, bringing down one man, then another as the Trojans pound uphill towards the temple, with Helen's arrows equally unerring. In the 12 heartbeats it takes the Trojans to cover the distance, 6 men are sent sprawling, and there's still no sign of Alycus and the Spartans. I'm beginning to wonder if I'm going to have to take sides in this fight. But which side? "Get behind the pillar, girl!" Theseus shouts, and out comes his sword, a custom-made blade longer than the standard Seafoss, to suit his strength and build. The platform is low on that side, only a foot above the ground, so he leaps to meet the first man, kicking his shield aside and thrusting with his blade as he staggers, in and out with brutal strength, then lopping the head from a thrusting spear, catching the spearhead in his left hand as he slashes open the next man's throat with a roundhouse cut, then thrusting the severed spearhead through the eye of the next man. By all the gods, he stand good. Nux tekai moros kata panta dasontai, Pirithous bellows. Tefnathi! May darkness and doom devour you utterly. Die! The Lapith grips the air with both fists, and clouds of shadow spew forth, enveloping the two nearest men. A wrenching gesture follows, as if he were pulling the souls from their bodies, and both soldiers crash face down on the turf. I shudder with horror, especially when, a moment later, he uses whatever he's pulled from them, life, energy, substance, to blast a withering dark mist into the faces of the next two soldiers, their skin and bones withering and twisting as they die. The remaining Trojans falter, wailing to their gods as they realize they're next. Theseus roars with the joy of battle lust as he advances, cutting down another man. "Scyamandu!" he yells. "Come to your doom!" I see the Trojan prince clearly now, as the last remnants of the shield wall he's been cowering behind breaks. Kichander's with him, her veils loosening as she beseeches her Hittite gods for aid, here in Hades' realm. But unlike Pirithous, there is no glow of light or dark around her, nothing to suggest she's succeeding. "Come and get it, you coward!" Theseus shouts as he advances, wading into the Trojans. Everything around him seems to be happening in slow motion. Next to him, Pirithous is ripping another Trojan's soul out, and both men are able to avoid the hurled spears of the Trojans with ease. Theseus catches one left-handed and throws it back, transfixing a man right through his shield. "Is this all you've got?" he shouts, as the remaining dozen or so Trojans fall back. Scyamandu begins to move forward, when an older Trojan grasps his shoulder and interposes himself. "Try me, Athenian, man to man," the Trojan says. "I'm a champion of Apollonius." The Trojan Theos is well built, stocky and strong, yet with a live grace to him. His face is handsome, in a horse-like, narrow way, and his beard is well braided. A court warrior, no doubt, but still formidable. He must know he's doomed, but he doesn't let it show. Or do all experienced Theoi believe themselves invincible? I see Theseus pause, assessing. A formal duel, even at the heart of a mass melee, isn't uncommon. It's been known for entire battles to be settled by two champions, and there are complicated traditions as to how such duels are conducted. "You presume to challenge me ahead of your prince?" Theseus sneers. "A prince shouldn't lower himself to fight a common brigand, Athenian," the man replies haughtily. "I am Ganatu Misa, born to a daughter of your Aphrodite." "Well, the clamshell does like to get around. I imagine she and I will be at it hammer and tongs once I'm a god. Welcome to Erebus, Gan. You're going to be here a long time." Theseus wipes his blade on his thigh, then sheathes it, walking forward with palms up. "Right then, let's establish the rules for this duel." Trojan returns his own blade to its scabbard and advances to meet him. "In my land," he begins, "we—" You really have to be watching carefully. The two men clasp right hands, the formal acknowledgement of a worthy foe,
But as they do so, Theseus twitches his left wrist. A short spike juts from under his wrist guard, which he punches upwards into the Trojan's chin. The spike must have gone all the way into Ganatu Misa's brain, for he collapses instantly, already dead.
"I acknowledge no rules,"
Theseus roars, as Helen fires off another arrow, and Pirithous conjures fresh darkness from his fists. The Trojans recoil in shock. Theseus snatches up Gan's fallen shield and sends it spinning at Scaemandu, who has turned to shout a warning at Kishanda. The rim catches the prince on the side of the head, 2 fingers' breadth lower, and it would have broken his neck. Instead it sends him sprawling down the grassy slope, with his sister shrieking in horror. Bria and I have to act now, I realize. The 2 heroes are well down the slope, leaving Helen isolated, and that decision is confirmed when suddenly, finally, the Spartans appear, Alycus leading them around the side of the hill towards Pirithous and Theseus, storming forward with swords drawn and shields raised. I signal to Bria, then step around the corner of the Pantheon wall, an arrow nocked but not aimed. As I break cover, Bria ghosts onto the platform behind Aethra and puts a dagger to Theseus's mother's throat, while placing a strong black hand over her mouth. As I reach her, Helen is drawing her bow once more. "That's enough, Princess," I say. "We're taking you home." Her eyes widen with surprise and then recognition. "Odysseus?" I'd half hoped, given the years I spent at Sparta, that she might trust me, that she'd be pleased, relieved, grateful even. Instead, she fires her arrow at my head. Half hoped is another way of saying that when she does round on me, I'm not entirely unready. A damned shaft still grazes my temple, though, as I jerk aside, opening a gash beside my right eye as I twist. Then I overbalance and fall off the side of the platform. Feeling more oaf than hero, I thump into the turf, losing my arrow, and lucky not to break the great bow beneath my body. But I come up fast, even as Helen reaches for another arrow, while Bria snarls something behind her, probably some threat to Aethra. I doubt Helen gives a fresh turd about Theseus's mother, but she does glance around. The distraction allows me a moment to recover, just as the Spartans close in on Theseus and Pirithous, with Alycus and Lars in the lead. The remaining Trojans, already wavering, are on the verge of breaking, but Scaemandu, somehow on his feet again, screams an order, and they turn to face the Spartans head-on, while Castor and Polydeuces, with Unamos, attack the Trojans. Alycus goes for Theseus, and Lars attacks Pirithous, bellowing their Lacedaemonian war cries. I launch myself at Helen again, just as Bria shoves Aethra aside and does the same. Torn between 2 targets, the Spartan princess wavers for a fatal moment. Gifts or not, huntress or not, she's not been in a fight before. Just as she decides that I'm the bigger threat, Bria punches her in the side of the head, and Helen folds into my arms, dazed and staggering. I thrust her at Bria. "Watch her!" I shout, spinning to face the fray, drawing breath in readiness to shout something along the lines of, "Stop fighting, we have Helen!" To be honest, I'm still thinking the whole thing through. Theseus and Alycus slam into each other, their blades blurs of shining bronze, clanging like hammers on an anvil. Beyond them, Lars and Pirithous are locked in combat, 2 great bears of men, with Pirithous given no room to use his sorcerous tricks. Polydeuces, Castor, and Unamos are holding their own against the remaining Trojans, Castor fighting as well as any man despite his youth, while the younger Polydeuces has his Theos gifts to aid him. All seems to be going our way.
Then suddenly it isn't. Theseus hammers aside Alcestis' shield, then rams his big sword right through the Spartan champion's chest. Lars manages to parry an overhead blow from Pirithous, but is smashed in the jaw by a punch that hurls him down the slope. Castor and Polydeuces blanch, but prepare to sell their lives. "We have the princess!" I scream at the top of my voice. Everyone below turns and looks up at me. Theseus and Pirithous in fury, Scaemandu and Kishanda in shock. A moment later, I hear a choked cough behind me. I look over my shoulder in alarm. Inexplicably, Bria has let Helen go. She staggers to the front of the dais and falls off, face down, her body twitching. There's a bloody wound in the middle of her back. Aethra is standing where the diamond had been, a dagger dripping blood in one hand, her other hand clamped on Helen's arm. "Kill them, my son," she calls to Theseus. "Kill them all!" Wasn't it Bria who said Aethra is a fine old lady? I race to Bria more than half expecting to find a corpse. I'm rolling her into a fetal position when she groans. "Still alive, thanks be to—" To whom? Athena? I can't do more for her, though, because Theseus, roaring like a bull in mating season, comes storming up the slope towards me. "Ithaca, you runt!" he bellows. "You're mine!" Fear keeps me there. Fear for Bria and Kishanda. Then it becomes fury. I whip out my blade and meet Theseus halfway, venting a defiant shout and unleashing as powerful a blow as any I've ever summoned, just as Polydeuces attacks Theseus's other flank, and Castor goes for Pirithous. Then my thigh muscle tears again. The leg gives way, my lunge falls short, and white agony shoots up through my gut. Theseus's foot slams into my face with such force it lifts me off the ground, even as he parries Polydeuces' thrust with ease. "Ha!" Theseus shouts. "I'll have you too, boy!" He crashes his sword hilt towards the young man's helm, and only lightning reflexes save Polydeuces from being stunned. Still dizzy from Theseus's kick, I stagger to my feet, my bad leg buckling under me. Below us, Lars, trying to protect Castor, takes a sword in the side and folds. Then Pirithous twists round and drives his blade into Castor's thigh. The boy collapses, but Lars is up again, standing over the prince and defending him desperately. A moment later, Theseus has Polydeuces staggering from another glancing blow to the head. As the young prince loses his footing, I thrust myself between them, preparing to die in the boy's defense. "This is a grown-up's fight, runt!" Theseus snarls, thrusting like a snake, a blow I barely turn. Instinctively, I twist away as Theseus's offhand flashes by, that hidden spike he's had built into his wrist guard, almost slashing my face open. I duck under a roundhouse swing that would have beheaded me, and take a boot in the middle of the chest, which hurls me a dozen yards away, winded and barely able to breathe. Fighting Theseus is like facing a whirlwind. The Athenian puts the tip of his blade under Polydeuces' chin, forcing him to lift his head. Then Castor whips off his helm, revealing his face, and his clear, boyish voice rings out across the hilltop. "Helen, it's us!" Theseus turns his head, and so do I, looking up the slope to where Helen is standing, with an arrow to her bow. This isn't just about power and politics, I realize. It's also about family. Helen pivots, her aim shifting, her bow sings, and an arrow strikes Pirithous in the left buttock. The Lapith staggers, howling in pain, then collapses as his leg gives way. Instantly, Helen nocks and aims another arrow while I inwardly cheer, because it's pointed at a speechless, white-faced Aethra. "Don't move, Theseus, or your mother dies," she calls, her voice as cold as winter. "You little slut," the Athenian rages, but he doesn't move. "I should have." "Should have what? Fucked me harder?" Helen rasps. The faces of the two young Spartan princes have turned puce, but she ignores their outrage. "Keep your distance, and let my brothers come to me." Theseus looks like he would break Helen's neck with his bare hands if she were in reach, but with his precious mother's life at risk, he remains utterly still. I'm wondering how this will play out, seeking some kind of opportunity for myself, but then the skies above us darken, changing from bronze to a deep, impenetrable black in moments. We all see it and feel it, begin to react. Then we all freeze, not through our own volition or lack of it. We just can't move. From Theseus, standing over Polydeuces, to Lars protecting Castor, to Pirithous prostrated on the ground, and the remaining Trojans gathered around Sciomandu and Kishanda, none of us can budge an inch. Even the great host of black birds that have flooded the skies are held in suspended motion. I can still make tiny movements. My eyelids can open and close, my nose and mouth and lungs can breathe, my blood still pumps. But it's as if the air grips and holds us all immobile. Then I realize that the birds are not birds at all, but a huge flock of grotesque things. One of them is poised above me, a bare-breasted hag with a bird's hips and legs and wings, but with a wizened and contorted human female head. Its charnel stench assails my nostrils, talons spread, ready to rake and claw. It too could move its eyes, and these are watching me with consuming hatred. It's a harpy, a creature I'd never truly believed in. I recall the grove where Bria said that Persephone harvests such beings from the suffering nymphs. There's no reason in the harpy's eyes, just shrieking madness, and there are thousands more in the air around her. My eyes edge sideways as I focus on the only moving thing in sight. An ebony chariot the size of a small house swoops through the air, drawn by winged horses, and lands before the pantheon. The winged horses seem forged from bronze, snorting and snarling, with sharp, predatory teeth and burning eyes, but still mere adornments to the dark majesty of their masters, Hades and his consort, Persephone. When I'd seen them at the Olympian court on Mount Ida, they'd kept their forms cloaked, giving only hints of their true nature. But this is their own realm, and they have no need to hide their splendor. The black cloaks are gone, and their rage, clearly directed at all the invaders who have dared to war inside their realm, shimmers about them like a black, incandescent force shot through with lightning. Hades is clad in kingly robes of gold-chased black silk, disdaining armor as if it's beneath him. His normally pale face is livid with fury. Beside him, Persephone's two faces, summer and winter, are unshrouded. The bright side, golden and glowing like an overblown peach in the last days of ripeness, gorged with juice, but the left side withered, a lifeless grey-green colour. She wears a flimsy dark dress beneath a gauzy veil of shadowy lace. Her whole body is a constantly shifting blend of crone and lush beauty, as if she can never be wholly one or the other. Her eyes are on Helen, with a virulent expression somewhere between jealousy and contempt. Helen is staring back at her with a mix of defiance and a haughty preening,
that I would warn her against if I could move my tongue.
"Trojans, Spartans, and Theoi,"
Hades says in a voice like hail on a tiled roof.
"Living men in my realm, without my leave."
He strides across the hilltop to bend over the fallen Pirithous.
"And here lies my beloved champion."
He makes a gesture over Pirithous, and the arrow in the Theos's buttock vanishes, the wound sealing instantly.
"Speak, my champion. What brings these men to my threshold?"
While the rest of us watch helplessly, Pirithous rises, still shaky but recovering, and clasps his patron's knees in a gesture of supplication.
"Great king, lord of Erebus, ruler of the underworld, you know me. 35 years I've fought for you in the world above. My son Polypoetes serves you also. I've endured the fear and slights of the ignorant while bringing retribution to those that offend you. And now I bring you gifts."
He points to Polydeuces and Helen.
"Behold, these are the son and daughter of Zeus himself, my leader, Queen of Sparta. I give them to you for your glory."
Hades draws himself up to his full height and chuckles, a profoundly unsettling sound.
"Your gifts seem to be somewhat ungrateful to their giver, dear Pirithous, judging by the arrow I removed from your arse. We had unwelcome pursuers, great king. The whole of Achaea is in chaos right now," Pirithous boasts. "Olympus itself will be in uproar, but we have the ascendancy."
"We?"
"Theseus of Athens, my king," Pirithous says, pointing out his comrade. "This is his plan."
Theseus doesn't look best pleased to be given so much credit.
"The same Theseus who is sworn to Athena, as is the youth near him,"
Hades inquires coolly, looking from the Athenian to myself.
"My lord, the Ithacan is no one. He—"
"I know who he is," Hades interrupts brusquely. I feel a thrill of fear at that. If Hades knows all that I am, it cannot bode well, not when I've seen the fates of my father and of Prometheus. Athena and Prometheus, I pray you, give me the chance to speak in my defense.
"I also know these other Spartans and the wounded Daimon over there,"
Hades says, gesturing at Bria.
"But not these Trojans,
bar two whom I have seen once before.
I would hear all sides of this matter ere I judge it."
Pirithous' eyes widened in worry.
"My king, I assure you—"
Hades looks down, and his expression clamps the man's tongue to the top of his mouth.
"Did I command you to kidnap the Skyfather's children? Did I order you to bring them here? Did I say I wished for chaos throughout Achaea?"
A rod of judgment appears in his hand, and he thumps it on the ground.
"My desire, an accounting."
Suddenly the world goes blank. I lose all awareness for an unknowable amount of time, until I blink awake and find myself seated on an ebony throne. At first, almost completely disoriented, I gradually become aware of others, seated in the same way. We're around a table flanked by 9 more such thrones, with a giant seat at either end. We're seated in the pantheon, I realize, in the thrones reserved for the greatest of the gods. My skin crawls as I realize I'm in Prometheus's throne. Persephone is immediately to my left on one of the giant end thrones, the lush right side of her face nearest to me. To my right, Bria, Lars, Castor, and Polydeuces are arrayed. The young Theos clearly overawed. At the far end is the dreadful presence of Hades occupying the other end throne. Opposite us are Helen, Pirithous, Theseus, and Sciamandu, with Kishanda directly opposite me, all the Theoi or ranking nobles from the conflict. I wonder where the mortals are, the remaining Trojans and Unamos and Aethra. All those present bar Hades and Persephone look dazed, but recovered enough to sit upright at least. Rhea is clearly struggling to breathe, and my own thigh is throbbing. Alycus isn't here, and I realize that he must be truly dead. I grieve for him, a true-hearted warrior, but my eyes return constantly to Kishanda, sitting opposite me with her eyes on mine. I would give anything to take her away from here. Persephone has been observing our shared glances. Now she looks fully at me, her disconcertingly halved face freezing my thoughts. "Do you know what my husband likes to do with trespassers?" she asks casually. "The men are fed to Cerberus, and I know the hound remembers you, Ithacan." Then she glances at Kishanda, who appears terrified beyond speech. "The women are given to me for my grove. Those slowly asphyxiating nymphs." I almost fall to my knees to beg for Kishanda's life. But then Hades raps his rod of judgment on the table, and his dark voice rolls over us. "None of you were invited here," he says coldly. "Not even thou, Pirithous. But I am a just king, and I will hear from you all. You, Theseus of Athens, if it really was your strategy to come here, you had better explain yourself." Theseus rouses himself from a reverie and looks across the table, at Rhea and then me, his intention clear in his sullen eyes. He is going to reach for glory, and if we try to drag him down, he'll make sure we all join him in Tartarus. Chapter 18. Hades' Justice. O gods, whom I see before me, O Hades, Persephone, and the Erinyes, ye who rule over guilty souls and over Tartarus, where the damned are punished, and Styx, livid in your shadowy depths, and Tisiphone, to whom I so often pray, look on me favorably, and further my depraved desire. Statius, Thebaid. 1. Erebus. "It's true," Theseus begins, "that I have been dissatisfied with serving Athena for a long time. I ensured her position as the goddess in Attica, but she helped my rival Menestheus, a man I trained in combat, to take my throne. She left me with nothing, but continued to demand my service. 'I'll find you a new kingdom,' she kept promising, but she never did. I've been played for a fool." He glares across the table. "As for this plan, it was Athena's own, prompted by her fawning bootlicker, that lying Ithacan, and the body-jumping dromas beside him." Much the same tale he'll have fed to Helen, nor does she look in any way surprised. Rhea scowls, though being called a whore is probably not a new experience for her. But the real revelation is that diatribe, for the Spartans at least, is my true allegiance. I see their eyes narrowing. "He told us he served Hermes," Lars growls. "He's a born liar," Theseus comments, before turning back to Hades. "Dread King, I decided there were other gods than Athena, less faithless, more rewarding. I hoped my friend Pirithous could gain me a hearing with you, but I did not wish to come as an empty-handed supplicant. So I have brought you a mighty gift. This is Helen of Sparta, Zeus's daughter, blessed by all the gods. That her brother, equally gifted,
Followed us is a bonus. I'd not thought Sparta so negligent as to send a child into Erebus.
Lars stifles Polydeuces' angry retort.
Theseus gestures at Helen. As for Zeus's virtuous virgin child, far from showing grief at her abduction, she crept willing to my bed that first night, and pleaded to be ridden. Take me each and every way, she implored, and look at her. What red-blooded man could turn such a creature down?
You forced me, you animal!
Helen shouts. Bria arches an eyebrow, but I shake my head at her, defying the cynicism in her eyes. To me, Helen's words ring true. So why did she side with Theseus in the fight? Why did she shoot at me? I decide it wasn't loyalty to Theseus, but cold-hearted Theos pragmatism. I'm guessing she thought the legendary Theseus was more likely to survive than some dupe from Ithaca, even if she did know me. Put like that, I'd have shot me too. Theseus is slapping his thighs in mirth.
You begged me for it, he crows. You revelled in the ride.
You'd have cut my throat if I didn't please you.
Silence!
Hades snaps. Both Theseus and Helen go rigid. For a moment it seems neither can breathe, before they slump, gasping. Pirithous leaps in, sensing his master's displeasure.
I told Theseus all along that Erebus had to be our goal,
the once king of the Lapiths says.
These twins, Helen and Polydeuces, are the first Theoi in a generation to be blessed by all of Olympus. Clearly Zeus has plans for them, for his own betterment and no other. It was our duty to bring them to you. Theseus is the greatest warrior of his generation, dread king. He wishes to serve you.
I glance at Kishander. Theseus and Pirithous are pretending they've never tried to sell Helen to the Trojans. It's tempting to throw that into the debate, but I bite my tongue. Speak last. Eurybates has always advised me. Many men are swayed most by the final argument. I wonder if that applies to gods. Sciomandu can't help but burst in, though.
He's lying, Lord Hades. They never intended to bring the prizes to you. They made contact with my father, King Priyamu of Troy, who sent me and my twin to collect them. But they brought only one child and tried to claim the full reward. Faithlessness deserves to be treated in kind.
Theseus snorts.
There was no such arrangement.
Liar! Sciomandu snarls back.
Prove it!
Theseus replies, with an almost admirable bravado.
There won't be any written proof. Both parties will have negotiated by word of mouth.
Scia loses his temper.
They're lying, Lord, exclaims furiously. What really happened is that they reneged on their word, so we tried to seize the girl. They fled to the cave at the hot springs on the beach.
Thermopylae? Bria clarifies.
Aye, Thermopylae, the so-called gates of heat. Scia says, glaring at Bria for interrupting,
but that small pause helps him regain some control, because his voice reverts to his usual teeth-grindingly irritating tones.
We pursued, bringing our ship here thanks to the treaties in place between our own death god, Lelwani, and yourself, Lord Hades. We rode the Styx and the Lethe. Our galley is in the marshes nearby. As to whether these men purpose to bring the girl to Troy or to yourself, Lord Hades, you must be the judge. We brought 2 chests of gold, payment for the 2 children, all the way from Troy to Attica. They are there in the ship as witness to our honourable intentions. Why should we bring gold if there was no agreement, or good faith on our part to go through with the arrangement?
He stares straight at Theseus. If this old man had a shred of honour, the deal would have taken place.
It was you who betrayed me, you backstabbing smear of dog turd!
Theseus bursts out. and he clamps his jaw shut, his face going scarlet as he realizes he's been provoked into revealing the truth. He turns hastily to Hades.
All right, I admit we first sought to deal with Troy.
But I always advocated Erebus, Lord. Pirithous puts in a wheedling voice.
Enough!
Hades grates.
Your falsehoods are revealed and noted.
I suppress a smile. Pirithous and Theseus are both on something of a roasting spit now. But how can I turn that to my and Athena's advantage? The Lord of Erebus turns now to Lars.
What say you, man of Sparta?
Lars has become increasingly angry, especially since my allegiance to Athena was revealed. But when he speaks, his words are carefully chosen.
Great king, we of Sparta have been the victims from the very beginning. We are proud the Sky Father chose to lie with our queen, and ought to be living alongside his blessed offspring. When Princess Helen was kidnapped, we acted swiftly to right this wrong.
He then indicates Bria and me.
We accepted the aid of this diamond, Bria, knowing she serves Athena, because she came to us disavowing Theseus and pledging to aid us. As for the Ithacan, he lied to us, stating that he was trailing Theseus to thwart this plot. He even claimed to serve Hermes, not Athena. It's now clear to me that Bria and Odysseus were as guilty as Theseus in the kidnapping, but that, as I've long suspected, the thieves fell out. Lord Hades, I beg that you allow me to escort Castor, Polydeuces, and Helen home, where they belong. As for these others, they are yours to dispose of.
Castor gives Lars a grateful smile, but Polydeuces and Helen share a fearful look, as well they might. I have a sudden intuition that, while Hades is making a great show of conducting this court as an even-handed search for justice, the verdict reached will be the one that serves the Lord of Erebus best. But the impassive gaze of Hades has turned my way.
So, Odysseus of Ithaca, you seem to be a proven liar. Can we trust your account now? Or yours, Bria?
He adds, putting a strange emphasis on her name. I wonder if he's known her by another.
What do you creatures of Athena have to say?
I give Bria a warning nudge, fearing she will attempt to build some convoluted web of truth and falsehood. A single misstep will taint everything we utter, and I have a better plan.
We are guilty, great Hades,
I say before Bria can speak. Guilty of all that we've been accused of, and more. That admission draws reactions on all sides, from Bria's horror to Kishander's sickened gasp, Theseus's satisfied grunt, and the sibilant hiss of Persephone at my left shoulder. But before anyone can interject, I continue. Everything we did was for Achaea, and by extension for you, dread king. Hades raises an amused, ironic eyebrow.
For me?
Indeed, Lord of Erebus. The oracles speak of inevitable war and the destruction of Achaea by the armies of Troy. Kill the worshippers, kill the god. The Eastern divinities know this. Zeus Tarum, who wishes to be king of the gods in Troy, as in Achaea, knows this, as do Ares, Aphrodite, and Artemis, who are also seeking out their Trojan counterparts. Sciomandu speaks of your own accommodation with Lelwani, their death goddess. Hades' smile becomes fixed. I'm pushing my luck in saying all this. Persephone breathes. Have a care, Ithacan. I'm committed to the argument now, though, and push on. Some gods and goddesses of Achaea have no Hittite counterparts, however, including here and my mistress Athena. They fear this realignment naturally. I indicate Polydeuces and Helen. Athena sees these children as pawns serving Zeus's ambitions at Troy.
a demonstration of the worth he brings to an alliance with Taram. Naturally, Athena wishes to disrupt the Skyfather's cozy little arrangement when her very existence is at stake. I have Hades's attention now, which is encouraging, although I could be talking myself into an eternity in Tartarus. Beside me, Bria looks sick at the amount of truth I am revealing, but I'm less concerned at holding on to secrets than getting out of this fix with logic and reason, the only weapons I have to hand. Say on. The death god invites me. The real point, Lord Hades, is how this affects you. Aligning with Lelwani's one thing, but you wish to be Hades Lelwani or Lelwani Hades, or nothing at all. The dominant cult always subsumes the lesser in the end. And if Achaea falls to the Trojans, what will you be? I take the point, Hades concedes. But how does this mitigate your guilt, Ithacan? It doesn't, I reply, fighting to keep my nerve, except that Athena is irrevocably for Achaea, where I believe your real interests lie, and therefore how you judge her efforts to prevent Zeus from betraying his own people is relevant. I'm only her tool. Hades's gaze shifts to his consort. What say you, my dear? Persephone stroking her summer face thoughtfully. I am the peace offering between yourself and my mother. Hera as Demeter, husband. You know where my loyalties lie. Here, in Achaea, is how I read that. She studies me with a reptilian eye. But you also know this one's ancestry. Regardless of his present sagacity, or even because of it, I would counsel that he should share his father's fate. I try not to let this sentence of death and eternal punishment distract me. It isn't very easy to do. When images of Sisyphus and his terrible ordeal flood my mind, my ears ringing with Prometheus's screams as the eagle rips his kidneys out. But I now know I have a foothold in this debate. I'm sworn to Athena, I remind Hades. My father's cause is dead. I look only to the future, as does Athena. Regrets and familial ties are wasted thoughts to her and to me. Persephone's serpentine gaze flickers between me and Kishanda. I worry that she perceives our emotional connection, but she doesn't allude to it when she speaks. If you were counselling my Lord Hades, she asks me slyly, would you advise him to keep these gifts Pirithous has brought, to safeguard Achaea? Pirithous and Theseus begin to protest, but Persephone silences them with a gesture. On the contrary, I reply, I would argue for their return to Sparta, to King Tyndareus and Queen Leda. Yes, Polydeuces and Helen are precious, but if you seek to hold them here, you'll bring the wrath of Zeus and his allies down upon you, and perhaps precipitate a war no one can win. I know you are universally believed in, but belief is not worship. If I correctly understand matters, worship transcends belief, because worship is active belief. Therefore, even here in your realm, Zeus might be your equal, or even your better, in a direct conflict. So I would repudiate this gift, and I look across the table at Theseus. I would repudiate the givers. Return them to Sparta as a peace offering, perhaps, and use the time this gives you to reach a fuller accommodation with Lelwani or with Hera, however your interests can best be served. You would have me deliver these gifts back to Zeus, who wishes to use them against Achaea? Hades asks, his voice skeptical. But that's the way it might seem, but it isn't how I believe things will play out, I reply. After they were blessed, Zeus thought he had time, while they matured, to negotiate the strongest possible arrangement with the king of Troy. But now the twins' true identity is revealed. All Achaea will soon know who and what they are. And Tyndareus now knows what use Zeus intended for them, and Tyndareus is a proud Achaean. You gods might view your worshippers as compliant pawns, but men worship gods they believe will protect them. If Zeus no longer protects Sparta, Sparta will look elsewhere. I believe Zeus will be unable to marry Helen to a Trojan now. Tyndareus will refuse to let him. "We will never marry Trojans!" Polydeuces bursts out, supporting my case. He glares down the table at Sciomandu. "We loathe your kind." Helen beside him nods emphatically. "The feeling is entirely mutual," Sciomandu rasps. He reaches over to take his sister's wrist. "No son or daughter of Troy feels anything but contempt for Achaea." I could tell him that isn't entirely true, but Kishanda wouldn't thank me for it. Then Helen speaks in a high, clear voice. "Do I not have the right also to speak?" she demands. Heads turn. I'm watching Hades, wondering if she's wise to speak. But the death god seems curious as to what might come out of the mouth of Zeus's daughter. "The right?" he drawls. "I determine who has rights, whatever they are." Then he waves a benevolent hand. "Speak, girl." Far from cowed or overawed, Helen of Sparta, all of 13 years old, lifts her chin defiantly. "You call me girl, even now, my lord, but I have been dragged into womanhood, against my will." "Lies!" Theseus snarls, but Hades silences him with a gesture. The Attican keeps trying to speak, struggling to move his tongue as it strangles him, his face turning red, then purple. "Say on," Hades invites Helen, while Theseus chokes. "You've listened to this beast tell you I begged to be taken," she says, her voice ringing through the hall. "Yet never did you even look at me to ask where the truth lies. Perhaps you feel some guilt for your own marriage, my lord." I'm thinking, did she just say that? Kronos' cock. The girl has guts. Hades, he of the pale as a wraith visage, colours. "Speak not of that which you know nothing," he grates. His eyes trail to Persephone beside me. "What occurs between a man and a woman is more complex than you yet know." His voice is like the sharpening of knives. "Is it?" Helen fires back, and I reel again at her temerity. I've seen her brazen out the breaking of crockery in Sparta when she was a child. I recognize the tilt of the head and the dauntless glare. But this is madness. Unless... My brain, as it is wont to do, shoots off on several tangents. Helen throws out her arm, pointing at Theseus. "This one held me down and violated me. Did you even wonder how I felt about that, Lord Hades? Did it ever occur to you to question whether a 13-year-old girl might want a 6-foot-tall 50-year-old to take her virginity? Did it even occur to you to question his assertion that I begged for it? Oh, just Lord! Or are you another of the vile, old enough to bleed, old enough to breed fraternity?" Hades, the god of this place, looks like he's just been slapped. But at the very start of our trial, he asserted himself as a just king. He's trapped and forced to acknowledge her right to accuse. I can't even look at Kishanda, because suddenly every male is complicit in Theseus's crime. The silence is deafening, until Helen fills it. "The first night, we simply fled," she says. "The second, he came to me when the others slept, pulled my blanket aside, clamped his hand over my mouth, and... And then suddenly Helen's no longer a force of vengeance. An Erinys screaming against injustice.
Now she's the violated innocent, and that's even more powerful. I'm spellbound. We all are.
He pushed his thing into me, and then suddenly everything happened to me at once. It was like claws of light that ripped open my brain, and worms of fire that invaded my flesh.
She breaks off, sobbing, and I realize that I haven't breathed for too long. We all do. We gasp for air, shocked and shattered. My gaze trawls to Theseus. He's shaking his head, but he can't speak, which at least saves us from more of his lies. Helen's arm suddenly shoots out. At Pirithous.
Then this one appeared.
She rasps, tears streaming down her white, trembling visage.
"Give me a turn," he says. "You've got a piece of tail out of this jaunt, Theseus. I want my share." That's what he said.
What a load of copros!
Pirithous shouts. Then he collapses forward, his head pressed to the table. And I realize that's because Hades is doing something with the air in his throat. His face is going blue, and I can't say the sight displeases me. Helen hammers home her words like nails.
Theseus refuses, but he says, "What about Hades's Kunopes? That slut Persephone must be longing for warm, living meat inside her. Why don't we kidnap her too? Piri, or for you?"
If I'd thought the universe had fallen silent before, when Helen began her accusations, it's utterly still now. We could have heard a bee fart in Luia. I'm scarcely able to comprehend what she's just done. She's destroyed them. She's condemned them for eternity. My eyes lock on Helen's tragic, broken face. For a long few moments, we're all incapable of speech, but then Hades raps the table with his rod. When he speaks, his voice is almost emotional.
I have decided upon my judgment.
He turns first to Pirithous and Theseus.
I have no doubt you were seeking venal rewards in Troy, and that coming here was your second choice. I did not command this abduction, nor do I wish it, nor do I condone rape for any cause. The lines of responsibility between the world above and below, between subjects living and dead, have been hammered out between Zeus and myself over many long centuries. Those who came intentionally to Erebus will be sentenced shortly, but Helen of Sparta was brought here unwillingly, and so I deem was Aithra, mother of Theseus. They shall both go free. But Pirithous begins to protest. Hades makes another of his choking gestures, stopping the man's throat. Then he turns to Polydeuces, Castor, and Lars. These three came willingly to this forbidden place, but it was duty that compelled them. They too shall be released, along with their one surviving soldier to return to Sparta. As for the Trojans, both brother and sister, and their followers, who still live, I find them guilty of trespass and deserving of punishment. Have you aught to say?
My heart jolts, but Kishanda places her hand on her brother's arm to stifle an angry protest.
"I am daughter of Hecuba, and sworn to Camrusipa, akin to your Hecate, Achaean goddess of magic, and to Lelwani, our death goddess. In the name of my patron deities, I do have words to say."
Hades studies her coolly. Go on.
"The judgments you have announced show a willingness to undo the harm this abduction has caused, without burning bridges between yourself and the Sky Father. In that spirit, perhaps you might also use it to develop closer ties to Lelwani and Camrusipa. I offer my services as mediator."
I marvel at her composure and audacity. I know only a little of Hecate,
She's very much a woman's goddess, associated with childbirth as well as magic, and like Hera, she has a triple aspect. She'd not been present at the Olympian court, and is said to have been the child of a Titan. That makes her loyalties suspect. Tellingly, she has no throne set aside for her here either. Persephone places a hand over Kishander's. "I favor this," the goddess tells her consort, "but if she is to mediate, she must learn our ways. I propose that she serve me for half a year." "No," I protest silently, as Kishander looks across the table at me, her conflicting emotions, fear, regret, and hope, reflected in her eyes. But she doesn't flinch. "If that will secure the release of my brother and our warriors, I accept," she tells Persephone. My heart sinks, though I am mightily impressed with her courage and her willingness to sacrifice herself for her brother. But I worry what 6 months here with Persephone will do to her.
"Then we accept,"
Hades agrees.
"which brings me to my erstwhile champion."
He turns to Pirithous.
"You brought me a gift unwanted, presuming upon my support while dragging me into a situation that, as the Ithacan has pointed out, could bring me into direct conflict with Olympus. What have you to say?"
Pirithous seems to be sensing that his many years of service mightn't get him out of this.
"I swear it was always my intention to bring the girl here. I would have killed Theseus if I had to. I meant only to serve you." "Why, you piece of barbarian shit!"
Theseus roars, twisting in his seat, fists bunching.
"Peace!"
Hades shouts. Suddenly Pirithous is bound to his seat, serpents made of stone erupting from the ground to bind his arms and legs, pinning them in place, while his lips are sealed closed. The Lapith grunts furiously, his eyes imploring forgiveness. But Hades has none.
"I will find a place for you here, in Tartarus."
Pirithous tries to protest, and another loop of the stone serpents gags him. He thrashes, then goes still, eyes bulging as they dart frantically here and there. The death god turns away from his champion uncaringly to look at Theseus, Bria, and me.
"And so, to our kidnappers. You admit conspiring to abduct the girl, but Odysseus of Ithaca says it was all to serve Athena and Achaea, and thwart these others. I do not wish to overly upset Athena, yet punishment is due. Lives are forfeit."
He narrows his eyes, enjoying his power.
"I see 3 Theoi of Athena here. One of you shall be allowed to leave, to explain your failures to Athena. I'm feeling generous, so I'll let you decide which it will be."
He clicks his fingers, and suddenly our surroundings shift again, to an arena of stone, a circular pit surrounded by tiered seating. The instant transition from sitting to standing throws my balance, and I sprawl on the ground, close to the perimeter wall. Across the arena, only 30 yards away, in either direction, are Theseus and Bria, also prone, but now struggling to their feet. Before each of us are our own weapons. Theseus and I have our swords and daggers, but Bria has a bow, 6 arrows in her quiver, and a long knife. Why has Hades denied me my bow? To make more of a spectacle of this, a spectacle of my death. Above us the seating fills. Hades and Persephone are on the presiding thrones, and arrayed on one side are the Trojans, Sciamandu, and Kishander, with the Spartans opposite them, their bewilderment at the sudden change transforming into a cold, intent curiosity. Then, in a feathery rush, the Harpies descend,
filling the empty seats and screaming at us lustily. None of them cares who will win, except Kishanda. I meet her eyes, swallow, then look away, hoping against all hope she won't have to watch me die. Hades gestures, and a small, slender candle appears. I will light this shortly, to mark the start of your contest. In the time it takes for this to burn out, I expect 2 of you to be disabled or dead. The victor will return to Athena to explain your follies. Any surviving losers will either hang in my consort's grove or burn in Tartarus. Contemplating my chances against 2 experienced Theoi, while recalling the fates of Sisyphus and Prometheus, is enough to freeze my blood. Theseus shows no anxiety as he picks up his oversized Cephos. But Bria's hands shake as she takes up her bow and fits an arrow. So even an age-old diamond can feel fear. I remember her earlier admission that she might indeed die here in the land of the dead. I watch that fear strangle her composure, but I don't wish her ill, not in the way I loathe Theseus. My Cephas feels heavy, the grip already slippery in my perspiring hand as I grasp it. Gingerly I try out my injured thigh. It takes my weight, but I know this fight is going to have to be brief for me to have a chance. Bria, Theseus calls. Remember all those nights, my honey? All the good times? For those, I'll make it swift. Bria bridles at his words. You stabbed me in that culvert, Theseus. There were no good times. But when her eyes move to me, she looks no more welcoming. Why don't you boys slaughter each other? I'll take on the last man standing. With arrows from across the arena, no doubt. But I'm remembering the wound Aethra gave her, and note how sluggishly she's moving. She has no more of a chance than I do. Theseus snorts like a bull. I think you're the first to go down, sweet cakes. That bow of yours might serve me well. He twirls his blade, stretching and flexing, warming up his body for the exertions to come while seeking to intimidate us with a display of physical power and prowess. I recall how he battered me earlier, and downgrade my chances from low to none. But there is one angle I can work. Bria, I call. If I return above, I'll give Athena your bracelet. She glances down at the twist of copper on her black-skinned arm, the only visible sign that has linked the 3 bodies I've seen her wear. Then she looks back at me, perhaps with some sign of an understanding. But then again, perhaps not. Hades lights the candle, and Bria fires her arrow instantly at me, the arrow streaking across the gap, perfectly aligned with my heart. So much for our understanding. What is it about women shooting at me today? I dodge right, fast but not quick enough. The shaft gashes my dagger hand and sends the blade flying to the ground, while the shaft spins away. In the stands above, Kishanda cries out loud, while the Spartans and Skya roar with excitement, and the harpies shriek like the carrion birds they are. Theseus charges, roaring like a bull as he leaps across the arena, his blade hammering at me. All I can do is throw up my smaller, lighter blade to protect myself, staggering at the impact of each parry, my wrist jarred by each blow. "Come on, runt!" he shouts, slamming me back into the wall, my legs buckling, while Bria circles. Theseus's face is lit with fierce joy as he goes through his repertoire of slashes and lunges, slicing open my side, then lashing out with his foot and crunching it into my damaged right thigh. I stagger, time slowing to a standstill as Theseus's giant sword swings back for the fatal blow, even as I fall to my knees.
Then Bria shouts. He hesitates, and I snatch up my dropped dagger with my injured left hand. Despite the appalling pain, I drive it upwards. And that damned freak of a warrior twists away from the surprise blow. "Ah!" he shouts. As if the sneak attack has amused him, he kicks the dagger from my grasp. Then Bria shoots him in the right calf. The Athenian almost falls, barely parries my reactive sword thrust, and staggers out of reach as I try to rise.
"You faithless bitch!"
he screams. His left hand sweeps back and he throws his dagger before Bria realizes her danger. The blade takes her in the throat and sticks there, quivering. She wavers, the bow falling to the ground as her hands paw ineffectually at her neck, trying to dislodge the weapon. Then she collapses onto her back, twitching into stillness. I regain my feet, but only in time for Theseus to turn my way again. I'm fighting an irrational desire to try somehow to save Bria's life, and that wavering costs me the chance to get at Theseus while he's still reeling in pain. By the time I've regathered my wits, Theseus has already yanked the arrow from his leg and thrown it away.
"Now you,"
the Athenian rasps, limping towards me.
"I've been wanting to do this from the moment I met you."
The next few moments are a blur, as Theseus's sword slashes at me, each blow like an axeman leveling a tree. All I can do is parry once more, wielding my sword two-handed with my bloodied grip slithering on the hilt, my arms almost numb with exhaustion, and my right leg threatening to collapse under me at any time. Theseus is relentless, a raging bull. But in the months before the Spartan mission, Bria has drilled me to the point of exhaustion and beyond, whereas Theseus, pudgy from drink and excess, is now slowing visibly, blood running down his leg from the arrow wound. The fight below the Pantheon must have taken its toll on his reserves, and he should have left the arrow in, or broken off the shaft. His mistake, my opportunity, because he's bleeding. I reach deep within myself, finding resources I scarcely believed I had. Speed is the key. I have to move faster, darting the tip of my blade towards Theseus's face, forcing him to move. Every time I give ground, I go sideways, left or right, forcing the larger man to turn. My damaged thigh muscle is screaming, but somehow I blank out the pain. It's attrition now, as I try to exhaust him while fighting my own collapse. Theseus is grunting now at every blow, sweat streaming down his face, as he tries to hack through my guard. Keep moving, just keep moving. And there's my own discarded dagger again. I've come full circle. I thrust, forcing Theseus to back away. Then in one fluid movement I stoop, pick up the hilt and throw, just as he did with Bria. Theseus fails to evade it or sweep it aside, and the bronze blade punches into his left thigh, dropping him to one knee, roaring in fury and pain. I limp as quickly as I can over to Bria's lost bow, while Theseus clambers painfully to his feet.
"One shot, Ithacan,"
the older man bellows.
"Then I'm on you. Better make it count."
I plunge my sword point in the ground, nock an arrow, and take aim as Theseus charges, weaving left and right. Then, defying wounds and gravity and pain, the Athenian leaps, covering the intervening distance so fast I only have time to loosen my shaft before Theseus's blade hammers down on me. I throw up the discharged bow in desperation, and the outsized sword smashes through it, gouging my left shoulder. But the arrow has slammed into Theseus's right thigh and punched clean through flesh and muscle, and he falls past me, slamming face first into the dirt hard. I stagger out of reach,
snatching up my sword as Theseus tries and fails to rise, his nose pulped and pumping blood.
I circle behind him, forcing Theseus to roll to face me, the arrow shaft that impales his leg grating on the ground, causing him to howl in anguish.
"Coward!"
he shouts, spraying spittle.
"Let me up!"
He tries once more to rise, and I slash through his left hamstring. Theseus collapses, shrieking, to lie writhing in the dust.
"Coward!"
he roars again.
"Runt! Dwarf! Poisonous little half-man!"
"Yield!" I call. "Don't make me kill you!"
"I am Theseus!"
The Athenian screams back, his eyes mad with fear and pain and delusion.
"I am the hero of the age. I am the king of Athens. I do not yield."
Once more, he tries to rise, but now both legs have failed him, leaving him dragging himself towards me, brandishing his blade weakly. The harpies jeer, flapping their wings, their grotesque faces contorted with bloodlust.
"Kill him!"
they yowl. Instead, I hobble to the space beneath Hades' throne.
"Blow out your candle, my lord king,"
I call. What the Trojans and Spartans are shouting, I neither know nor care. I've eyes only for Kishanda, who is sitting hunched over, crying and shaking with relief. But there is one more crucial thing to do. I limp back to Bria's corpse and take the bracelet from her arm. Then I cross her black-skinned arms over her chest and close her eyes. Ikumbi, this woman was called. I tell Hades, have mercy on her soul. When I look back, Theseus is lying face down, weeping in the dust. Chapter 19. Homecoming.
"But you must be gentle with your father."
Hesiod, Fragments of Unknown Position, 21. Erebus. I wish you didn't have to stay here, I say softly. It's only 6 months. Kishanda replies. I ache to kiss her, as I had that one glorious time in Crisa. But there are too many eyes on us, too many people who could use affection between an Achaean and a Trojan to ruin us both. Damn, I hate partings. Especially this one. I'm desperate to touch and hold her, my longing stronger than any I've experienced. Is this love, or just infatuation? Right now I only know that it hurts beyond belief to be so close and so unable to reach out. We're below Pantheon Hill, under the gaze of Hades and Persephone. Kishanda has already farewelled her brother, and Skymandu has taken his surviving men into the trees, heading down to the swamp and the river Lethe. Hades has said he will give the Trojan ship passage out of his realm. Do you know what you've agreed to? I ask Kishanda. No, she admits, but I think I'll learn much. Come Rusipa and Hecate, Nelwani and Persephone. There are links there to explore. And you? Will you be safe? Save? I don't know. The Spartans could turn on me the moment we're back in the world above. But Hades has charged me with reporting to Athena, so perhaps they'll let me be, for now. Come to Troy. Once you know I've returned, she urges. You will be welcome, with me anyway, and I think Mother would like you. Can I do that? Live in Troy with the enemies of my people? One day, perhaps, I reply. As I speak, I have a vision of myself,
standing on the walls with her. We are older, much older, but she is still heartbreakingly beautiful. Is it prophecy? Right now I'm certain it is. Has Prometheus not said he was giving me all the gifts? Yes, I say, meaning it with all my heart. One day I will come. I won't feel fully alive until you do, she replies. Then she blushes shyly and adds, Of course I won't feel fully alive for the next 6 months anyway. I'll be in the land of the dead. Are you coming, Nithican? Lars of Sparta calls, his harsh tones breaking the moment. I won't forget you, I promise, my voice thick with emotion. Then Persephone joins us, simply appearing and startling us both. She lays one of her pale hands on Kishanda's shoulder, looking from her to me. How interesting, she says. Two who should be enemies, smitten by the arrows of Eros. We're just friends, we chorus, but Persephone cackles harshly. Do you think I'm a fool? She asks. I know more of partings than any. She strokes Kishanda's cheeks. Look at your eyes, brimming with tears, and his clever tongue, tied up in knots. I know what I see. What are you going to do with her? I ask, foolishly daring. I'm going to open up her mind and let the light and darkness in. She meets my gaze. You should leave now. I should, but I don't. Lady Persephone, was your union with the Lord of the Underworld, That's none of your business, mortal, she rasps. Then she softens. I have no axes to grind, Prince Odysseus. I'm content with who I am. She meets my eye. The pomegranates people say I ate, that condemned me to my months below ground, I ate them willingly. She puts a hand on Kishanda's shoulder. This young woman and I are going to have the most extraordinary time together. I'm not going to get more than that from her, or escape so easily. I bow in the Eastern manner to Kishanda, raise my hands in salutation to Persephone, and turn away, feeling my heart bleed with loss as I limp down the other slope to join the Spartans, refusing to look back. Hades flashes into existence beside me. Convey my greetings to Athena, he tells me, and suggest that she doesn't meddle in the affairs of my realm again. I bow my head. I will tell her. He half turns away, then pauses and asks, By the way, Ithacan, did you by chance happen upon any of your ancestors in your travels in my realm? No, I tell him, taking care to keep my face blank. Does he believe me, or not? You might have heard tales of the fates of Sisyphus and Prometheus, told in the world above. Hades continues, his expression giving no hint as to what he knows or guesses. Those are true tales. The punishments visited upon your father and your divine ancestor were decreed by Zeus, not by me. I do not condone their sins or their hubris, but I do not condemn you simply for having their blood, unlike others. Thank you, I say cautiously. You interest me, he says. You speak well, fight resourcefully, and possess a cunning intellect. If Athena ever lets you down, I may be able to offer you shelter. Then he turns to Lars. The Ithacan is bearing messages for me. You will not harm or spread malicious tidings of him. Tell your king he's innocent of any crime. The Spartans don't look happy, but they touched their clenched fists to their hearts to signify obedience. Then Hades lifts his right hand and makes a gesture. "Begone, and do not return to my realm without my summons." It's a command I will be very pleased to comply with. The hillside in Erebus disappears to be replaced by a rocky limestone beach, bathed in sunlight. Predictably, Polydeuces flies at me, fists flailing, but before I'm required to defend myself, he's caught by Lars, the veteran warrior having to use his utmost strength to contain the boy's rage. "No, my prince, no!" "Why not? The lying bastard admitted he came to kidnap Helen." Castor, his wounded leg heavily bandaged, growls in agreement. "We should drag him back to my father to stand trial." He turns, seeking agreement from Helen, standing radiant beside him, but she only smiles, cat-like. For a moment, our eyes lock. "I was able to destroy Theseus and Pirithous for what they did," her eyes say. "I could find ways to do the same to you." "Castor," she replies instead, "Hades has commanded us to spare him. Besides, Odysseus is our guest friend. We grew up with him. We owe him the benefit of any doubt." I'm not fooled. She knows I conspired to abduct her. She must blame me, in some part at least, for Theseus's rape. I'm torn between pity for her and awe at this iron-willed control of her emotions. Her gaze says, "You owe me, and I own you." But there's another undercurrent as well. Recognition. This new Helen is cunning, dangerous, and devious, and she sees the same in me. "Aye, we must comply with Hades' wishes, lady." Lars agrees, his voice grudging, but tempered by shrewdness. "Any truth? Odysseus saw what none of us did. Whether this alleged plot he speaks of is true or false, it forces us to ask what Zeus wants from you, his son and daughter. Indeed, what does Zeus intend for Sparta, or for Achaea?" I wait, hand on sword hilt, for the danger to pass. Hades has returned the great bow to me, and it's over my shoulder, though the quiver is empty. After a pregnant pause, Castor and Polydeuces turn away, shepherding Helen from me. I would have loved to speak to her more, to understand her better, and somehow convey my regret for all that's happened to her. But she just throws me one of those over-the-shoulder looks that some girls can deploy like weapons, as she leaves with her brothers. A new status as a Thea is one she wears well, I comment eventually. "Aye," is all Lars says in reply. "You must care for her as a victim," I say to Lars. "She's been abducted and used unwillingly. She needs to be healed, body and soul." I pause, then ask, "I imagine the tales about this rescue won't mention me." "You were never involved," the Spartan confirms. Then he becomes thoughtful. "You've learned fast, I'll give you that. The gods and their games are complex. You need a labyrinthine mind to see all the angles. Most theoi are mere pieces, tokens to be moved on the board. You're a player, and that's a dangerous thing." He shifts uneasily. "I've had to kiss and make up to many a sworn enemy in my time. Religion is all about ideals, but it's pragmatists that last longest. So I expect I'll be seeing you around." "We're both Achaean," I remind him. "That means little in this game." He points northwards. "Walk far enough, and you'll reach the fortress town of Messi. Take ship, and don't come back until you're welcome, if that time ever comes round."
He swings on his heel and stalks away. I watch him go. Then I pull Bria's copper bracelet out, studying it. In moments, it has turned green with verdigris, and inside 60 heartbeats, it has turned to dust. See you soon, Bria, but not too soon, I hope. 3 miles up the coast, I meet someone coming the other way. A tousle-haired man with an Egyptian complexion and a lopsided smile. Only when I hug him, beating my fists against his back, do I truly believe that I've survived.
Euripides,
I managed to choke out.
let's go home.
As the trading ship slogs into Ithaca's port, my eyes are drawn to my father's squat, mud-brick fortress palace on the hill above. Compared to the giant stone citadel of Mycenae, or the gleaming, brightly painted walls of Sparta, it's a primitive construction, unlikely to strike fear into the hearts of any serious warband. The strength of Ithaca is the people, who will snatch up weapons without hesitation to defend her. There isn't a trade in the town of Ithaca that I haven't tried, nor an alley I haven't roved. This is home, and I'm incomplete when I'm not here. But in the past months I've seen marvels. Erebus and the Olympian court, gods and heroes, and I belong to that world too now. Little Ithaca is going to feel very, very small. The ship docks, and Euripides and I climb the long hill to the gates of my family's fortress, silent and contemplative after all we've gone through. And we both know we'll face more. The oracles say war is coming, a war for survival. The guards at the palace gate have no idea how to react when a long-absent prince returns unexpectedly. I suspect they've had their private doubts about Laertes' official story, and they're happy to let us sit inside the gatehouse while a runner searches for Ctimene at our request. I know them both well, ask after their families and receive a quiet, "It's good to see you, Prince," from them in return, while they eye me up surreptitiously. I dare say I've changed since last they saw me. I still have a limp, but I've not had anyone try to kill me for days now, so perhaps this time my leg will get a chance to heal. I have the bow of Eurytus over my shoulder, strung, and a well-used Cephas in my shoulder scabbard. The eager young man who left half a year ago for Pytho is now a man. Euripides exchanges gossip rapid fire with the guard captain, but I remain silent, composing myself. Then Ctimene appears, shrieking with joy as she flies into my arms. We squeeze each other so tight we can barely breathe, sobbing into each other's shoulders. "Thank all the gods you're back," she gasps. "I've so missed you." "How have you been since Yuri was here last?" "It's still awful," she tells me. "Mother and father pretend happiness is public, but they never share a bed. They don't even look at each other unless they have to." She seizes my hand, her face coming alive with hope. "But you're back. Now things will be all right. What about you? What have you been doing?" "Oh, nothing much," I reply, keeping my expression bland. "Sleeping mostly. You know me." She does. Well enough to know I'm lying through my teeth. Bless her, she doesn't ask. Just takes my arm and pulls me along with her into the house. But we still have a huge obstacle to overcome. My father's anger and rejection. "Father might send me away again." I try to tell her, but she's not listening. "We're not a family without you, brother," she says, her voice breaking. "I can't believe you're here." Then we're walking into the Megaron, the central hall. Mother must have been alerted by Ctimene, for she's walking towards me with a semblance of restraint.
only to stumble as she reaches me, as if she's about to faint. I catch her, and she clings to me, Hitimene joining in a three-way embrace that is both painful and wonderful. Finally, Laertes stamps in, eyeing the embraces of his womenfolk sourly. Crown Prince Menelaus has written, asking that I hear you out, he says. That doesn't make you welcome. I gently disengage from my mother and sister and limp over to face my not-father. I know that, but I've learnt something that should make you relent, at least towards my mother. What have you to say that could possibly make any difference? Up close, Laertes looks dishevelled, neglected, his hair dusty and matted, his tunic stained, and he stinks of manure. He's retreated to his farm, just as he always does when he can't deal with the world. I descended into Erebus and met my true father, and he told me something you need to hear. Laertes' eyes bulge, while behind me I hear Mother give a strangled cry. Then the king shakes his head. Your father is dead, and men don't wander into Erebus to natter with ghosts. Men don't? But I'm a Theos, God-touched. Don't pretend you don't know what that means. You were an Argonaut and hunted the Caledonian boar. You've seen the Theoi up close. You know what they are and what they can do, and you know from my blood that I've inherited that blessed curse on both sides. So don't you pretend disbelief when I say that through the aid of Athena, I've crossed the Styx in Charon's boat, and faced many-headed Cerberus, that I've walked Persephone's grove and seen the fruit hanging there, and traversed the asphodel fields. In the hills beyond I met the man who fathered me, and heard his tale. Laertes' face takes on a sick expression. What makes you think I'd want to listen to anything he said? You'll want to, and Mother too. The tavern tales are true. Zeus has determined to break Sisyphus by setting him an impossible task. My father must roll a boulder up a hill, but the boulder grows larger with every step until it slips from his grasp and hurtles to the bottom again. He is barely more than a skeleton, bloodied and torn, but his spirit remains defiant. He was always a stubborn Phallos, Laertes growls. Good. He deserves such a fate. Anticlea turns her head away, biting her lip. He told me how I came into existence. I continue, and why. After his grandson Bellerophon died, Sisyphus was desperate to breed another Theos, but, because of his age and his debauched habits, he was impotent. So he came here to Ithaca, intent on evil. Somehow he'd obtained a goblet from Aphrodite that, with the help of powerful spells, would cause a woman to conceive from his saliva, which he secretly placed in the wine. A fairy tale, Laertes snaps, like your wild tale about descending into Erebus. But he's looking doubtful. Hear me out, I beg. Sisyphus said that Mother became dazed and then unconscious after she drank the wine, but no sexual union took place. He swore by all the gods that this is the truth. He's humiliated by what he did, and begs pardon of you both. When I told him you and Mother are estranged because of him, he wept, and prayed for your understanding. Laertes stares at me. I swear, if you're lying, boy. Lie? I found out I was conceived through his spit, when I'd hoped he'd deny he was even my father. How do you think I feel? I grab Laertes' arm. Your wife did nothing wrong. She has been faithful to you all her life, yet you continue to blame her for something utterly beyond her control. What kind of just king are you?
But, Anticlea begins.
You remember nothing.
I rap out. Aphrodite's spell wiped your mind clean. You never fell from grace, mother. You are a good and faithful wife, and Sisyphus is paying for his deceit. I step away, clearing the space between Laertes and Anticlea. Kitimene tiptoes over to take my hand, her face rigid with tension. I know she is just as desperate as I am that they reconcile. And in truth, if this fabrication doesn't work, a lie that absolves Mother of any blame and lays all the fault on a dead man, I don't know what will. Can Mother stay silent, even though it adds to the vile stories that have poisoned Sisyphus's memory? She doesn't yet know that Sisyphus himself doesn't care if she maligns him, if it can save her marriage. And will it appeal to Laertes' sense of honor? I know his nature. He has more than his share of pride and sensitivity, too, beneath that gruff exterior. He needs to believe that Anticlea has been his alone, that he's never been exceeded in his own bed. Has he seen enough of the bizarre world of the Theoi in his travels that he can accept the idea of a magical goblet to seed-bearing spittle? How many wonders and legends have already been brought to life before his eyes? Or has he wandered, blind and oblivious, along a path strewn with miracles? The answer isn't long in coming. Laertes hesitates, glancing to right and left as though the walls might give him an answer. Then he clears his throat, straightens his shoulders and strides to Anticlea to hold her. Tentatively at first, but then, as she returns his embrace, clutching her to him, shaking, eyes tight shut but cheeks wet with tears. I lead Kitimene over, and we twine our arms around our parents' shoulders until they envelop us also in this tentative rekindling of family love. Now, truly, I have come home. Epilogue. Crowned once more. Justice beats hubris when she arrives at the close, but only after suffering does the callow fool know this. Hesiod, Works and Days. Erebus. The next time I see Athena is about a week later. She wakes me with the sense of her presence while I lie buried in a dream. There is no time to react. No sooner am I aware of her ghostly diamond figure sitting beside my bed than she's taken my hand and she's pulling my spirit from my body. We spin away, two blurs in a swirling tunnel of light, until I find myself beside her towering presence in a darkened place, where I sense marble pillars and can feel the night air. I thought potions were needed, I gasp. I'm a goddess, Athena says dryly. I can do things you wouldn't dream of. I'm still digesting that when a new voice, chilling yet familiar, says, Greetings, Odysseus of Ithaca. We thought you might wish to be here. Torches flare, and I can see where I am, in Hades' pantheon again, and we're not alone. Hades is sitting on the main throne, with Persephone standing beside him, her two-sided face eerie as ever. I look swiftly about, but to my disappointment, Kishanda isn't here. But across the table from us sits Theseus of Athens. He's bound to a throne by stone serpents, gagged and motionless, but his eyes bulge as he glares at Athena and me, sweat beading on his brow. He's looking at us with the deepest hatred I've ever seen on a man's face in my short life. Well, well, well.
Athena says theatrically. My faithless champion, the legendary Theseus. How delightful to see you thus. She turns to Hades. You sent a message telling me you wished me to have no more to do with your infernal realm. Have you changed your mind, dear Hades, or is this a peace offering? The Lord of Erebus gives his melodious, dark laugh.
Neither, Athena. By now, Olympus knows you attempted to abduct Zeus's children. That Theseus turned renegade is irrelevant. You moved against Zeus and failed. The lines the Skyfather is drawing are a little firmer now. You're not welcome on Olympus. His brave new court of Achaean and Hittite gods, scrambling to align their dual identities, are gathering together to rule a greater empire. But not with you. You are now irrevocably beyond the pale.
I feel my own heart sink. This is about as bad an outcome as possible, for her and therefore for me. But Athena lifts her chin defiantly. Then what are you doing? Taunting me?
No, I'm merely wondering what this man is worth to you.
She indicates me. I've already replaced him. So if you wanted me to plead for his return, I tell you here and now that I don't need him.
I understand your bitterness,
Hades replies.
but I'm giving you a chance to re-establish your prestige in Attica after this recent debacle. Otherwise, future bards will make little sense of that strange, brief period when a virgin was patron goddess of Attica, just before she disappeared without trace.
I watch Athena nibble her lower lip, uncertainty crawling across her face. I decide that if I'm here, I can speak. What is it you want in return, dread lord? I ask. Athena frowns at my temerity, but Hades only looks amused.
Well, when all seems hopeless and every rat is leaping from a wallowing ship, I begin to wonder whether the odds have been misread. I'm accounted a lord of wealth, enriched with all the gold buried with the dead. So the movement of riches and its investment interests me, as does the lure of a good wager. There is little gain in backing a certainty, but much to be made from the rank outsider who might win through.
Athena makes a small, dismissive gesture, which tells me she's hanging on every word.
My wife and I are believed in,
Hades goes on, stroking Persephone's hair.
but we're not worshipped. We're placated. That's a subtle difference, but I think you understand it, Athena. Here's my offer. You have shrines all over Attica, and a few in other places too. Crete, for example. Command your priestesses to place altars to Persephone in them, and I'll give you back Theseus, your champion.
Athena raises an eyebrow. Is this an alliance, Hades?
No, it's you accepting a crumb from my plate in return for some favor in the future. It's me placing an obol on a long shot. It's you punishing yourself to feel better. It's my dear consort planting a seed in arid ground for you to water.
He waves a hand playfully, enjoying his own eloquence.
Do you want my tacit, hidden aid in the years to come, Athena? Or do you wish to go quietly into oblivion?
She accepts, of course. I look at Theseus again. He barely seemed to be listening, but now he's glaring at me again. Triumphantly this time. He can see himself reinstated, his crimes forgotten, and I know that I'll be watching my back until the moment one of us dies. I suppose Athena can ill afford to lose any champion, especially one so experienced as Theseus. What is the fate of Pirithous? Athena asks Hades. Oh, he's still bound to a throne in Tartarus. Persephone smirks. The Furies are rather enjoying their new plaything. She runs an eye over Theseus. They'll be sad not to have his friend for company also. I understand you have a new toy yourself, Athena inquires. I stiffen, but try to feign an uncaring stance, especially when Persephone's gaze meets mine. The Trojan princess, the Queen of Erebus titters. Yes, she's rather amusing. I'm giving her new perspectives on many things. In her enigmatic voice, her words take on a multitude of meanings. I manage to suppress the urge to plead mercy for Kishander. Athena must not know of my dreams of her. I think I approve, Persephone, Athena says breezily. I hope that when you send back Hecuba's daughter, her own mother barely knows her. I don't like Trojans. I'll do as I please, of course, Persephone replies. Remember, Athena, I want altars in all your shrines. Renege, and will help tear you down. Theseus is jerked from his bindings, laughing, freed against all hope. In a moment, he has vanished, transported bodily by Hades back to the world above, leaving me glowering and preparing for the worst. Athena lays a hand on my shoulder. Once more we're wrenched into a whirlpool of light. We shoot upwards and flash across the underworld's sullen coppery skies, and then out into the stars, leaving Erebus behind. But it isn't to Ithaca that we go. Suddenly it's just Athena and me again, on a stone floor in a darkened building. I almost stumble and fall, but she catches my shoulder and hushes me with a finger to her lips. Watch and remain silent, she commands, drawing me into the shadow of a pillar in a torchlit throne hall I've never seen before. I look about, taking in the rich decorations and the prominence on the painted walls of images of owls and olives, Athena's own symbols. The two giant doors to the hall lie open to the night. Moonlight coats a sprawling city, with a gleaming harbour in the distance. Stars glitter above. The haze of cooking smoke has been blown away by the night air, and all is quiet. It has to be Athens. We're in the palace atop the massive outcrop of rock that Atticans call the Acropolis. This is Theseus's home, and there the man himself is seated, as solid-fleshed as I am ephemeral, on the king's throne, staring about him in joyous disbelief. No, 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 no. She's going to restore him after all he's done. I look about me, my mind racing. In this form, can I fly under my own volition? A silver cord Iadama showed me last time. Can I make it appear? Theseus flexes his arms, then he laughs. Where are you, Athena? He calls. I knew you're here. She emerges from beside me, drifting like a ghost across the painted floor into the light. It passes through her. But Theos that he is, he can see and hear her daimon. Theseus, she says softly, welcome back to Athens. Ha! I knew it, the Attican hero crows. I knew you couldn't do without me. Who else is good enough for you, eh? That stupid cow Bria? That fucking Ithacan runt? I'm the best you've got. He starts to rise, but Athena gestures, and the throne seems to fold around him, lashing him in place. You forget, my dear champion, that I own your soul.
Theseus snarls, though more in annoyance than fear.
Let me go, Athena. Stop playing games.
You stabbed me in the back, as surely as you plunged that dagger into poor Bria's chest back in Sparta. Athena replies icily.
Rhea's a body jumper. Was a little discomfort to her. Perhaps the whole thing was fated. You can't blame me for destiny, eh?
Can't I?
You can't do without me.
She walks in front of him, her expression disdainful. Can't I? In the shadows, I just stare, wondering what the point of this actually is. Am I here to witness the fall of a rival, or am I to be dangled in front of Theseus as a reward for his renewed fidelity? The longer it plays out, the more my anxiety mounts, but I fear to speak in case Athena reacts angrily against me.
Oh, stop pissing about,
Theseus chides her.
You love me, Athena, that's the truth of it. You live vicariously through me. Every little maid I ride is a proxy for you. I know you long to slip inside them, so stop messing around. I've been your champion for over 30 years. I won you Attica. You'd be nothing without me. I don't blame you for being angry over the Helen affair, I admit. I was wrong. But nothing is irrevocable. I did nothing you can't forgive.
At that precise moment, I decide I'm doomed. But then Athena laughs. Theseus, oh my! She puts her hand to her mouth. Then she bends over him, and her face turns to frost. You're obsolete, my darling. An antediluvian relic, an aging, bloated shadow of a once mighty athlete, who I taught how to think. A wall of muscle I once placed at the forefront of a deadly world for a short window of time. You think you can betray me and laugh about it. I'm not here to forgive you. I'm not here to reward you. I'm here to watch you get torn apart. Even then he doesn't believe it. Perhaps he's incapable of hearing such words.
Come on, I've had enough of this scene,
he says as if she hadn't spoken.
Let me loose, and I'll do whatever it is you want, anything at all.
Then he turns his head and I realize he knows I'm here.
And then I'll break that runt with my bare hands,
he rasps.
Come on, Athena, free me. Let me show you who's the better man.
Her hand whips across his face, knocking out teeth and almost breaking his neck. A diamond striking a physical body. She really does have resources I don't. Don't speak again, worm, she rasps. You have no right to address me. Theseus is still reeling as she steps away. Menestheus, she calls. A male voice, cool and dispassionate, resonates through the throne hall, and many booted feet approach.
I am here, great goddess. All my court are here, and Lycomedes of Skyros too.
I turn to see a calm, even-featured man, someone who seems more bookkeeper than king, walking down the hall calmly, his fighting men behind him. I pick out Lycomedes, one of the men Theseus rode roughshod over in his reign as king, and see bitter antipathy on his face. These are the men who've supplanted Theseus's cronies, both theoi and ordinary men. The fathers and husbands of women he's had, willing or no. The brothers and fathers of men he's killed. There is no pity on their faces, only the desire for revenge. It's mob justice, and it sends a shiver through me. But Athena is unmoved.
You're nothing,
Theseus croaks at Menestheus and his followers, defiant to the end.
You're all nothing. Athens is nothing without me.
Athena's backhander smashes the other side of his face. Menestheus, she says, he's all yours.
I would as soon have not watched, but Athena makes me. I wonder initially if she thinks seeing a rival brought low might be something I would take pleasure in. But then I realize that this is an object lesson for me. I'm being given Theseus's place at her right hand, and she wants me to know the consequences of betrayal. So I watch these men close in. I see the fists and the grasping hands that drag Theseus from the throne, the kicks that break his bones. I hear them crack, and I smell the blood and the shit. Once they've vented their rage on him, they drag him to a cliff top just outside the palace, writhing in the slippery grip of reddened hands, a mob baying around him. He's dazed, his body a bloody pulp by then, but aware enough that, as they hold him over the edge, his last act is to turn his blurred gaze towards his patron, watching with me from beside a pillar, visible only to the Theoi present. Athena stares back, impassive. Then he plummets towards the waiting stones hundreds of feet below, screaming until the thud of his landing cuts his cries off short. "There, it's done," Athena says, as if this were just the spanking of a wayward child. "I trust the lesson is learnt. Good. Then let's take you home. We have much to do, my dear champion." She grips my shoulder, and suddenly we're in Ithaca again. This time she doesn't bother to catch me as the disorientation sends me sprawling. Instead she kneels over me and presses a finger to the middle of my forehead. "I know what's in your mind," she says. "I let him off too lightly." That is far from what I'm thinking, but I'm still too stunned emotionally as well as physically to react. "But you know, I've not let him off lightly at all," she continues. "That was just his mortal death. His soul is in Erebus now. No, actually, it's in Tartarus, at the mercy of the Erinyes. Persephone and Hades have promised he'll receive the royal treatment for the rest of eternity. What do you think of that?" "That I hope I never find myself at the wrong end of your mercy." "May he receive true justice," I reply, fearful for my own life in that moment. But she's already gone, and I'm alone in the dark of my room, rigid with fear. The lesson is most assuredly learnt. If you go up against a god or goddess, don't fail. There's no way I'm sleeping after that, so I dress, then head for the battlements, finding a favourite spot to watch the stars wheel overhead, waiting for the slow approach of dawn. Waves kiss the beaches far below. The moonlight sketches the landscape in silver, and the cool, salt-laden air slaps my skin. Ithaca is sleeping in peaceful isolation, a haven from the turmoil of the world. The sound of the sea reassures me that life goes on, but there's a call in it too, a reminder that our journey is never over. It takes me a while to realize I'm not alone. Sometime during my reverie, a skinny maidservant has joined me on the walls, leaning over the parapet and gazing out to sea. I almost jump out of my skin when I see her, but she just laughs. "Hello, Ithaca." "Bria!" "Bria!" Bria corrects me, pushing the copper bracelet up out of sight. "I'm Habir, here. I've been taken on as a maid." "You'll be seeing me every day." She wriggles in what I think she imagines is a flirtatious way. "And every night, too, if you want." "Don't even think I am interested," I advise her. Then I remember the last time we parted, in Hades's arena. "Your arrow almost killed me," I growl. She makes a casual gesture. "I knew you'd dodge it, but I had to make it look real. Damn Theseus still nailed me, though. That's 2 bodies that phallus cost me."
Then she meets my eyes, and for a moment she seems sincere. Thank you for getting me out of Erebus. I owe you.
Noted. What are you doing here?
Oh, I just wanted to make sure you got home safely.
Bria peers back, then sniffs.
I don't know why you'd want to come back to this dump. And don't say family. Athena and I are your family now.
You've forgotten what family is, if you ever knew. Bria spits sourly over the side of the battlements.
Maybe so. It saves a lot of pain. Why am I here? Because you and I are partners now. Athena wants her beer here with you, so we'll be ready to leap into action when she next calls. She approves of your actions in the Theseus and Helen affair. You kept your head and rescued a dangerous situation from disaster. You have her favor. That's no small thing.
I don't want her favor.
Oh, to hear from her again, I think, though I'm wise enough not to voice it.
Bria laughs with more pity than mirth.
Oh, you'll hear, Ithaca,
she says, somehow reading my thoughts.
She owns you. When she has need of your services, you'll answer her call.
We fall silent until I remember something.
I have an answer for your riddle.
You asked me, which came first?
It's the egg. The egg is the world, and the human beings in it, and the bird is your mistress, and the other gods. We contain the potential that makes the gods real. We, the world, imagined our gods. We created them. This secret is their great strength and their great weakness.
She doesn't disagree.
What led you to decide that?
Erebus convinced me, as well as the Olympian court. They were created from our beliefs. So however omnipotent the gods seem, they're just leeches, stuck to the skin of the world and sucking life from it. Athena's bullshit story about a clay vessel and the hands reaching in was a clever lie. The world existed before the gods. They didn't create it or us. We created them, and when our imaginings change, the gods must also change or perish.
Bria smiles slowly. You make the important mental leaps, Odysseus, but keep them to yourself. The gods don't like them expressed, for obvious reasons.
I take it not all champions and avatars have come to this conclusion.
No. Nearly all are blinded by their own powers and think only of how they can use them for personal gain. It's a rare being that looks deeper.
One like you, I think, or me.
What do you want, Bria? You, not our mistress.
I don't think she'll respond. But she does, and not with the evasive reply I'm expecting.
Oh, I want to destroy Olympus for all the suffering it creates. We don't need them. I want to squash those leeches sucking on the surface of our world. I want to lock the gods in Tartarus, their own place of suffering, and watch them burn. Then I want to be the last one to sip from the Lethe before it evaporates and is gone. That's what I want.
Bria taps my forehead.
I think you want the same, Ithaca. I think we're going to be very good friends.
Then she makes a sprightly curtsy, like a singer after a song, and she's gone, leaving me alone on the walls. I don't try to follow her. My head's too full, and I suspect I'll be seeing far too much of her in the future anyway. Right now, I've got rather a lot to think about. Thanks for listening to Athena's Champion by Kath Mayo and David Hare, read by Ben Onwukwe, produced by Rushforth Media for Saga Egmont.